Good morning here on this side of the ring. We get started on the Chevy. It's a awfully nice start here this morning. I think you've got a nice group here in all four of these. There's some differences in them. I think there's just more sheep in this first one. Big old stout top shape in that sheep. Moves around the ring free and easy, nice about his head. I think just a little more shape and substance and width than we have in this next one. That next one is really, really attractive from the side and got some length about him. Certainly growthy. I think that's a nice pair in 1 and 2. We get into that third one, maybe again, just like maybe he's been breeding. Needs just a little more top shape for me, a little more dimension as we handle him down his top. Another good-footed buck, though. He really has got some size and scale about him. We round out with one that's a little more moderate, but boy, is he shapely and good in his top. That's a different piece there. Maybe not quite as growthy, but let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as we get started. That's a nice start to the Chevy show. Congratulations.
Here in ring one, we have a nice pair of Horn Dorset Rams to start the show with. I like to start with a thicker made ram. You handle him over his top. He's real massive over his top, deep into his leg. He has a good balance up front through his front end. It comes out of his shoulders really nice. The ram in second, a longer made, bigger frame type ram. Just not quite as clean behind the shoulders as the first individual. Comes out of the shoulders just a little bit at the wrong angle, but still a really nice usable type ram. Thank you.
Good morning here on your Lincoln Ram Lamb side. We're going to start with the ram up here on the right. A ram with plenty of elevation about his shoulder. He's got some width back over that top. Really a wider pinned, wider hip kind of a sheep. He's got more base width to him, extension up through the front end than the lamb here in 2. Another big bodied kind of a sheep, not quite the luster and pop to the fleece and handle to it. Not quite as soft off that britch as the buck that wins the class, but really respect how much barrel he's got to him and mass back over his top. He's really wide. A lamb that just gets a little bit narrower about his base. We like to change his shoulder angle just a little bit. Ram here, it's just not quite as many days on feed here in the 3-hole, not quite as explosive about his forward. We'd like to give him just a little bit more body to that fleece to push him farther up.
Placing on the class of Border Cheviot Senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 4244, Black Acres 3, Yellowstone, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to 4242, DC 0641J, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 4245, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 4 to Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Placing on the National Lincoln Junior Show class of white early Ram Lambs. First to entry 5834, JRE 232237 AI, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second to 5833, Lean 2320, Roadrunner, Lori Glue, Olwyn, Iowa. And third place to entry 5835, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset Junior or fitted Fall Ram Lamb class for their national show. First to 4807, Gadsby 22108, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 4808, 1709, Danny Knepp, Burlington, Wisconsin.
Here on the Cheviot side of the ring, again, we get into that next buck lamb class here. Really a nice trio of bucks and some differences, again, sorting them. I think you got a buck, and I'll be the first to admit I'd like to take a little of that color off of his nose and whiten his head up just a nickel if we could. But, boy, he's got a lot of substance and width and dimension to him. Big hip in that sheep and a lot of rib about him. I think just a nice piece there to get started with. Our second one, lost some of that wool behind his shoulders and makes him look a little bit narrower in terms of his rack shape, but certainly a nice handling sheep. Again, there's not as much of him as there is in that other buck, and that's what sorts those two for me. I think, again, a nice pair, though. The third one moderates out just a little bit. Love the rib shape and the body in that sheep, though. Maybe he shortens up just a nickel compared to those first two, but certainly an awfully nice trio. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Another nice pair of Horn Dorset Rams here in the January class. We're going to start the class with the more moderate, thicker made type ram. Comes out a little leveler on its dock. I really appreciate the extension up through his front end. The ram in second, a ram that's got a little longer side to him. Doesn't quite come off as level from the hips to his dock as our first place individual, but still a really nice, well-balanced type ram. Thank you.
Placing on the Border Cheviot class of January Ram Lambs, first place to 42.48, Peterson 23.13, Sidney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. Second place to 42.49, Blackacre 30, ET, Patent Pending, Caitlin Von Barons, Stewardson, Illinois. And third to entry 42.47, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted spring Ram Lamb class, first to 48.10, Smith 23.19, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to 48.09, Oberholzer 23.03, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania.
Lincoln side here, we're going to start with the ram that's probably the best combination sheep for me. I think in terms of his fleece, just super bright and really dense handling, really heavy handling fleece. A ram that moves about the ring. He still feels his track. He's got some levelness and straightness to him. He's white where he's white. He's black where he's black. Ram here in two, I really like the framework up underneath this ram. Super long-bodied kind of a sheep. It kind of comes apart in his top, gets a little short in his stride. I like to change his shoulder angle off that front 130. Tends to dip that front part of his chest plate there just a little bit when he's dropping on the move. A ram that's certainly going to be a big framed individual. A little bit younger ram here in the 3-hole, and he's got a bright future in front of him. Beautiful balance to the buck, levelness and straightness about his top. Really extended up through that front 1/3. We got to make more of him to get up here in the first 2 horses, but a really good kind of a sheep in terms of his levelness and straightness back over that top. I'd like to give him just a little bit more bone work, maybe ideally. Ram here in 4, a sheep that really respect his growth rate to this point. We'd like to change him just a little bit in terms of that front 1/3 of his structure. He's had some work done on his fleece there, and he kind of looks a little different. He's laying on one side. Ram here, it's kind of rounds us in the 5-hole. A lamb that's a little bit shorter down over his top. Good heavy shearing kind of a fleece on there. Got a dense curl to it. He's got to shear some pounds, and his daughters will too, no doubt. Ram that rounds us out a little bit younger kind of a lamb. We'd just like to round him up, give him a little bit more rib and structure.
Here in the Cheviot side of the ring on our February Ram Lambs, a nice group again, and I think just one on top that this is really, really complete. That Ram's got a big top shape about him and a big hip. That second Ram behind him maybe a tick longer, and you appreciate that about him. Just not as much of him in terms of that top today, but really a nice pair again on top. Nothing wrong with the third one at all. He shortens up just a nickel. We set him into motion. He wants to get just a little wider where he puts those rear 2. But boy, again, some rib shape and some elevation about that ram, and you certainly like that about him. And then we round out one that I think just needs more time to develop and mature. His top shape is not quite as massive and as much dimension as a couple of them have, but another really good-footed one with a really nice head about him. I think that's another good class. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Nice class of slick-sheared horn Dorset rams. I'm going to start with this January Ram Lamb. He's a little quicker pattern than I'd like to see him, but you have to appreciate the massiveness of him, thickness over his top, additional length of body, and really good breed character, standing down on some massive feet and legs. Just a really nice buck for the breed. The fall ram in second, a ram, again, kind of fits the same pattern as their January. Just gives up some of the thickness coming out of his lower leg than the January, but a little bit added length of loin, but still a really a nice buck. The ram here in third, a ram that you really appreciate the extension up through his front end. I wish I could just clean him up there behind the shoulders, make him just a little bit leveler over through there, and give him quite a little bit more boldness of rib that the top 2 individuals had to place any higher today. The young lady here with the January slick in the back, a big growthy type ram, a ram that's just given over the total pounds of production of our top 3 individuals to place any higher, but still a really nice usable type ram. Thank you.
Placing on the white Lincoln late Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 5840 Raider 2358, Elizabeth Loframbose, Stark City, Missouri. Second place to 5837 Mum 2394 Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place to 5841 Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 5839 Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 5 to 5838 Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio.
Here on the Lincoln side, we're going to go ahead and use your early ram here for champion. Big, stout, easy, athletic kind of a sheep. He's going to win your hunt. We're going to come back and use your later back lamb here for reserve.
For the White Lincoln show, our champion goes to our first place in the early Ram Lamb class, JRE 232237 AI, Jacob Jackson Stevens of Osgood, Indiana. The reserve champion goes to our first place in the late class, 5840 Raider, 2358 Elizabeth La Framboise, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the class of Horned Dorset Slick Shorn Ram Lambs, first to 4816 Oberholzer, 2219 Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second to 4815 ALAM 393 Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place to 4814 James Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. 4 to entry number 4813 Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana. Placing on the border Cheviot class of February Ram Lambs, first to 4253 Blackacre Gold 034 Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second to 4252 Blackacre P29ET Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Third to 4254 Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. And 4 to 4250 Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Here in our drive champion Horn Dorset Rams, we have two individuals out here that are just really excel the breed, type and kind, just really well balanced Rams. Rams good breed character, good thickness and made, good muscling. Today I'm going to go ahead and use the fitted fall Ram for champion, and follow it up with the January slick sheared Ram for reserve. The fitted Ram, you could easily take that wool off of him, and he would have won the slick sheared class today. He's just a really well balanced, really well put together type Ram. Congratulations to both of you and all the other contestants. Congratulations.
Here on the Cheviot side of the ring, we're in our March Ram Lambs here. Some differences in them, and I think just some maturity pattern differences. I think one that on top, just really a fresh, smooth-looking Ram, and maybe that one maybe pushing, maybe just being a little bit large. But I think that sheep handles good. He's got some youthfulness about his front end. He's longer than that second sheep, and I think that's what gives him the nod for me here today. That second one is fresh and youthful-looking, and you certainly appreciate that about him. In motion, he wants to maybe just handle those rear wheels just a little choppy for me compared to that first one, but really a nice sheep in terms of his shoulder and breastplate and chest floor. I think that's an awfully neat one there. Our third one the guys have here for us, just a nice sheep. He's young and he's immature, no doubt about it, and you certainly appreciate that as they bring one out in this March class. He just needs more dimension to get ahead of those first two, maybe lengthen him out just a nickel, but really good front-footed sheep. That sheep stamps his front feet down extremely well. I think a nice third hole for us. 4 and 5, maybe getting a little coarser in how they're built here for this class. I'd like to give them just a little more peel about them as we move them around the ring. I think a nice class, so let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our Horn Dorset National Show, our grand champion Ram went to the first place fitted fall Ram Lamb, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Gadsby 22108. Our reserve grand champion came from the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, on Oberholzer 2219. Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviot Show, first to 4255, Blackacre Purple 63, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place, 4256, Blackacre Blue 11, Arabella Clifton. Third to entry 4259, Josiah Mariacker, Lee, New Hampshire. 4 to 42.57, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 42.58, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana.
Nice pair of slick-shored rams here in our Chevy. It's some give or take in this pair. You got one that's maybe a little more mature and shapely in terms of a dimension. You got one that's maybe a little fancier, maybe a little straighter in his top, and certainly maybe just a tick more length about him. I'm going to use more shape here. I think that one's rib and dimension is just a little more developed today. Certainly appreciate both of them for coming out here for us. That's a nice pair. Congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Lincoln yearling ewes here. We're going to start with a ewe that probably walks as well as anything in the class. Really good top sheep and super good in her balance of her underline. You look at her, she sweeps up to her chest floor, got some rib to her lower rear 1/3. I really like her in terms of when she gets on the move. She fills that track really nicely, wide base kind of a sheep, and she's good from hooks to pins. Super consistent about the fleece. She's a nice handy winner. You here in the 2-hole probably most like her in terms of when she sets up on the profile. Not quite a stud to the ground. Maybe it's my ewe that wins the class, a little bit tighter about her forward in her design, but really straight in her structure. She fills her track pretty well. She gets in that 2-hole pretty nicely for me. You here at 3s just had too many Oreos. A ewe is farther along in her pregnancy. I think if she was just a little bit trimmer, she moves a little bit cleaner. I think she balances up a little bit nicer, but a good handling fleece on this ewe here in the 3. 4-hole ewe is probably one of the better fleece ewes in the class. I'd like to see her change her in terms of that hooks to pins. I'd like to start her up to the ground, but take some of that color off her a little bit that we see off those rear legs, but a good fleeced ewe, really consistent from end to end. 2 ewes that round us out, we'd like to change the color. We'd like to change them in terms of the rib shape, give them a little bit more mass to the center portion of the body.
For our Border Cheviot show, the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 4262, Hannah Hewitt of Forney, Texas, with 744. Second place to 4260, Blackacre Blue 12, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Lincoln class of white yearling ewes, first to entry 5846, Alpha Omega 2239, Hope 22, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second to 5847, Raider 2222, Jillian Fries of Freeport, Illinois. Third to 5848, Jillian Fries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 5850, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And 5 to entry 5851, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio.
Well, here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring here, let's put our hands together for all these young people with their first and seconds out here for our champion and reserve. I think a really nice set of Cheviot bucks here for our junior show. very highly presented. They're clean. They've got them trimmed extremely well. I think that's one thing this breed has to offer is just a bunch of enthusiasts about making them look good, and you certainly have done a nice job with that today. I think there's 3 or 4 bucks here that can be in this mix, and then there's a couple little things about a couple of them that kind of knocks them out. And I don't want to call them out too bad, but girls with the January Ram, I love that sheep. That sheep has got big rib and big body about him. I wish he was just a little bit better headed. So for me, he gets in that third rung in terms of that maybe third prize, if you will, for that champion reserve. We're going to use that fall ram today for our champion and come back for this February ram here for our reserve. I think a nice pair. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the White Lincoln pair of yearling U class, first place to 58.52, Raider 2206, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to 58.53, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Placing on the Border Cheviot class of Grand Champion Ram. First place to our Grand Champion went to our senior Ram Lamb. Entry 4244, Blackacre number 3 Yellowstone, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Reserve champion to the February Ram Lamb, 4253, Blackacre Gold, 304, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Lambs here. We're going to talk about the sheep in terms of natural thickness and design back over there. Really structurally correct here to start us off. Really got a little bit more fleece than I like to see on the side view sometimes, but she's got a really dense, that's a really beautiful fleece. We could trim her up off that rear third a little bit more and change her hip shape just a little bit. Those are pretty good ones to talk about. You here in twos, no slouch in her own right. Super long bodied kind of view, soft handling fleece. We just like to pull her up about her chest floor and level her up over that top to get her moved up.
Placing on the White Lincoln Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry at 58.55, Wynn Valley 23.24, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Second place to 58.54, La Framboise 142, Elizabeth La Framboise, Stark City, Missouri.
On the Horn Dorset yearling ewes, we got a really competitive class here, some really big, thick, bold type of brood ewes. We start the class with this young lady here, a lamb that just balances up the nicest for me. She's really thick made, real powerful, real bold in her rib shape. Just a real good capacity to her. Stands down on some good feet and legs. Just a really nice, well-balanced ewe. The ewe that most closely pairs up with her, we have here in second. A ewe that just gives up some of the extension through the neck of our first individual, maybe a little bit shorter sided, but still a real massive, real bold type of ewe that I really can appreciate in her type and kind. We start getting a little bigger in her frame type, a ewe that just here in third, a little bit longer sided, handles with a little bit longer loin. Gives up some of the muscle dimension of our top two individuals into the lower leg, and maybe handles a little bit more heavier in their condition, but still a really nice usable ewe. Probably the biggest frame ewe we have here in fourth, a ewe that I'd like to just put a little bit more set in her hock, maybe set her down on her pastures just a little bit cleaner, and give her some of the rib shape of our top individuals to place any higher today. The young gentleman here, another real big, massive type U. It just gives up some of the extension through the front end, maybe a little bit bolder through the front than our top individuals as she carries from the front to the back, but still a real nice U. It follows out with the 6th and 7th place U's that just given overall the mass and dimension of our top individuals to place any higher. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling U class, first place goes to entry 4822, Gallagher K243, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to 4821, Paul R. Castle W, 8767, Dorothy, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place to 4823, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 4820, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5 to 4825, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Class of Lincoln ULAMs here. We're going to start with ULAM up front here. They're just a little bit better in terms of her front 1/3 of her design. She's clean in her color. Really gorgeous fleece when you pop it open. It's got some texture to it. It's really got some handle all the way out to the tip. Really not done too much overly in terms of not overfitting the sheep, in terms of the way that fleece is presented. I really like it. She's going to be a big monster, I think, when you start looking up through that chest floor. She's got plenty of rib to support it. Just kind of an interesting sheep to start us out. You're hearing, too, I don't rate her as being as big when she gets all said and done. A little further along in her development today. Just super good down over that top and through her hip in comparison to use on either side of her. Just need to make more of her, get her to cleaner in her track when she's on the move. Really rounds us out. I think she's just a little bit shorter top. Gorgeous fleece kind of a sheep, really heavy curl to her, and really going to have some density and shearing pounds of fleece that you would like to change off that rear 1/3 of her body.
Placing on the White Lincoln early ewe lamb class, first place to 5860, Lean 2305, Shell Lean of Arlington, Iowa. Second place to 5851, Heritage Hill Y70, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third to 5859, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio.
Here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring, I think just an awesome class of fitted yearling ewes here. Very, very deep in quality, and just all 5 of these just gorgeous headed females that have really dark points about them. Kudos breeders and exhibitors here on just a darn nice set here. I think we've got 2 or 3 or 4 here that are in the mix, and I think there's some differences in them, and you can see that from the outside. I think that first one is a super top sheep. That sheep is massive in terms of her width. She's really long from her 13th rib. She gets really, really straight in her spine from right behind her shoulders all the way back through her hip. Big, big rib shape about her and tracks good around the ring. I think this is an awfully nice one. That next ewe, I think, pushes her pretty hard. I love that female's dimension, her hip shape, her pin shape. She shortens up just a nickel compared to that first one, but boy, is her rib good. Her head is gorgeous. I think that is a really nice pair of ewes in 1 and 2. The third ewe giving up some size and scale to those two, but watch that ewe track and move as she moves out of the ring here. She sets them where they're supposed to. She's got some angle and design up through her front end. If we could give her a little more horse compared to those first two, might have a little more of a case, but darn nice one there to come three. Our fourth one, this sheep intrigues me quite a bit. Maybe one that is super elevated up through her front end, got a jack neck about her. She does shorten up compared to those first three, but she's stout-footed. She's got some rib about her. That's a nice female in 4. I think this is a really neat breeding piece. Then we move into 5 here, really a highly presented one with some rib shape and mass. That one gets just a little bit straight in terms of her behind wheels for me, but boy, she got some rib and shape about her. Guys, darn nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the Border Cheviot Show, first place to entry 4269, Breezeview 3772, Miss Joan. Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to 4273, DC 0582J, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 4274, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 4266, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio. And 5 to 4265, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania.
That's a Lincoln ewe lambs. We're going to start with ewe lamb pretty good in her design. She's skeleton. She's super straight. She tracks. She's got freedom of movement. She's good enough about her fleece. I think she's sharp enough about the ear. Maybe we'd make her a little bluer around the nostril there. Maybe if we get ideal about it. She handles well enough in terms of her fleece and length from that 13th rib on back. She excels the class in terms of her structural soundness, balance, and her lack of sheer color on the legs there. The ewe that's here in 2 is a beautiful headed ewe. You certainly can't take that away. She's a ewe that's going to shear here, some pounds. I read her fleece is just a little bit more weathered as you handle it. It's got a little bit more abrasion to it. We'd like to change her off those rear hocks maybe a little bit more to get her farther up. We got a problem here in 3 has certainly grown to this point. I'd like to change her in terms of her shoulder angle and take that color off her, change her off that hip. She gets a little funky in her movement. The ewe here in the 4 hole, same thing. We'd like to change her in terms of when she's on the move. She tends to drive her front end down a little bit when she's on the move there. Gets a little higher about her spine and shorter about her hip in comparison to the 2 ewes in front of her. The ewe that rounds us out here, beautiful fleeced ewe, good-headed kind of a sheep, just not quite as far along in her development. We'd like to change her just a little bit from hooks to pins.
Placing on the White Lincoln late ewe lamb class, first place to entry 5865, Larson 2131, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second, 5866, Chaotic 2311, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third to 5864, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 4 to 5862, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 5863, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio.
The class of slick-sheared Horn Dorset ewes. We're going to start the class of this gentleman's ewe here. Just a really well-balanced, well-put-together type of ewe. She impresses you from front to back. She stands down on some good feet and legs. A ewe that I can really appreciate out of the class for her for her muscle shape, her leg, and her extension up through her front end. Just a really good usable type ewe. The ewe in second most closely follows her. A good length of body to her, a little bit longer than our first place individual. Just giving up some of that bone work and the shape of leg to get up ahead of that first place individual today, but still a really nice ewe. A ewe here in third, I really do appreciate a lot about her. Probably the best balanced ewe in the class. She's given up some of the overall frame size of our first 2 individuals and some of the length of body to place any higher today, but still a really nice, well put together type Horn Dorset ewe. The ewe here in fourth. Another ewe that's just given up the total mass and volume of our top individuals to go any higher today. Ewe in fifth, a real massive ewe, probably the thickest made ewe in the show. But if I could change her up to get her any higher, I need to loosen up that spine, get that little hump out of her to place any higher today. But a really good set of Horn Dorset ewes. Thank you.
Here on the Cheviot side of the ring in our slick shear Horn yearling ewes. I think, again, just a really good class here. And again, you can see from the outside a tremendous amount of differences in them as we continue to shear some of these breeds. It's very challenging. And I think I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to take the breastplate off of that ewe that wins and maybe give her just a little more elevation if you could. But those hips and those stifle shape and those sheep are really hard to make. And I think that one's very unique there. I think she wins that for just that nod. Just a nice headed ewe with just a great shape right in behind her in terms of that 3/4 view. The next one's a little more elevated, no doubt. That one's really, really nice fronted and got some femininity about her. She doesn't square up quite as nicely as that first shoe does, but certainly a nice female here. I love this third one. I think she goes second probably in just terms of dimension and shape. I wish she was just more of that female. I wish she was just a tick growthier, but boy, they get that one stamped, and those feet are tremendous. That rib is really good, and I think that one elevates at the point of her shoulders extremely good. She does shorten up just a nickel. We'll leave her in that third hole, but I think this is an awfully good female. Comes 3 for us. Our fourth one, really fresh and youthful. That one's design is tremendous. Maybe, again, shave the breastplate off of that one and just widen that one everywhere compared to those first 3, but darn good one in 4. Working to 5, just a little piecier type female behind her shoulder. She's not one to perform for the girls, but certainly a nice group. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset in the Slick Yearling U class, first place went to entry 4826, Sink Paget 4806 ET, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. Second to 4828, Sink Paget 1835, Cooper Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to 4827, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Fourth, 4831, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 4829, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. placing on the Slick Shorn Yearling U class for the border or Cheviots. First to entry number 4276, Diamond C 5588, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to 4279, Moore 261, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to entry 4282, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. 4 to 4278, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5 to 4277, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the White Lincoln Show. First to 5867, Larson, 2131, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second to 5868, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio.
On your Lincoln side here, we're selecting your champion ewe. We're going to go ahead and use your yearling ewe. I think just really glides her balance from the side view is just exceptional in terms of the way that you see that ewe's front 1/3. She carries quite a bit of weight really well. Really athletic about the ring. Beautiful fleece ewe. She's going to win your champion ewe. We're going to come back and use this late ewe lamb. I think really good in her structure, really good in her skeleton. Beautiful fleece ewe, follows in type and kind, should be reserved.
For our White Lincoln Show, our grand champion ewe went to our first place yearling ewe, 5846, Alpha Omega 2239, Hope 22, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Reserve champion was our first place late ewe lamb, 5865, Larson 2131, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
here on the Cheviot side of the ring into the fall ewe lambs here. And I tell you, breeders and exhibitors, what a whale of a class here that we have. A lot of differences in them, and that's okay because there's some differences that are very good and positive. Just, again, highly presented, really growthy set of ewes that I think just offer a ton of good for the Cheviot breed. Very close on top, and you can even throw that trio ewe in there. I think very nice sheep in terms of just length and balance and width and dimension. What sorts that pair for me? Just a massive hipped and top sheep in that one. She does maybe get just a tick finer in her feature compared to that second ewe, and that's what maybe gives you a little more of a decision there, but both of them very good headed. They've got some dimension to them. Just an awfully nice pair there in 1 and 2. The first one, maybe not going to be as big a yearling ewe. Second one probably is going to be just a tick bigger next year. So give or take there for me. You could flop them, and I think be very, very comfortable with it. I think that's a darn good pair there. The third one comes to us, and again, just a very long-bodied, big rib sheep that's got some dimension to her. She stands up on her toes. She's nice-headed. I think just a darn good set here all the way through. Big top sheep and rib sheep that comes to us in 4. Get in behind her, maybe like to square her up as she comes back in through her pin set just a notch from her hooks. But just an awfully neat female there. And then one that comes 5, going to be the tall one if we get a yardstick out. That one next year, you may have to watch out for her. If she comes into herself, she gets those feet underneath her just a little nicer as she matures into a yearling. That's going to be a big, tough sheep, I think. Guys, nice set. Congratulations.
Class of fall horn ewes. We started a class. It's kind of fitting being here in Louisville with a real racehorse. This ewe is just really well balanced, really well put together. Good extension up through her front end. Handles nice and smooth and level over her top. Adequate in her muscle shape. Good in her condition for kind. I think this ewe has a good growth potential going into a yearling next year. I'd be really pleased to see her in the show ring next year. I think she'll do really well. Follows up with another ewe that just kind of fits the same pattern. A nice length of body, big, bold sprung rib, carrying a little bit heavier condition, maybe a little bit lower fronted than our first place animal. Doesn't quite come out of the neck quite as clean, but still a really nice, well-balanced type ewe. The ewe in 3rd, a ewe that gives up some of the muscle shape of our top 2 animals, and over the top and down through the lower leg. But a really pretty headed ewe, a ewe that comes out of her shoulder really good, good spring to rib, just another really nice ewe. A ewe in 4th, a little bit heavier in her condition than what I'd like to see today, just quicker in her pattern, but still a ewe that's really thick, really bold, really a really well-balanced ewe. The ewe in 5th, a bigger framed ewe, just not quite as smooth over her top, doesn't have quite the shape of rack, and a little bit lighter bone to place any higher today, but still all in all a real competitive class of ewes.
For the white best fleece in the Lincoln Show, it went to 58.72. Campbell 307.162 from the early ewe lamb class. Alexis White of Lower Salem, Ohio. For the young flock class, first went to 5880 Heritage and Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second to 5879 Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the Border Cheviot class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 4889 Speldy 5366 Beckett Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to 4290 Speldy 5345 Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to 4292 Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 4286 Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio. And 5 to 4293 Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the class of early fall fitted ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first to 4832 Oberholzer 2218 Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second place to 4835 Oberholzer 2214 Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 4836 Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 4 to 48-38, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5 to 48-34, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania.
Here on the Cheviot side of the ring, let's put our hands together as we get these older females out here for our senior champion and reserve. I think 6 real high quality ones, and we sent some to the back that I think could be out here too. I think just a great start to our female show here for our Cheviots. I think it's close between 2 or 3 of them here, and you could flip a coin and change that if you wanted to for certain different reasons. I think we've got a ewe that's done some growing, a ewe that's got some elevation about her. That yearling ewe will be our champion today, the fitted yearling ewe, excuse me, and we're going to come back here and get our fitted fall ewe lamb for our reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For the Border Cheviot Show, our senior champion goes to first place, fitted yearling ewe, 4269, Breezeview, 3772, Miss Joan, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve senior champion to the first place senior ewe lamb, 4289, Spildy, 5366, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Ram lambs here. We're going to start with the buck of the balance, the ability to move, good rib shape to him and design. Nice fleece kind of a ram, good out through his hooks and pins. Ram here in 2. Ram that's a little bit more imbalanced in terms of on the move in comparison to the ram that wins the class. Not quite as much top shape to him. Good fleece on the buck. He's got some he's coarse enough in terms of his fleece shape for me. I think he's got enough lock formation there. Would like to open him up about his rib, change him in terms of his movement and his front shoulder angle. Ram that rounds us out here in 3, just giving up some structure. We'd like to change him off that front 1/3 of his body a little bit.
The champion drive. Champion drive of Horn Dorsey ewes. I've got some really unique individuals out here in the front lineup. Some ewes I'd take home, put it in the flock, and I don't even raise the horns. But we can appreciate both lineups. I'm going to go ahead and use the fitted fall ewe lamb for champion. Just a really well balanced ewe, a ewe that I think has a lot of future to her. And then we're going to follow it up with the slick-sheared yearling. Just a real unique piece. Really appreciate her muscle shape and design, her depth of body and her spring of rib. But a really powerful set of ewes out here. Congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset Show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place fitted early fall ewe lamb, Oberholzer 2218, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. The reserve to the first place slick shorn yearling ewe, Sink Paget 1806, Braxton Sedgwick of Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the class of natural colored Lincolns, for the senior ram lamb class, first place to 5881, Reed 2240, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Second to 5882, Mum 2296, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And third to 5883, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania.
our naturals here. We're talking about a ram that's maybe got a little frame advantage, but really excels the class in terms of his movement, his ability to get thick back over that top. Really heavy fleece on this ram. I think he's going to shear some serious pounds. He's the longest from that 13th rib back. He's the squarest out over those hooks and pins, and certainly puts those feet on all corners with the heaviest structure. You will most like him here in type and kind here in the 2-hole. Really beautiful fleece on this ram. Super extended up through the front 1/3 of his body. Not quite as much of him as the rams on either side. He's a ram that I think has a lot of growth in front of him still. I think his number of days with groceries is just a little bit shorter than some of the other. Ram here that runs us out a ram that's going to be a big muster when it gets done. I'd probably like to change him off his hip and hind leg. He just looks a little short in his stride today, but another good fleece kind of a ram going 3.
Placing on the class of natural colored Lincoln Early Ram Lambs. First place goes to 5884 Lean 2343 Firecracker, Lori Glue, Olwyn, Iowa. Second place to 5886 Campbell 304 180 Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to 5885 Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri.
And in our late fall ewe lamb class, we got a really big, powerful, stout-made ewe to start the class with. A ewe that I could really appreciate, her length of body, her levelness over her top, and her thickness over her loin. A ewe, if I could change her up just a touch, I'd like to straighten her down on her front legs. She does tend to toe out just a bit, but I don't think it's overly critical for such a well-balanced rest of the package. The young ewe here in second, a ewe that's a little bit youthful, more youthful appearing, ewe that's really pretty, profiling type ewe. Just giving up the overall size and volume of our first place animal to place any higher today, but still a really nice usable ewe that I think will grow out to be a nice yearling and a really good producer. The gentleman here in third, a nice long-bodied ewe, good thickness to her, a ewe that's just a little bit lower in her front end, a little bit higher in her loin to go any higher today, but still a really nice, powerful made ewe. A ewe in fourth, a really thick made ewe, a ewe that if I could change her up, I'd like to lighten her up in her condition for this age, this point in her age. Give her a little bit more bone for her mass, and maybe widen her over the pins, but still a really nice ewe. Congratulations.
Here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring, we get into our January ewe lambs as we start these younger ewe lambs. And I think again, an awfully nice class. There's some differences in them in maturity. And I'll be the first to admit, I think that first one is maybe pushing the envelope on size and scale just a little bit. But after that, that sheep handles extremely good in terms of her top shape. She's got a big hip in her. She's not my favorite moving sheep when we put her into motion, but I think one that is very, very sound overall. She doesn't set her feet exactly maybe as good as a couple of them do here, but a sheep that's got a lot of positive pieces. She's long, she's elevated. Got a nice head about her. I think this is a nice female. We're going to leave her in that first hole. If you think she's too big, I think she's a little bit big as well, but we won't get too critical on that. That's a nice ewe. Our second one comes to us just really, really massive and wide in terms of her top shape. I love where she sets her feet on all four corners. She's not as angular as that first ewe. She's not as long-bodied as that first ewe, but again, beautiful-headed. I think this is a nice one to follow into second hole with. Our third one, that's the best moving one in this class by a couple of clicks. You watch that female move, and what she does with her feet is tremendous. She's got some extra bone about her. She's not as horsey as maybe a couple of ewes on either side of her, but darn good-headed and darn good topped. The boys brought you a nice one there in third. Our fourth one comes to us, shortens up, maybe gets just a little straighter on her rear too. Well, sheep though that's got some rib and some shape to her. You handle her, she's got some dimension. Again, nice head about her. I think we continue to talk them just darn good sheep. One that comes down here, a little struggle for this one for me. She gets a little finer in her features, maybe doesn't handle with as much mass as a couple of them do, but boy, talk about a fancy, good built one that I think is going to be darn good next year as a yearling ewe. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
This class of your natural Lincoln bucks, just a really super straight made, sound kind of a buck here to start us off. Really neat in terms of when you get your hands on him, in terms of that density of handle to his fleece all the way back into his lower britch. Ram's fighting the boys a little bit today, but he's a pretty good one to start us off. Right here in the 2-hole, a ram that's certainly grown very well to this point. I like his structure in terms of he's got some heaviness to it. I'd rather make him a little flatter backed, and I'd like to get him just a little bit deeper set about his backbone there. He's squaring up off those pins, but a buck that's certainly got a lot of elevation and growth through the front 1/3 of his body. Ram here that's in the 3-hole, giving up some pounds today. I'd like to change him just a tad bit off those rear feet, but sure admire his fleece.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 48-43, Paul R. Castle, W 8871, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second to 48-44, Gadsby 22105, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to 48-41, Colton Rummel, Sherdsville, Ohio. Fourth to 48-42, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the class of natural colored late ram lambs for the Lincoln Show. First place goes to entry 5888, Mum 2358, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to 5889, Buckshot 2316, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. And third to 5887, Olivia Lankey, Bedford, Pennsylvania. Placing on the January class of ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots, first place to 4297, Red Barn Farm, 5010, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to 4304, Moore, 274, Page Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third to 4298, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 4 to 4300, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 4301, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Over here on the naturals, we're really looking at our champion ram. We're going to come back and use your late ram lamb. I think best combination in terms of his structure and fleece. He's going to be your champion ram. We'll come back and use your full ram lamb here for your reserve lamb. Really good sound kind of a sheep.
For the natural colored Lincoln National Junior Show, our champion ram was our first place ram out of the late ram lamb class, 5888, Mum 2358, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Reserve grand champion ram goes to our first place animal out of the senior ram lamb class, 5881, Reed 2240, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio.
Here on the Cheviot side, we've been into the February ewe lambs here, and again, just kudos on such a nice class. Again, not a whole bunch of them, but certainly all of them are very useful and very nice in terms of their presentation. I think, again, on top, and even that trio of ewes there, just really fancy and got some positives about them. The first one just a little neater, maybe in her shoulder, her breastplate, and just a little more femininity about her. really fresh and youthful, and just a huge top in her, yet looks like she's going to grow and continue on for us into that yearling youth stage. I think a nice female there. Our second one, I think, closely follows her. Not as whistle-fronted, maybe not as neat in her shoulder, but maybe just a tick broader and more massive in terms of her top shape. You certainly appreciate that about her. Big hip and pin set in that U with some stifle shape about her. I think a darn nice pair there in 1 and 2. Our third ewe comes to us again, really, really fancy and really elevated. I think, again, feed that one and continue on with that one in terms of maturity. Going to be a great big yearling ewe for us next year. She's not quite as tidy on her pasterns, maybe as a couple of those ahead of her are. Darn good ewe lamb to come 3 for us. A couple that round out the class in 4 and 5, just a little more moderate, don't have as much pizzazz about them compared to those first 3, but they're sound. They look like Cheviots. They got great heads about them. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the February class of ewe lambs for the Border Cheviot Show, first place goes to 4308, Rinker 2676, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to 4310, Diamond C 0646, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third to 4311, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place to 4309, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 5 to 4313, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana.
really nice class of late fall slick sheared ewes. We're going to start with this young gentleman here, a ewe that once you got her rolling on the walk, she travels really well. She's really good level over her top. She's good in her rib shape. She's just a well-balanced ewe, a ewe that I think has some good growth left in her. She's adequate and good in her condition for her age, a real youthful type of ewe that has a good, bright future. The second place ewe, a really nice handling ewe, a ewe that I really appreciate a lot about her. She's just given up the total length of body of her first place individual to place any higher today, but still a really nice, well-balanced type of ewe, real pretty headed type girl. The young lady here in third, young lady here in third, another really well-balanced ewe. A ewe that follows the type and kind and pattern of our first place individual. But if I could change her up to get her any higher up, I'd just like to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's a little ewe-necked to place any higher today, but still a really nice, usable type of ewe. The gentleman here in fourth, a really pretty-headed ewe, a ewe that's good in her breed type, a ewe that's a little bit heavier in her condition. I'd like to see her today for her age and for her future growth. But a ewe that's really level over her top and stands down on some good feet and legs. Gentleman here in fifth, one of the bigger ewes in the class, really good length of body, good extension through the front end. If I could change her chest floor just a little bit, she's a little heavier in her brisket. To change her behind the shoulder, just kind of level her out there behind the shoulder and smooth her up. She would probably climb right up to the front, but it's still a really nice ewe. Congratulations.
Here on the Cheviot side of the ring into our March ewe lambs here, and I think one that you hate to say one handles it pretty good, but I think that is one good moving female. Tremendous amount of balance about her when we set her into motion. She's really fresh and youthful, angular about her neck and square-edged in terms of her top shape. I think this is a darn good one there to come first for us. I think the second and third one are awfully nice too. They're not as angular and as long-bodied as that first ewe is, but really a nice look about that second female. She's got some ruggedness about her and some rib shape about her. When they get her propped up there, she just as fancy as a picture. I think that's an awfully nice one to come second. Our third one, her attitude's not the best here for the NAILE, and the young girls are kind of fighting her. She's not wanting to show herself off quite as nicely, but there's a lot of top shape in that sheep, a lot of rib in that sheep, a lot of hip shape in that sheep. She's maybe not as angular and as fancy as those first two, but a lot of good and positives about that female. Our fourth one comes to us, and again, maybe not wanting to show herself off, but that thing's got a big top shape in her. She does shorten up just a nickel compared to a couple of those ewes, but very sound on her feet and legs, really a nice about her head. A little more moderate ewe comes to us here in 5, and one that you got to take home and breed that kind to the right kind of ram, but that thing is sound and solid, really a nice head about her and some ruggedness about her bone. Then we work into that last place, or sixth place, if you will, one that is really fancy and well presented. She's just fighting the girls. She's wanting to roach her top up in motion. Really a good class. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Over here in your natural Lincoln yearling ewes, I really start with you that excels the class in soundness and handle of fleece. A super long top kind of ewe. She fills her track very nicely, keeps her chest fully elevated and balanced up so nicely. Got some handle to that fleece from forward to rear. You most like her in terms of her rib design here in the two-hole, maybe a little bit more elevated at the shoulder. Initially left a little bit more down and behind that front leg there so we could more evaluate it from a balance standpoint, maybe not quite as nicely for us. We'd like to change her off those hocks just a tad bit, but really another good fleece kind of ewe, big top kind of ewe. She's got some ribbon design to her. I think she's a nice piece. Yeah, it's a problem for me here in 3, beautifully fitted, beautifully exhibited, just big top kind of ewe with some rib shape that I really fall in love with. But you see her in the movement, and she's just a little bit shorter in her stride, a little bit narrower at her base. A ewe that doesn't quite up as balanced quite as nicely as some of the ewes in front of her, but it's going to be an interesting one to lamb if she's bred the way we think we are. The ewe that's here in 4, a ewe that's maybe a little flatter in her overall design from the side view. Another beautiful handling kind of a fleece. We'd like to change her in terms of her shoulder angle on her feet and legs maybe just a tad bit, but she's really good down over the top. She profiles very nicely. Great big monster ewe here in the 5-hole, a ewe that I really like in terms of from the profile. If she can move off that right hind leg as she's been injured, I think she'd probably win the class.
Okay, placing on the Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class for the National Horn Dorset Junior Show. First place goes to 4856. WI 139.2523, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second to 4855, Rose, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third place to 4846, Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana. 4 to entry 4854, Blake Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. And 5 to 4853, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviot Show. First place to entry 4320, Rinker 2683, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 4316, Copeland 22334, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third to 4314, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 4318, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 4322, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York. Placing on the natural colored class of yearling ewes for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to 5893, Buckshot 2226, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Second to 5897, Raider 2214, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 5892, Riker Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. 4 to 5894, Olivia Lankey, Bedford, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 5896, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing on the class of natural colored pair of yearling ewes for the Lincolns, first place goes to Olivia Lankey, Bedford, Pennsylvania.
Real powerful pair of ewe lambs up here to start the January horn fitted class. We're going to start with the bigger framed ewe of the two. She's a little longer sided, a real powerful made ewe. I'd like to maybe trim her down a little bit in this point of her age and growth, but a ewe that's got some good extension up through her front end and good in a breed type. The young lady here in second, a ewe that really closely follows the first place individual, maybe gives up some of the length of body and overall size of frame. And if I could fix her up just a little bit, I'd like to shorten her rear pasterns up, make her stand down a little bit more substantial on that pastern, but still a really nice, well-balanced, pretty type ewe. The gentleman here in third, a ewe that's got plenty of growth to it, really nice long-bodied ewe. Runs a little bit downhill for me today. I'd like to see her just a little bit more elevated in her front end. She could scoot right up there to the second or first hole. Really nice ewe. The two pair down here in the bottom, just a little heavier conditioner, shorter sided type sheep that just give up some of the overall show ring presence of our top three to place any higher today, but nice broody commercial or type ewes. Congratulations.
Here on the Cheviot side on our Slick Shorn ewe lamb class, I think, again, very nice group here. I think it's close on top between maybe a couple different types of sheep. Really a smooth made, balanced one here to start the class with. I think she gives the nod just in motion, what she does right behind her shoulder. She holds herself together extremely well. She's got some length about her, just a nickel more femininity about her, just a nice head about her. The next one, you got to give her the nod. That's a great stifle shape in that sheep, a little more muscular type when you handle her down her top, and certainly maybe a little more rugged in her bone work. In motion, a little piecier, maybe a little knobbier on her shoulder, but I think a nice pair there. We're working to a little moderate one here that comes 3 that's just loaded with shape. Just need a little more angle for me compared to those first 2. And then the last pair here, just a nice pair of sheep. Maybe square them up in their edges just a notch if we could, but good class of sheared ewes. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter ewe lamb class, first to entry 4857, Sink Paget 1938, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to 4858, Frog Hollow 2, Greta, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 4861, Colton Ramel of Sheridsville, Ohio. 4 to 4859, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan, In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5 to 4860, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn Junior ewe lambs for the Cheviots, first to 4826, Speldy, 5394, Arabella Clifton, Greenville, Indiana. Second to 4328, Rinker, 2647, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to 4325, Cheyenne Clyde, Pennsylvania. 4 to 4327, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. And 5 to 4330, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted spring ewe lamb class, first place to 4862, Route 862, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
We're here on the Cheviot side of the ring. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors, for the young females, as we pick out our junior champion in reserve. I tell you, again, kudos to the exhibitors, the breeders, the fitters, whoever helps put these together. That is a well presented set of sheep, and maybe going to reach out here, but probably of any breed we may see today, that set of sheep is very clean. They're presented extremely well, and kudos to you guys for putting them together like that. I think that's a darn nice set of females. There is one out here that I think wins by a couple of clicks when we set them into motion, and then I think there's one that follows her in just type and kind and youthfulness about her. Our March ewe lamb will be our junior champion, and our February will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Our junior champion for the Borders Cheviot Show was our fitted March ewe lamb, 4320, Rinker 2683, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve junior champion was first in the fitted February ewe lamb class, 4308, Rinker 2676, also Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois.
This class of natural ewe lambs are certainly something for everybody to pick from. I think the ewe the best combination sheep for me in terms of the rib design, structure, and fleece is here in the first hole. She's a big top, kind of a female. She's really elevated enough up underneath that wool. If you get your hands up underneath there, she's elevated enough about her chest where we got a little bit drooping down maybe off that chest front, but a ewe that's super good down over her top. She's clean in her movement. She's got enough rib shape to her. Really dense handling fleece. I think it makes a nice place for me to start from front to rear. The ewe that's here in two is most like her in terms of her design, maybe a smaller outlining kind of a sheep in terms of the length of a spine. She gets a little shorter off that hip. Super good kind of a fleece to handle there too. Soft handling here in three. A lamb showing just a little bit shorter kind of a fleece than maybe the first two are presented. We'd like to change her off that hip and hind leg a little bit, change her shoulder angle so that she strides out just a little bit nicer for me to move her on up. A lamb that's got a lot of grow to her here in the fore yet. A lamb that's just a little bit greener as you handle her back over her top. A ewe that's going to balance up very nicely on the side view for us. Maybe would like to change her in terms of that fleece just a little bit from front to rear to the ewe in three. Ewe here in the five hole that rounds us off, it is a fleece that propels her up there in the top five. Just a little bit smaller, shorter package. She's just got a few more days of growing left to do.
Here on our Borders Cheviot Show, let's put our hands together for overall champion and reserve youth selection. I tell you, again, just can't say enough about the quality. There wasn't a bad one here in this whole female drive, and certainly good to see. And I think just, again, just kudos for getting them ready and presented. I love white sheep that pop on these green shavings, and your guys' sheep here do that for us. And the whole breed, just kudos for getting them ready here for us. Guys, that's four tremendous Cheviot ewes. I think you could go any direction there and just be very, very happy. We're going to wait on those junior ewe lambs for next year and see how they do. We're going to use senior and reserve senior for overall champion and reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations on a nice set.
For our Cheviot Show, our Overall grand champion ewe went to our senior champion, which was the first place fitted yearling ewe, 4269, Breezeview 3772, Miss Joan, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve champion was our reserve senior champion out of the senior ewe lamb class, 4289, Spildy, 5366, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. That does conclude our Border Cheviot show for the juniors. Now we're ready to go into the Hampshires. Fitted, we will show the entire fitted show first.
Real competitive class of slick-sheared horns out here today. We're going to start with this young lady's ewe. Just the most well-balanced, evenly made type ewe. She's pretty up through her front, level over her top. She's adequate in her muscle, really good in her spring of rib. Just a really nice, well-balanced ewe. To start the class with this gentleman in second, another long-sided ewe, good extension up to her front. Gets a little bit rougher over her top than the first place individual, but to his advantage over her, a little bit better in the muscle shape, but still just not quite as pretty and well balanced from the side as our first place individual placed any higher today. This young man here in third, a smaller frame, the smallest frame lamb in the class, but a real stout made lamb, a lamb that when you handle it is really powerful over its top and carries a lot of muscle into the lower leg. If I could change this lamb up just a little bit, I'd just like to tighten up the hide, maybe thin it out a little bit. For a kind of a clubby looking sheep, just a little bit looser in his hide than she should be. The gentleman here in fourth, a bigger frame type ewe, a ewe that just doesn't carry enough width through the pins, hooks to the pins to place any higher today. The young lady here in fifth, a ewe that's a little bit designed a little bit backwards for me, a little bit bigger in the front than she is to the back. Her wedge is kind of the wrong way, but still a really nice, big, bold type of ewe. Congratulations.
To finish up our Border Cheviot show, we do want to announce our futurity results. In the yearling ewes, first place in the futurity went to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Moore, 261. Second place in that yearling ewe futurity was Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana, with Breezeview 3375. In the fall ewe lambs, our futurity winner was Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee, with Spildy 5324. Second, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Spildy 5370. And third, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with M. Noner 2584. For the spring ewe lambs, our futurity winner was Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio, with Blackacre 32. Second, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Moore 274. And third to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Gold 035. Placing on the Horn Dorset Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class. First to 4870, Gadsby. 2323, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 4868, Hunt Club Lambs. 2129, James Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. Third to 4863, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 4864, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. And 5 to 4865, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio.
I promised the young lady with the spring ewe, fitted ewe, that I would talk her a little bit in the champion drive just to kind of save a little time. This is a really well-balanced, really nice long-made ewe, a ewe that stands down a substantial foot and leg, a ewe that could have stood quite a bit of competition in her class. But I've got a few ewes here in this champion drive that kind of outpower her a little bit level over her top. Today, I'm going to go ahead and use the slick-sheared spring ewe lamb for champion, and the the fitted early spring or for reserve. Congratulations.
Our junior champion for the Horn Dorset show goes to the first place out of the Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class. Entry 4870, Gadsby 2323, Madeline Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. Reserve junior champion came from the fitted winter ewe lamb class, 4857, Sink Paget 1938, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Your natural colored Lincoln ewe lambs here. We got an eye popper here for the fleece. Really beautiful, rib, big top kind of ewe. Super sound in her movement. She's level and straight back over the top. Just a really easy place to start for me. I think she's going to make a well of a brood ewe and a nice ewe next year. You here in two, wow, she's going to be elevated, I think, is the conversation. I mean, when you start looking at her point of shoulder and her length of top there, I think she's going to be an eye-popping yearling ewe. She can grow into that rib. She opens herself up a little bit. She doesn't have as much channel to her now, but I think if we get farther down the road, if she gets a little bit more development, this becomes a different conversation today. Really a diaper dandy here in the tube hole. You here in three, another young kind of a female, not quite as elevated up to her front one-third of her L's, but beautiful fleece, kind of a sheep. We swapped her here into the three hole. Really good down over her top and through her hips, sound on the move. She just runs into a really big storm of horses up here in 1 and 2. You here in 4, another beautifully balanced, good top sheep down over her top and hip. A ewe that we'd like to change in terms of that fleece as she gets into a lower side maybe a little bit. She has a tendency to cross knit just a little bit more. You is here in 5, really a beautiful profiling ewe in her own right. She's just not as far along as some of the other sheep in class. We'd like to change her in terms of moving off that road hawk.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln late ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 5907, JRE 232253, Riker Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to 5909, Buckshot 2317, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third place to 5908, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. 4 to 5906, Olivia Lanke, Bedford, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 5910, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois.
Here in the Grand Champion Horn Dorset ewe show, we've got some really exceptional females out here. Like I said, I don't raise Horn Dorsets, but I sure do appreciate them for their natural muscling and their just the boldness and maternal qualities of them. But today I've got a fitted ewe here that I just fell in love with when she walked into the ring. She's just extremely well balanced, handles really well. A ewe that I think that you could peel the wool off of, and she'd stand with any of the slick sheareds. So I'm going to go ahead and use the fitted ewe for champion and the slick ewe for reserve for today. Congratulations to all of you.
For our Horn Dorset show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, Oberholzer 2218, Emma Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion. First in the Slickshorn Winter Spring ULAM class, Gadsby 2323, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. That does conclude our Horn Dorset show. We're ready to move into our Dorset Advantage show.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring as we get started in this fitted breed, and I think a really nice way to start here for us with these senior Ram Lambs. I think some differences in the two, but both very positives in terms of what they bring to the table. Really a sound moving sheep here to start the class with. Just great Hampshire breed character about him. There's not a hole in his top when you run your hands down him. Really, really square in terms of his edges, sound on his feet and legs. I think an awfully nice one here. Maybe one that's going to be a little taller if we measure him here in a second. And you certainly appreciate the growth about him, his length and his style about him. Really a big-footed sheep. You appreciate that about him. There's not as much to him in terms of his top shape today, but boy, I tell you, a nice pair. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the National Hampshire Junior Show, fitted senior Ram Lambs, first to entry 5266, King Diamond Ranch, 254 Double R Twin, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. Second place to 5268, Fuller Sheep Farm 22HB, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Placing on the pair of natural colored Lincoln Ewe Lambs, first place went to 5912, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second place to 5911, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania.
We're getting your Champion U on the natural Lincoln side here. We got some really nice candidates all the way through. We're going to come back and use that yearling ewe for your Champion U. I think it's very close for me between her and the Spring Ewe Lamb, who's certainly going to be a beauty next year. I think just a gorgeous fleece and beautiful design. I think she fits in type and kind of movement. They're going to be Champion Reserve. Congratulations.
For our natural colored Lincoln show, our grand champion went to our first place yearling at U, 5893, Buckshot 2226, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. The reserve grand champion to our late U Lamb class winner, 5907, JRE 232253, Riker Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Now ready for best natural colored fleece.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, our January Ram Lambs here. My two favorite bucks in motion want to roach their top just a little bit, so we're going to throw that out. I think maybe just more of an attitude thing than anything. I think both of these are real useful type rams, and certainly ones that offer a lot of positives here for us. There's more dimension in this first one's top. I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to set his hock once in a while, just a little square right in behind him if we could. One that's got some dimension about him, really good about his Hampshire breed character, just a nice sheep. He's just a little bit better behind his shoulder than we have in that second ram. Second ram, I love that one's hip, and maybe where he sets that rear hock just a little neater than our class winner. But a sheep that just, in terms of dimension and width, just gives up just a nickel today. I think a very nice pair there in 1 and 2. Third, 4, and 5, some different pieces floating here. I think a real young, youthful ram here to come into third. He's the next best one in terms of his top shape. Maybe not quite as square in his pin as our class winner in that 1 and 2nd. Really good, again, about his breed character, though. Working to a couple rams that are really, really tall and neat in terms of their appearance. Just need more of them today when you put your hands on them. That's a good class all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
To start our Dorset Advantage show, we have a really nice set of fall ram lambs up here. We're going to start with a lighter featured ram, a real powerful made ram, real clean through his front end, really good in his muscle shape, stands down on some substantial bone, some substantial foot, just a really nice, well-balanced ram to start the class. The young lady here in second, a longer-sided ram, I can really appreciate that. He's bold in his rib, deep in his flank, a really nice ram. Just a little bit heavier in the front end for me today, but still a real usable ram. This gentleman here in third, a real nice long-sided ram, a little bit flatter in his rib shape, giving up the total pounds of production of our top two animals to place any higher today. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Hampshire show. First place goes to entry 5271, Klug, Double H 23-168, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. Second to 5272, Peterson 23132, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to 5273, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 5269, Ryder Junton, Bryant, South Dakota. And 5 to 5270, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Placing on the Dorset Advantage fall/winter Ram Lamb class. First to entry 5133, Obsession Showstock 3143, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Second to 5131, HHF 2303, Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. And third to 5130, Hanley 2323, Logan Tukluski, Trafalgar, Indiana. For the natural colored Lincoln show, our best natural colored fleece went to entry 5903, Campbell. 306 176, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And that was a ewe lamb out of the early ewe lamb class.
Here in the Hampshire fitted side of the ring here, we move into the next class of ram lambs here, our Februaries. And I think just another nice trio of bucks that are very good in terms of their breed character. Again, some differences in maturity here for us. That first sheep's just the best top to him, and you run your hands down it. Not a hole in it from there in his rack back in through his hip. He's really good in terms of his character. Maybe not as stout-footed as a couple of them behind him. I think he's adequate, though. That sheep's got rib and just tremendous when you handle him in terms of dimension. That second one comes to us just pretty as a picture. They've got him dialed in. He is really neat in terms of his front end. I love him at the point of his shoulders. I love his feet where he stamps them down. I like his breastplate just a nickel better maybe than that one that comes in third. He does, when you get your hands on him, though, just narrow up quite a bit compared to that class winner. But boy, I read him to be a buck that's going to be large next year and just still pretty good. The third one comes to us, a little rounder made, a little coarser made buck. Certainly love his bone. He's the biggest bone one here, and I like that about him. Just got to maybe square his edges up just a nickel. Good trio. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored young flock for the National Lincoln Show. First place goes to entry 5923, Olivia Lanke, Bedford, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 5924, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. That does conclude your National Lincoln Junior Show. We're now ready to move into the Border Leicester Junior Show. White Fall Ram Lambs will be your first class. Placing on the February fitted class of Hampshires for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First to 5274, Plaza Hamps, 1686, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. Second to 5275, Bobendreyer Boys, 2330, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to 5277, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. For the Hampshires, placing on the fitted March Ram Lamb class, first place to 5281. Double bar D, 2304, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
The girls bring you an uncontested March Ram Lamb here in our Hampshire side of the ring. One that's extremely straight spined. That sheep's got character about him in terms of his breed. I think just a big-footed one that's going to continue to grow. Let's give him a big round of applause. That's a nice entry. Congratulations.
Over here on the Blue Leicester side, we've got one early buck lamb here to talk about. A real long top, kind of a sheep, very level out through his dock. A lamb that's got a nice fleece in terms of nice consistency and handle from bend to rear.
In our Dorset Advantage Ram Lamb class, we're going to start the class with this clown face ram. Just a real thick, powerful made ram. You handle him, he's smooth in his hide, he's smooth in his lines, good in his testicular development. Just a really powerful made ram. A ram in second most closely follows him. A little longer maybe sided on the profile. But a ram that gives up the overall mass and volume of our first place animal. Not quite as far along in his testicular development, but I don't think he's underdeveloped. But I can leave him in the second hole. This young lady here in third, a ram that you really appreciate for his thickness over his loin, his squareness, good muscle shape, just a little bit bolder in his front end than I would like to see. But still a really nice ram. The piebald hit ram here in fourth, a really expressive racked ram, a ram that's given up some total mass and volume to place any higher day, but for a piebald ram, a really, really good example. The young lady here in fifth, another ram that's, if he just a little bit, take a leveler over the hip, a little smoother over the loin, maybe could pop up a couple more places in the class. And all in all, a really nice set of buck lambs. Congratulations.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring for our fitted overall champion and reserve ram, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. Again, very well presented, and I think high quality here for us. I think it's close between a couple rams here, and maybe you think that fall buck is a little moderate. Maybe he's not quite as big and as stretchy as maybe some of you want. I think that thing is really good, though. I think he's wide, he's dimensional, super footed. He'll be our champion today. We'll come back and get that February for reserve. I think they both are really, really good top sheep. They're sound. I think this is a nice pair. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester White Fall Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 4335, Price Walmsley 3093, Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. Placing on the class of Dorset Advantage Spring Ram Lambs, first to entry 5139. Northern Star Livestock Service 23077, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to 5135, Northern Star Livestock Service 23164, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Third to 5136, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 4 to 5137, Shayla Crouch. Fifth place to 5138, Amara Bugenhagen, Maquanga, Wisconsin. The Southdown Star Sale will begin at 12:30 today in the East Hall. This is sponsored by American Southdown Breeders and Willoughby Sales.
Here in the champion Dorset Advantage Ram Lamb Drive, we have some really powerful rams out here, rams that you can take home, put on your ewes, and be happy with the product and the pounds of lamb that they produce. I'm going to go ahead and use the clown face ram for champion, kind of a sucker for those, but a ram that's a little bit leveler in his top and a little bit cooler in his front end than the fall ram that I'm using for reserve. But both a really nice set of rams. Congratulations.
Okay. For our Hampshire show, our Our fitted champion ram goes to the first place fitted senior ram lamb, entry 5266, King Diamond Ranch, 254, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. The reserve champion was first in the fitted March ram lamb class, 5281. Pardon me, it was first in the fitted February ram lamb class, 5274, Plaza Hamp, 1686, Brody Payne of Agency, Missouri. For our Dorset Advantage, our champion ram was first in the spring ram lamb class, Northern Star Livestock Service, 23077, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve champion was first in the fall winter ram lamb class, Obsession Showstock, 3143, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio.
kind of when you get into sorting them a little bit harder and you get to analyzing them really hard and try and sort it out, it gets a little bit muddier. I think the sheep that's best in terms of the combination of things that I'm looking for here, and we start talking about Border Leicester potential stud rams, a ram that's really strong in his head. He's got some width of skull to him, some openness about his chest floor. He's big back across that top. I like him in terms of his blade to his full rib there. Really good fleece sheep, good handle there. He gives up a tad bit of overall spine length, I think, maybe to the rams in 2 and 3, but I think he makes up for it in terms of his rib shape, fleece, and his amount of thickness and top and levelness through his dock. A ram that's going to be a big guy here in 2, another good strong-headed sheep. You like how clean he is behind that ear. I'd maybe like to elevate the ear set a little bit for me. Make him just a little bit heavier in terms of the set to his hock there, a little bit more angle to it, maybe just a little bit. Beautiful fleece on the sheep, good top, kind of a ram, falls in the 2-hole very nicely. Problem sheep for me here in 3. He's super beautiful up front. Plenty of extension up there, not quite as wide-skulled. I don't read him as being as old as the rams that went in 1 and 2. I don't think he's going to be as naturally as thick and as pulled apart in his chest floor, opened up about his rib as much as the rams in 1 and 2. He's going to be 3 here as he's just a little bit lighter in terms of his fleece. Ram in 4, super sound sheep. He's never going to be the big sheep. He's never going to be the long sheep. Just super sound, super good in his makeup. Really good down over that top. Nice fleece. He makes a nice place in 4. 5's my problem. Here's a great big bodied kind of a sheep. He's over in his condition. Consequently, he makes him just a little bit softer off those pastures, but a lot of good things about him to add back to a flock when you start looking at natural thickness and how wide he is. Beautiful fleece, kind of a buck with a big thick head on him.
Placing on the white spring ram lambs for the Border Leicester show. First place to entry number 4343, H. Barkley 2326, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to 4340, J. Baird 0050, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third place to 4345, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. 4 to 4336, Gage Sather, Bumpass, Virginia, and 5 to 4344, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, we've got a tremendous set of fitted yearling ewes here, and I think some differences that you can sort through, and I like all 5 of these for different reasons. I think you can win with a couple different ones here and justify it. I think a real elegant feminine ewe that wins for us, really great in her top. She's got a big hip and pin set in her, and for me, I guess what just tips the nod here in separating those two is just right in behind her and how she handles those 2 rear hocks, just a little square in motion, and then when we get her stuck here too. I think this is a real neat female, very highly presented. She looks like a Hampshire. I think this is a nice ewe. Once in a while, she wants to get a little flexy on her pasterns. I know that happens here sometimes. I don't think she's bad, but I want to point that out. I do see it. I think that's an awfully nice female to come into first. Our second one, boy, is she massive and wide and dimensional and big ribbed. We changed that hock just ever so slightly on her. I think we can run with that one. I think that's a darn nice one. To get one that bold and yet that good looking is really, really hard. I think that's a nice ewe in second as well. Great female here in third, and I like the elevation, the shoulder, how she comes at the point of her shoulders in motion and what she does with her balance. I just got to give more of her compared to those first 2. I think there's nothing wrong with that one in terms of soundness and in breed character. I just need more of that female to get ahead of those first 2 today. Big U comes to us in 4. Love that female, just how long she is, really long from her hooks to pins. She's not as fancy maybe as a couple of them that are ahead of her, but another good-footed one, good about her head. I think that's a nice ewe in 4. 5 comes to us, just a good old all-American sheep here. Got some rib, some top shape to her, not quite as fancy, not quite as stout maybe as a couple of them, but darn good as well. Let's give them a big round of applause. Good set of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Your Border Leicester selection of the champion ram here. We've got a really nice set. We haven't had a lot of numbers, but we've got some really good ones. We're going to come back and use your first and second place in the late class. Really deep class. Beautiful headed, good fleece kind of rams to be champion reserve.
For the Border Leicester White Division, our champion and reserve champion ram came out of the same class, the White Spring Ram Lamb class. First place and champion was 43-43. H. Barclay 23-26, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The reserve champion was 43-40, J. Baird, also shown by Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U class, first place to 5296, 2228, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to 5286, Meyer, 2224, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to 5291, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 5285, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. And 5 to 5289, Lila and Lucas Banks, Greenfield, Ohio.
This class of Dorset Advantage U's. I'm going to start with a real flashy ewe, a ewe that when set on the profile just catches your eye. She's got some really good extension up through the front end, stands down on adequate bone for me, a good length of body, adequate through her muscling, and a really nice spring to her rib. Followed her up with a ewe here in second, a ewe that's just a little bit heavier in the front end, a little heavier in her condition. A ewe that probably a touch more powerful. If I could just kind of fill her out there through her loin, just level off her dock just a bit, she'd place a little higher. I was trying to evaluate her front end. I'm not a big shag person because I can't quite see the feet. I think she might turn out a little bit on her front feet, just a touch. So I left her there in second. The ewe in third, a real bold, powerful made ewe. A ewe that she's pretty far along in her pregnancy, so that kind of takes away from her show pizzazz, so to speak. But a ewe that you can really appreciate for her production type, her the amount of overall muscle and dimension. The young gentleman here in fourth, just a really well balanced ewe, a ewe that's not not overly conditioned, a ewe that just kind of puts all the pieces together, just doesn't have quite enough oompa to get any higher up in the class today. The young lady here in fifth, another one, just gives up the overall total volume of muscle to place any higher. Congratulations to you all.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Yearling U class, first place to entry 5152, Heisdorfer Dorset's 22053, Lauren Andrews, Plymouth, Indiana. Second place to entry number 5147, Deno Livestock 22010, Rosalina Laney Pop, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to 5151, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 4 to 5153, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. And 5 to entry 5149, Riley Smith, Kentland, Indiana.
On the Hampshire side of the ring here, we got our fitted fall ewe lambs here. And again, I think just a tremendous set here and some differences. Again, we're going to probably talk about differences all day, and that's what separates these sheep for us. I'll be the first to admit, I don't love what this class winner does with her back legs when we set her into motion. She's not perfect there, but boy, that's a big time female. I think those are hard to make. She's got a tight set of baby teeth in her mouth. She's very, very angular, very good in terms of her growth. She's super spined. You run your hands down her top, there's not a hole in her. There's hardly any wool on her. She's got some stifle shape about her. If we could change her in motion there, I think that is one whale of a female. Congratulations on a nice set. I don't love how she moves. I'm going to use her today just for a lot of other positive pieces. I think the next one that comes behind her is real similar. I think she's better in motion. She's not quite as neat up through her front end. She's not quite as massive as that first ewe, but another really good one down her top in terms of her spine. She's very sound on her feet and legs. I think just another darn nice one here. Interesting one comes to us in 3. Another one that you run your hands down, not a hole in her in terms of her top. I think she just needs a few more days to develop and mature and just widen up compared to those first 2, but sound on her feet and legs, super angular. Love her at the point of her shoulders. I read that one to be an awfully good yearling ewe come next year for us. A little more moderated type female comes to us in 4. Big sound feet and legs underneath her. She shortens up, doesn't have quite the pizzazz and angle to her front end and shoulder, but I think a female that when you measure her out in terms of dimension, I think she has to be here in the mix here for us. Real tall fronted one comes to us in 5. Gives up quite a bit of dimension down her top, gets a little finer in her features, like to change that about her. And then we round out the class with one I dig quite a bit. There's some things you want to change about her. She could be quite a bit bigger compared to some of these in terms of her height. She's really good footed though, very sound, got a great Hampshire head about her. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted senior ewe lamb class for the Hampshire show, first place to 5306, Fuller Sheep Farm 2270, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Second place to 5307, Fuller Sheep Farm 2271, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Third place to 5299, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 5301, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. And 5 to 5305, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
ringside here. Let's put our hands together for our Hampshire senior females here in our fitted division. I think just four excellent individuals. And again, there's some differences in them, and that's what you're raising the kind you like, and I think that's what we should do. We got to like those ones that we go out and feed every day. For me, there's just a pair that I thought was super close in class. Those two yearling ewes will be our champion in reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Well, and was evaluating this Blue Lester yearling ewes. I think it's a little bit of, if you want it, we can find it in the class. I think the ewe that's best combination for me here, in good top to you here to start us off, really heavy. I mean, you hit her, it's just like a brick down her top. She's level and square back over that hooks and pins. You know, it's more than adequately heavy in her structure, got enough rib design to her. She's strong enough about her head. Ewes here in 2 and 3, very similar in their type and kind. Beautiful rib structure in these sheep. I absolutely love that about them. They're long top, they're heavy sheep, they're big bodied sheep. I'd love them to move just a little bit better off that rear third. These ewes just don't quite have enough set of hock to them, but beautiful heads on these ewes, a real open fleece, maybe not as heavy shearing as my class winner, but the ewe in 3 probably just doesn't quite handle quite as long from that 13th rib on back as the ewe that wins the class, maybe not quite as elevated in her chest floor either. Ewe that's here in the 4 hole, a ewe that's very straight and level in her overall makeup. She's sound enough in her design. She gets a little slopey from hooks back to pins. Another beautiful fleece kind of a ewe. You here that rounds us out in the top 5. Maybe one of my favorite fleeces. Not everybody in the Boyer Lester barn is going to love this, but that's going to be a heavy shearing kind of a fleece. Really straight and level down over the top. Just not quite enough sheep here today to move her any farther.
For our Hampshire show, our fitted senior champion and reserve senior champion both came out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Our champion, 52.96, 22.28, Ellie Hansen of Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve senior champion was second in that fitted yearling ewe class, 52.86, Meyer, 22.24, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the white yearling ewe class for the Border Leicester show, first place to 4352, T. Johnson 0158, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 4353, Hickory Grove 122, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Third place to 4362, Oakley Yard. Fourth place to 4349, Abigail Walmsley, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5 to 4351, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania.
Class of Dorset Advantage fall ewes. I'm going to go ahead and start with this young lady's ewe. To me, she's pretty well balanced. Adequate in her muscling. If I could drop her in her flank just a touch, elevate her chest floor just a hair more, but yet she is one of the more feminine fronted ewes in the class, and so that's why I stuck her there in the 1 hole. This gentleman is second, a real powerful made ewe, a little bit smaller in her frame, maybe touch pushing that frame size a little bit small for my personal taste, and a little bit bolder in the front end to place any higher today. Young lady here with the piebald ewe, a really well-balanced ewe, a real long-sided ewe, a ewe that handles a rack shape that really well for the type and kind that she is. Just gives over the total muscle shape and volume of the top two animals to place any further today, but I can really appreciate her femininity. We get down to this pair of massive ewes here at the bottom of the or 4 and 5 hole. They're ewes that are just a little bit thicker, more not quite as feminine in their type for me today, a little bit deeper in their body, heavier in their condition, but still a nice pair of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to 5162. Fisher Club Lambs 23318. Jordan Weldon, Knoxville, Iowa. Second place to 5163. DBL Wood Showstock W6AAI. Brady Galando. Calipatria, California. Third place to 5158, Jordan Weldon, Knoxville, Iowa. 4 to 5159, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5 to 5164, Drew George, Niles, Michigan.
Hampshire side of the ring here. Really a nice set of January ewe lambs here. And again, we sort them in some differences here. I love this first ewe lamb in terms of when they get her stuck and her dimension and her handle, her stifle shape and her rib. Really big-footed and very sound on her toes as we move around the ring. And as we get her stamped here, she does in motion want to roach up just a little bit. And I think it's more of an attitude situation than it is physical. That's a nice female. She's got a nice three-quarter view. She's got lots of elevation up through her front end. I think a big-time female there in that first hole. Our second one, just a good moving sheep around the ring. Really, really rugged. Great Hampshire head about her. Not as much of her in terms of just dimension and handle that we have in that first ewe, but again, a good-footed ewe that just tracks around the ring like we like to see them. Our third one, another very sound one. Great Hampshire breed character, highly presented. I just need a little more of her. She just gives up a little bit of size and scale in this deal. Really, maybe a little dimension down her top, but really a neat female. We read her to continue to grow and be awfully good as a yearling ewe. I think that's a nice trio. A little more rugged type of a female comes to us in 4. Just a great handling sheep. There's hardly any wool on her. She's really good-footed, really good in her rib. I think this is a darn nice one there that comes 4. And then we got 1 and 5 that we're going to project to be maybe one of the bigger yearling ewes here in this deal. She gets a little finer in terms of her feature. She's a little narrower constructed as we get away from her in terms of her movement, but really a nice group. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 5319, Merrill 2303, Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second place to 5314, Klug, HH 23268, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 5317, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 4 to 5324, Lila and Lucas Banks, Greenfield, Ohio. And 5 to 5325, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Yolanda wins the class. Super profiling, beautiful handling fleece. Does so with a really nice head on this ewe. She's got some change and roam to that nose. Got some ears that come up on her, really elevated, extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. Beautifully handled fleece in terms of the way that's presented to me today. You hear in the two here a little rougher handle to that fleece, but super good down over her top and through her hip. A little bit more mass through the center portion of her body. A little heavier to the ground than the ewe that wins the class. Another beautiful headed ewe. You hear in 3's not really wanting to cooperate today, but she's a good one in her own right. Not as expansive and massive across that top as you use in 1 and 2. Beautiful rib shape to this year again, popping when you open that fleece up with the luster that she has, maybe just a tad finer than the first 2 fleeces. Lambs here in 3 and 4, very similar in their type and kind. Really like the extension and femininity of this lamb that's here in the full hole. Young man has, I think, a ewe that's going to continue to go on and grow. A ewe that's dead level down over that top. I like her outer rib shape and design, still elevated up through that chest fork compared to the ewe here in 5. Ewe here in 5, just a little rougher kind of a fleece to handle today. Doesn't have quite the presentation as some of them in front of her. She's a little lighter at her bone and to the ground in comparison. She's not quite as narrow. She's just a little bit more narrow to the ground than the ewes that are in front of her. Very good ewe in her own right, a nice class.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, our February fitted ewe lambs here. I think this, again, darn good set here to sort through. I think you get one on top that's just square-edged and massive, yet good-looking and neat in her shoulder. She's got some femininity about her, just rugged in her bone and really, really square where she sets those feet into motion. I think a nice rib about that female, just an awfully nice one here to come first. Our second one that follows her, really neat designed and angular, not quite as square in her hip structure. She didn't want to come out here at first, but when you set that one into motion, she tracks good. She's a little finer featured maybe than that class winner, but an awfully nice one there in terms of growth. I think that reads to be an awfully big yearling ewe come next year. Our third one, highly presented. If we're going to give a fitted award, young man, you do a great job of getting that one ready here for us. Very white and clean. I appreciate that. That sheep's a little moderate compared to those first two, but boy, is she square, wide, and massive, good-footed. Just a great head about her in terms of her Hampshire breed character. I think a nice female to come into us in third hole. A bigger type of female that comes to us in four, a little coarser in her shoulder, not quite as neat maybe made as those first two or three. Another good-footed one, though, with a nice head about her. Then we work into a couple here, just giving up some dimension, maybe not as much pizzazz in those two. Really a nice class, though, all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the February fitted ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 5333 Mum 2305 Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to 5331 Meyer 2330 Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 5334 Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. 4 to 5332 Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 5330 Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the Border Leicester the Border Leicester White Division Early Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to 4358 H. Barclay 2333 Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Second to 4357 J. Baird 0052 Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to 4356 Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. 4 to 4362 Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5 to 4361 Oakley Yard.
The Dorset Advantage ewe lambs over here in ring one. I'm going to start the class with the biggest framed ewe that walked in the ring. But to her advantage, she's the best balanced ewe that we had out here. She stands down on a tremendous foot. She's thick over her top. She's got adequate muscling for a ewe lamb. She's feminine up through her front end and a good spring to her rib and good capacity. A real maternal type, but yet still showy enough to climb her way up here on the green shavings. This young lady here in second, kind of a different type and kind, a ewe that I can really appreciate her dimension of muscle and shape, a ewe that just gives up a little bit of the smoothness over the top and the squareness over the dock of our first place animal to place any higher today. The young lady here in third, another ewe that is closely paired up with our second place animal. A ewe that if I could change her up to move her up a little bit higher, I'd just like to take her and tighten her up in the points of her shoulder, and maybe just change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. Her neck comes out of her shoulder, but still a really good, powerfully made ewe. You get down here and the two gentlemen in fourth and fifth. Both of these are really nice handling lambs. The lambs that I really appreciate when I get my hands on them. They're just not quite smooth enough over their tops, filled out in their loins to place any higher up today. But really nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Dorset Advantage Winter ewe lambs, first place to entry 5242, WD Dorset's 1282 AI, Allison Poling, Richwood, Ohio. Second place to entry 5253, Dow Show Lambs, 3345, Dottie Lefty, Lincoln, California. Third place to entry number 5257, Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. Fourth place to 5251, Brady Evans, Dover, Ohio. And 5 to 5246, Blaney Hesse, Annville, Pennsylvania. The Junior Merino Association is selling 50-50 tickets. The drawing will be after the Merino Open Show Sunday evening.
These later born ewe lambs are just a really strong-headed, beautifully balanced, heavy structured kind of a ewe sheep with some balance and design to it. A really good fleece as you work from end to end, I think makes a handy winner for us. Most liker and type and kind young man's holding here in 2. Maybe doesn't come with the pizzazz up front and the elevation in her chest fluid there, not quite as extended in her overall makeup or her length from that 13th rib on back in comparison. Another heavy structured kind of a sheep with plenty of ribs. She fits nicely in 2. You here in 3, a really big, massive bodied kind of a sheep. If you love her long, level top in her, she's not quite as much structured to the ground, not quite as wide based in her channel there. Not as opened up about her breastbone maybe, but another beautiful headed ewe, more than adequate about her fleece, still got some luster to it. She's going to be 3. You here in 4, a really balanced made kind of a female. She's a little shorter back for me. It's a little shorter from the hooks back into her pins, maybe in comparison to the next set of ewes up a line, but a really good headed kind of a ewe that fits nicely in there. She'll be a nice piece moving forward. You here in 5, she may have the disadvantage in terms of her birth date, I think, but really going to be elevated at the shoulder. Beautiful profiling kind of a sheep. You'd like to maybe just take those ears and twist them up a little bit on a notch, but widen her up just a little bit, but a beautiful profiling kind of sheep to fall in 5.
On the Hampshire side of the ring here, our next ewe lamb class here. So a little tougher to put together here because when we get them stuck, it changes. When we handle them, it changes. And then we put them into motion, it changes. So for me, I guess just the complete sheep here, 80% of you probably standing on the outside maybe think that needs to be a little bit more horsey or bigger. I'm not going to argue with you. I'd like to see that sheep just a little bigger if we could. That sheep is so sound and smooth. She's got some rack shape. She's the best one right out in terms of her rack shape into her loin. She's got some stifle shape about her. Beautiful in terms of her character. And then she's stout-footed as well. Set her into motion, and she tracks really good. I think a nice female there. Our second one, the young guys, or young people, get her stuck, and really a nice female. That female is bold and massive in terms of her dimension and her look. You get your hands on her. She's not quite as good there in terms of her rack shape right behind her shoulder than we have in that class winner. But very sound on her feet and legs. I love that one in terms of just balance and design. Our next one comes to us, again, very good headed in terms of her character. Really, really long from her 13th rib. giving up some dimension those first two have. I love her feet, though. She's got lots of wool about her. I just think that's an awfully nice one there. One that comes to us in 4, shortens up just a nickel from flank to flank. You percent her out. She percents pretty good. Very, very nice in terms of her feet and legs. Just gives up, again, some dimension, maybe working compared to a couple of them. Then we round out the class with a real neat designed one. In behind her, I'd like to just widen her up just a little bit. I read that one to be a big yearling ewe come next year. I love that one's front end extension at the point of her shoulders. That's a good set again all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted March ewe lambs, first to 53.45, Charland Farms, 23.40, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to 53.46, Mum, 23.71, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 53.43, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. 4 to 53.41, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And 5 to 53.44, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the late spring ewe lamb class for the white border Leicesters. First place to 43.70, Jay Baird, 0051, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to 43.65, Sather, 9008, Gage Sather, Bum Pass, Virginia. Third place to 255, Samantha Logan, Orient, Ohio. 4 to 43.64, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And 5 to 43.63, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania.
We get here to your champion drive and your Blue Leicester ewes. We're going to go ahead and use that yearling ewe. Love that big, thick top in her. She's balanced, she's straight, she's level. She handles beautifully. Nice headed ewe. She's going to be champion very quickly for me. We're going to come back and use the early lamb here for a reserve. I think a beautiful fleeced ewe. She's got a nice structure up underneath her in terms of the feet and legs on this ewe. Beautiful head on her. She's going to be a nice place for a reserve. Congratulations.
For our Border Leicester show, in the white division, our champion ewe goes to the yearling ewe, 43.52, T. Johnson, 0158, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The reserve champion came from the early spring ewe lamb class, entry 43.58, H. Barkley, 2333, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
On the Hampshire side of the ring here, we're picking our junior champion and reserve of our younger females. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors here. I think a darn nice group here as we get them back out here and stack those against those seniors here in just a minute. There's a pair of them that I think we stick together with today. One of them moves around the ring just a tick freer and easier, and one of them's got a few more bells and whistles in terms of her feature. I'll go show you how I like them. I'm just going to say I'm not going to go shake their hand. Our February ewe lamb will be our junior champion, and our January you'll be our reserve. Nice set. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe went to the first place fitted February ewe lamb, entry 5333, Mum 2305, Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. The reserve junior champion was our first place fitted January ewe lamb, 5319, Merrill 2303, Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, let's put our hands together as we get all 4 females back out here for champion and reserve. I'm very, very proud of all 4 of them. I'm sure you guys that are holding them are too. I think we had some sheep that didn't get to be here that are awfully good. They've got some pieces and parts to them that we're trying to breed, and then kudos for just bringing a nice set of fitted Hampshires here for us. We are going to use both those yearling ewes, just big, big, massive type females, a lot of rib to them, a lot of dimension, taking nothing away from that pair of ewe lambs. I think they are rippers too. Congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Entry 5296, 2228. Charland Farm, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, also from that fitted yearling ewe class. 5286, Meyer, 2224, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready to move into our Slickshorn Hampshire show with Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs. For our Border Leicester Junior Show, the best white fleece went to entry number 4376. P. Hopkins, 2122, Milkshake. Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania. Placing on the white Border Leicester Young Flock class, first place to 4380, Oakley Yard of Watauga, Illinois. Second place to 4377, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. And third to 4379, Abigail Wamsley, Taylorville, Illinois. That does conclude the white portion of our Border Leicester show. Now ready to go into natural colored. And we have natural colored fall ram lambs should come to the ring.
Another real nice class of Dorset Advantages. We're going to start with this young lady here. A real attractive view from the profile. She handles well over her top. She's adequate in her lower leg. Just a really well-balanced type of ewe. I really appreciate her added length of side, something that I miss a lot of from days gone by. The young lady here in second, a lamb that really closely matches this first place individual. Kind of gives up the elevation in the front end and a little bit bolder in her front end than the first place ewe, but to her advantage, she is a little bit more powerful, but still a really nice, well-balanced ewe. This young lady here in third, again, a really pretty profiling lamb, a lamb that when she gets it stuck, it looks really good. Just a little bit softer in its handle, a little bit bolder in its points than the top three, but a ewe I think that just kind of follows that same group really well. A real uniform set there in the top three. The gentleman here in fourth, a lamb that just kind of gives up a little bit of the overall shape over the over the pins and the added muscle down into the lower quarter to get above those girls up in the top three, but a lamb that definitely is pretty from the profile and elegant on the move. As we come down to the fifth hole, a ewe that you really like for the overall width and dimension, a little bit deeper than the top four, giving me an indication maybe not as much total skeletal growth going forward, but still a really nice, powerfully made ewe. Congratulations to all of you.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to 52-32, CKC Livestock 23039, Kristen Cummings, Coatesville, Indiana. Second to 5226, Long Livestock 39 ET, Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. Third to 5219, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Fourth place to 5227, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5 to 5220, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio.
Your natural cover Burr Lester's here in the Ram classes. We only got two individuals to talk about. We got a dandy to start us. It really just glides around the ring when you see him in motion. Really beautiful fleece when you crack it open. He's big enough in his framework, flat enough in his spine, and level rack go through that hip. Taking the weapon away from this Ram here too. He's extremely elevated at the shoulder. A Ram that's going to continue to get in there and grow, maybe just a little bit finer in his overall design. We're going to go ahead and make him champion reserve. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Fall Ram Lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place goes to entry number 4383, Echo 2302, Guido, Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Second and reserve champion Ram goes to entry 4382, Price Wamsley 92, Ben Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois.
Here on our Hampshire side of the ring, we start in our slick-sheared rams, and I think just an awfully nice group here to start with. I think the sheep that wins kind of has maybe more bells and whistles and positives here for us than the ones behind him. I think he offers a lot of shape and dimension and rib and just handle about him. And then we set him into motion. I think he's one of the more correct ones on his feet and legs. He's got a lot of ruggedness about his bone. He's got a nice Hampshire head about him. I think just an awfully nice one to get started with. The next one, I think, closely follows him in type and kind. He gives up some shape in terms of his rack, in terms of his dimension and top. A nice hip sheep, though. He's a little finer featured, not quite as woolly as maybe that first one, but I think in type and kind, he follows him in second really nicely. The baby one here, and maybe reach out and say you like maybe him a lot in terms of some things he brings to the table. In this fall class, I'd like to see him a little more mature, a little further along, but super footed, great Hampshire breed character about him. Just a nice shape about him and his rack, and as he transitioned into that loin, I think this is a nice piece for a third hold. A little coarser ram, and you certainly appreciate the growth and dimension in this sheep. The sheep's really, really wide over the top of him. He's big hip and big pinned. Maybe he doesn't put it together in quite as neat a package in his shoulder and up front. Maybe changing there just a nickel, but some length about him. He's super long from his 13th rib. I like that sheep as well. It was to round out the top five here. A little rounder type sheep here in his shoulder. Rounds off there in his pin set just a notch, but lots of shape in his stifle. Very, very smooth made. They did a nice job of getting him ready. Let's give a big round of applause. Nice set of slick-sheared rams as we start the Hampshire slick-sheared show here.
Placing on the slick-shorn senior ram lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry 5356, Storms 1201, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry 5357, Flanders VIP 2671, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to entry 5351, Ben Wagner, Edison, Ohio. 4 to 5358, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to 5354, Alexis Krupp, Rogue River, Oregon.
Super sound, super balanced Border Leicester yearling ewe here to run with. She's super level down over that top and level out through her hip. She excels the class in terms of length of hip and width out there through those pins. She's got that big barrel on the center portion of her body, lots of pop to her when you open up that fleece. Maybe not the elevation the ewe here in 2 does. If you get to true height at the shoulder here, maybe the ewe here in 2 has a bit of an advantage. Another really big top kind of ewe with some open rib shape to her. I love her foot size that gets to the ground really wide. She's a ewe that's maybe a little bit shorter in her handle from the 13th rib on back. Not quite as much true muscle as you pull off that hip. A ewe that's maybe just not quite as soft in her handle all the way across that fleece. Ewe here in 3 most like the ewe here in 2 in her overall design. Maybe a little shorter package from end to end. A ewe that's really got some width of rib to her still. A ewe level back over those hooks and pins. We'd like to start her up and lengthen her out to move her farther up. One of the younger ewes here in the 4-hole, a ewe that's going to continue to go on and grow, I think. A ewe that's not quite as opened up about her chest and her rib shape in comparison to my first 3 ewes, but another beautiful headed, beautiful fleece kind of a ewe here in the 4-hole. A ewe most like her in type and kind here in 5. Very similar in terms of length of body, elevation of chest, floor, and extension of front. We'd just like to make more of her, open her up in her rib shape to move her farther up.
Really a nice set of slick-shirt Januaries here in the Hampshire side of the ring. I guess for me, one that gets some combination things going for us. I think he's got plenty of shape. He's not maybe the most massive anywhere, but I think that sheep's got plenty, and he ties a lot of the pieces together really nicely, especially in motion. I think that sheep tracks out extremely well. Really good footed sheep, and he's got some design about him. You get your hands on him, he's plenty wide. He's maybe not the biggest stifled sheep. I think he's really, really good in terms of his foot as we put him on the ground. I think that sheep is neat to the point of his shoulders. Really a nice one, guys. Congratulations. The next couple you can interchange for me. I think the next one's just big stifled and hard handling. He runs uphill. He tracks good. He looks just like that in motion. And I think that's where we get over that third one. The third one gets a little bit flat. He wants to run downhill just a notch. But I think this is a really good set of bucks that look like Hampshires. They've got some ruggedness about them. I think an awfully neat group here as we work into 1, 2, and 3. Our fourth one, a little more moderate, and you appreciate some things about him. That thing is chock full of muscle. Maybe like to give him a little more design, a little more stretch about him. But I think that's a nice sheep that comes in 4. Then we round out the top 5 with one that really angular about his shoulder. I like that about him. Looks like maybe going to read to be one of the bigger yearling rams here for us. I just have to give him a little more shape today working in his rack. But really a good set. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
You Border Leicester yearly ewe lambs here. We've only got one individual, and she's a good fleeced one from end to end. Super bright in her luster from end to end there as you work back through that bridge. Really good top kind of ewe lamb. A nice individual to start us off here in the ewe lambs.
Placing on the natural colored yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters, first place went to 43.88. Little Falls Farm, 22.16. Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Second place to 43.90. Little Falls Farm, 22.08. Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to 43.91. Josie Baird. Fourth place to 43.86. Benjamin Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois. And 5 to 53.87, Benjamin Walmsley. Placing on the class of natural colored early fall ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters, first to 43.94, WAF 23.191, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Placing on the class of slick-shorn January ram lambs for the Hampshires, first place to entry 53.61, FCL 2318, Silver Dollar, Sawyer Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 53.67, WF 797, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Third to 53.60, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 53-59, Lauren Richards, Geneva, Nebraska. And 5 to 53-62, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Oh. A tremendous pair of Dorset Advantage ewes to start the class. This gentleman up here has a ewe that's just extremely well balanced, clean up through her front end, has more than enough power, but still has a feminine neck set to her and depth of flank. Just a really, really well balanced, nice, clean ewe. The ewe in second, one that really follows her, gave her all the push that she could give. Just a little bit coarser in her front end than the first place individual. Maybe doesn't set that neck quite as well, but to her advantage, she comes off the dock just a touch better than the first, but not quite enough to get her above her today. But a really nice ewe. Here we go, and third, a ewe that's just giving up a little bit of frame size and overall power of our top two individuals, but still a really well balanced ewe, a ewe that's youthful in her appearance, and I think it can go on and be a pretty nice yearling ewe for her going forward. As we get down here, we have a bigger framed ewe, kind of fits the first two ewes a little bit better, but a little plainer in her design. Doesn't have quite the mass of her over the hips to place any higher to get her above that third place individual. The young lady here in fifth, another ewe. She just got out-powered today. She probably appeared and handled like one of the younger sheep in the class, but just gave up the overall size and volume and mass of our top four individuals. Congratulations, though.
Your boy Lester Late ewe lambs, really an eye popper here to start us off. Maybe not quite as much bone work here as the ewe and two in terms of at the ground, but really good down over her top, really expressive. She comes back long and flat over that loin and back through her hip. A ewe that's beautiful when you part that fleece. Still got some angularity about her head and ear. I think she makes a nice place for us to start. Really heavy structured ewe here in the two-hole. A ewe that's not quite as far along in her growth pattern yet today. A ewe that we'd maybe not like her to see this silver fleece caught up maybe quite so much. She has a tendency to just kind of cross knit a little bit, but a super heavy bodied kind of a sheep. Real thick made kind of a ewe here, rounds us out in three, not quite as naturally as wide in her overall makeup. She's not quite as torn apart in her chest floor as maybe the first two ewes that start the class. We like to change her in terms of that fleece about her hip just a little bit.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 5210, silver dollar 23012, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to entry 5193, Beyonce, Tommy Joy Hensley, Unicoi, Tennessee. Third to entry 5207, Katie Anderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 5213, Brianna Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 5195, Izzy Close, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester late ewe lamb class, first to 43.99, Jay Baird, 0041, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 43.98, Wooly Rose, 2320, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. And third to 43.97, Also Kevin Kitchen.
We've got a nice set here in your natural color champion U drive here. We've not had quite as many numbers as we've had in some of the other classes, but really nice set all the way through. We're going to go about your champions. We're going to be reserving in the yearling U's will be champion and reserve. I think really good kind of females that came out of a tough class.
Here in our Hampshire Slick Shorn Show, our February Ram Lambs here. I think just a darn nice set again. I'm telling you, really, really high quality. And you honestly could take this fifth place Ram and win with him because he's got so many positives and so many good things about him. For me, he just needs to be a little more of him today. But boy, over the top of that sheep, he is massive in his hip, massive in his pin. He just needs a few more days on feed, but that thing is really, really good. So we talked them backwards. I like that sheep to win quite a bit. Sheep that's very sound on his feet and legs. He's so wide and massive, yet got some look about him up through his front end. He's not the most whistle-fronted one that we have, but boy, is he stout in terms of his foot size, his three-quarter view, and that pin set is tremendous. The stifle is really good in that sheep. Got some rib about him. I think that's a nice sheep to start with. Our next one, and it looks like that we maybe ought to move that third one up, and I tell you, I struggle with that a couple times to do that. We're not getting this next sheep showed. The two young ladies, just that sheep outweighs them by a couple of clicks. That's a darn good one, though. You watch that sheep move in this ring. That sheep has no chest floor, no brisket, no breastplate. He is very, very cocky. He's very, very good in terms of his touch. He's very square. He just sets those feet extremely well. I like that sheep a bunch, girls. Congratulations. The next one comes to us. He looks like our class winner a lot. That sheep is not as massive as our class winner. He's not quite as square out through his hip as we have in that class winner. If you want to work him ahead a couple clicks, you sure can. I think that thing is super, super sound on his toes. I love him in motion. I think that is a trio of awfully good Hampshire Rams. Congratulations. Our fourth one comes to us, just a good sheep. That thing wedges the right way. He runs uphill. He's big in his foot size. From the side, he doesn't profile and balance quite as nice in terms of that flank that we have in a couple of them. But boy, I tell you, nice set. Congratulations.
For our Border Leicester Natural Colored Show, our champion U went to first place yearling U. Entry 4383, Little Falls Farm, 2216, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. The reserve champion was second in that yearling U class, 4390, Little Falls Farm, 2208, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. We are now ready to show for Best Colored Fleece in the Border Leicester Show. And then we have a young flock class. Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to 5375, Rockin' J. 23003, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Second to 5374, Billings Farm, EX 0618, 0039, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. Third place to 5378, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4:53.73, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 5 to 53.72, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. For the natural colored best fleece for the Border Leicesters, our best fleeced animal was entry 4403, Price Wamsley 92, Benjamin Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois. Then they placing on the young flock class for the Border Leicesters, first place goes to Benjamin Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois. Now ready for our natural colored show.
Here are Hampshire slick-sheared marsh ram lambs here. And for me, my favorite pair are real different. Half of you are going to like that first one, half of you are going to like the second one. And depending on what your breed or what your program needs, that's what those bucks are. They're both very sound. They're both very good-footed. We set them into motion, and they hold their balance together extremely well. They're tall at the point of their shoulders. One of them's just got a shot more shape and power about him. One of them's going to be the bigger yearling ram with a little more length about him. You certainly appreciate both of them. I'm going to use a little more power today. That second one just gets a little bit flat in that three-quarter view for me. I think both of them are very high quality. Congratulations. Our third one, I dig that sheep when they get him stuck. I think that sheep is very youthful. He looks like a marked sheep. He handles extremely good. I love his athleticness about him. When we set him into motion, he wants to run downhill ever so slightly. But boy, talk about Hampshire breed character and wool. I like that sheep quite a bit. A little more moderate sheep comes to us in 4, really square and big topped and big backed, really a big foot underneath that sheep. If we could just stretch him out kind of everywhere compared to those first 3, we'd have a little more of a case, but really a darn nice one there. Then we round out the top 5 with just a dead level, big hipped one that's got a lot of shape about him. He runs out of just dimension and muscle compared to a couple of them, but sound footed, really stout. That's a great class. Congratulations.
Natural colored early bucks here. We got a really sound winner, I think, in terms of his soundness. There's enough body of this sheep. He's got enough natural thickness to him. He comes out of his hip the right way, moves really well. He's got some depth and spring of rib to him in his body there. He fits in nicely with a very consistent fleece from end to end. Ram that probably most like him, I guess, in terms of any set in motion and on the move here, a big-footed buck here in 2. And if you get him at the chest floor, he's probably the highest at his chest floor of the 4. I'd maybe like to make him just a little bit more bold and open as he comes out of that blade there, as he comes across his top. But a buck that still moves very well. He's angled enough to him in his shoulder movement to get into that 2-hole. The ram here in 3, a little bit smaller package than the rams on either side. He's just a little bit crustier in terms of his fleece. Doesn't handle quite as soft and consistently from end to end. Just gets a little bit more packed back there on the hip. Buck with plenty of foot size to him, though. He's adequate in terms of his top shape. Big ram here that rounds us out. Would like to sound him up on his feet, legs, and his mouth.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn March Ram Lamb class, first to entry 5380, Johnson 2302, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to 5384, Hogger 23128, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to 5382, Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. 4 to 5379, Cynthia Connolly, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 5386, Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for this set of rams in this Slickshore deal. I think this is a darn good set. Again, we're going to see some differences floating around here today in these sheep, and I think these are really sound. They look like Hampshires. There's a pair of them that are probably a little more unique in their muscle shape and their handle, and of that pair, I like one of them just a nickel better in his breastplate in motion and what he does with his shoulder. I'll go show you those two. Let's put our hands together one more time, guys. That's a great set of Hampshire rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored class of senior ram lambs, first to entry 6056, Pines Inn natural colored 2256, Reese Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second place to 6053, RNC 796, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third to 6054, Jackson Jeske, Lerna, Illinois. And fourth to 6055, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. For our Hampshires in the Slickshorn division, our overall champion ram went to entry number 5380 out of the Slickshorn March Ram Lamb class, Johnson 2302, J.C. Johnson of Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve champion ram to 5369 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Johnson Family Show Stock 2333, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin.
Dorset Advantage ewe lamb class. I kind of went out of my norm here. I used a super powerful ewe, one that I watched come into the ring. I handled her a few times. I I tried to find enough fault with her so I didn't use her, and I couldn't. Um, is she perhaps too powerful to take away some of her femininity? Yes. Uh, is she going to be maybe difficult to lamb? Yes. Um, but for a ewe built with that much power, she handles herself really well. She's really well put together. A ewe that you can just appreciate on all kinds of different levels. And the pair of ewes that we have in second and third, ewes that definitely have adequate amount of power for me. Both very feminine in their design. I used the two over the three, just a little bit cleaner through the front end. The three has a little bit bolder in the point of her shoulder, gives a little bit more length of body, but that's how I saw them today. But a really tight pair of ewes, really nice. We get down here to the white ewe, a ewe that's just really well put together, really well balanced. A ewe that you can appreciate for her extension through the front end. Just gives over the overall shape of muscle in the hind leg compared to the top three. The piebald ewe in fifth, again, a really good example of a piebald. Just couldn't compete with the hip shape and power of our top four individuals today, but still a really good example of a piebald. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class. These are the late class of Spring Ewe Lambs. First place goes to 5183, Johnson Family Showstock 23155, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 5181, ACC Farm 2296 AI, Callie Carty, Jonesboro, Tennessee. Third place to entry number 5184, Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana. 4 to entry number 5170, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 5179, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma.
combination sheep here to start us off. Boys do a nice job of getting him stuck in line and making him look right. Really nice balanced sheep, and really excels the class down over his top and leveling his squartus, leveling through his hip there. He really excels in terms of his balance on the side view. I think he's got enough rib shape, and I think there's enough sheep there that go along with the pretty. And there's probably some folks that are not as excited about this sheep here in 2 as I am, but he's super good fleeced. He's big topped. He's heavy bodied. He's got staple all the way down onto his belly. He's very consistent back into his britch. He is not wanting to be here. He's got what this breed has got to get more of, and that's foot size to the ground. Around here in 3, you can't always eat it, but he's got plenty of pretty to burn, and he's really nice from the side view. This lamb is extended up through the front. He's fresh down his top, really dense, softer handling kind of a fleece, makes a nice spot in the 3 hole. There's just not quite enough sheep there to get him up over the next spot. Lamb I love to look at from the profile standpoint here in the 4 hole, a super long bodied, extended kind of a sheep. Doesn't balance up into his rear flank quite as nicely as some of the individuals in front of him. Really big footed kind of a sheep once again. I'd like him just tear open about that chest forward just a little bit more, as what we have here in the Ram in 5. Ram here in 5, not quite as smooth in his travel. He gets a little sharper and straighter about that shoulder. A lamb that certainly has enough rear flank for me. I think maybe just a little bit more time we can see this buck develop on, or his structure will come apart. One of the two.
Placing on the junior Ram Lamb class for the natural colored show. First place to entry 6062, Corzat 2340, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to entry 6060, Broken Arrow 462, Harper Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third to 6057, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 6059, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to 6064, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
The Dorset Advantage Grand U Drive. I think I have a pretty nice setup representative of the classes. My trailer's parked out at E27. You can go ahead and load them all up. That's fine. I'll take them home. I got kind of 2 sets up here in the front lineup that I'm sorting through. I'm really impressed with all of them here, all 6 classes. But I think today I'm going to take the added length of body and extension of the ewe lamb and from class 5 for champion, and go ahead and use the last class for reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
For our Dorset Advantage show, our grand champion ewe went to the class winner of the early spring ewe lamb class, silver dollar 23012, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve grand champion was our class winner of the late spring ewe lamb class, Johnson Family Showstock 23155, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky.
You're a champion here in the natural colored ram show. We're going to go ahead and use the big fall lamb here. I think he's a nice combination of power and design. I think he's got a nice fleece to him. I think he makes a nice placement and a really sound package for us to be your champion ram. We're going to come back here and use the spring lamb for reserve. Just super balanced, super straight made, no holes in him, came out of a tough class. He's going to be reserve.
For the natural colored show, our champion ram went to our senior ram lamb class winner, 5056. Pines Inn natural colored 2256 out of the senior ram lamb class, Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. The reserve champion was our class winner of the junior ram lamb class, 6062, Corzat 2346. Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
Well, what a way to start our Hampshire Slickshorn female show. And I guess there's a bunch of classes of these and a bunch of ewe lambs. I guess that for me, that this is a lot of different types and kinds in this drive. We're going to see that. That's just the way it is. People are making different ones. Half of you are going to say, I think this one's just a little weatherier than we need maybe on this side of the fence. And I'm not going to argue that. But that sheep is very unique in her build and her kind and her type. And then if you want to make her a little bigger, breed her to a bigger buck. That sheep's big enough, I think. She's not the tallest, but boy, is she shapely and just sound on her feet and legs. She, at times, wants to run downhill just a little bit, and I'd like to change that about her just a nickel if we could, but really good in her breastplate, really good in her shoulder, super handling sheep, big stifle, big-footed, and she puts them on the ground where they're supposed to. I think that's just an awfully nice sheep. Our second one, I think, closely follows her. She's not quite as unique in terms of her muscle shape, in terms of her top shape, but again, very sound. She looks like a Hampshire. She's got rib and barrel and dimension, and I think she's big enough. I think that pair stays together here for us. We've got a bigger sheep that comes 3, and I dig that one a bunch too. That one's long-sided. That one's level. She gets a little flatter on her 3/4 view compared to those first 2, but boy, she's the big one here. Certainly give her that nod. She's got some rib. She's got some dimension and some shape. Put her into motion. Big foot. Really, really sound. If you want to take her to the top and say, I like her because she's the bigger one, I'm good with that. I'm going to leave her 3 today just because she gets a little flatter for me on that 3/4 view. Fourth sheep, dig that one a whole bunch. That one runs uphill. That one's got that white wool. Just a neat handling sheep. For me, compared to those 3, I think we just need a little more of her today to get ahead of those 3. But boy, talk about a darn good one there, and just a lot of positive pieces here for us. Round out the top 5. That one's heavy. That one's got a little more condition over her ribs than I would like to have here for us in terms of show condition. But boy, is she really good. That sheep's got a big back, a big stifle, a big hip in her, and then a big foot underneath her. She's going to carry some babies here for us. It's okay to have a little grease. I think she gets just a little overdone compared to those first 4. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a great set.
We always used to kid about it. You'd see first-timers come in here, had never been to this facility, and to have a livestock facility where everything's inside and it was just huge. You know, you could tell them walking around, you know, with their mouth dropped open. I don't know, I guess those first years, of course, we just started with beef cattle. In fact, the first emblem had beef, swine, and sheep on it. And then later, of course, we brought in dairy cattle and then horses, and now we got llamas and dairy goats and all kind of things.
We really didn't know what we had or what was going to become of this when we started in 1974. I mean, we come back year after year and it's, you know, getting larger and larger. And, well, it's got to stop sometime. Well, no, it doesn't have to. You know, if you have the quality of facilities, if you have the quality of management, you have the quality of the volunteers, and the quality of the people out there who are wanting to show, and you put on a good show for them, there's no reason why it doesn't go on.
Third to 5432, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to entry number 5427, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 5422, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana.
The single entry Tunis ram lamb, a really long-bodied, real extended type ram. When you handle him over his top, he's got plenty of thickness over his top and depth of the loin. Just a real nice example of a ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis Slickshorn Senior U Lamb class or Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7332 T&J Farm 730642391 Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana.
in the fitted Tunis Ram Lamb class, we're going to start with just the pounds heavy ram. He's the most massive, stands down on the most amount of bone. Has the most capacity in his rib shape. If I could change him up a little bit, I'd like to darken his head just a bit. Maybe tighten him up behind the shoulders, but still a really nice ram. The ram here in second, just I appreciate the breed type just a little bit more, but a little bit higher in the shoulder, a little bit bigger break behind the shoulder. A ram that just gives up a little bit too much pounds per day to place any higher. The young lady here in third, a ram, a long-bodied ram, a level-topped ram. I'll give him that. A ram with my traditional star, which I appreciate. A little bit finer bone than I desire, but still a usable type of ram. Congratulations to all of you.
Placing on the Tunis January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 7336, Red Barn Farm 707. Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to 7335, Red Barn Farm 706, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. And third to 7334, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
On the Hampshire side of the ring, our second class of yearling ewes here, and Jeff says this is the last one. I thought they had told me 3, but this is the last class of yearling ewes. Again, I think a nice group. Maybe a little tougher to put together here. Some differences in them and some things you might change about a couple of them. The first one, I'll change her just a little bit if we could. Just give her a little more barrel and center body if we could. Boy, that sheep is sound and really elevated, just dead level. When we set her into motion, she looks just like that in terms of her balance. I think a good-footed ewe with some stretch and style to her. I think she suits me in this deal real nicely. Our next one is just chock full of shape and muscle and bone and foot size. That one's getting a little bit heavy over her ribs. Set her into motion, she gets just a little bit shorter necked and doesn't want to kind of profile quite as nicely as that class winner. But boy, her rib is good, her shape is good, and just loaded with muscle, and you appreciate that about her. And the same with the next one. Both these shorten up just a nickel compared to that first ewe. Big stifled sheep here, big footed sheep here. Love that one's barrel and rib. She just needs to be a little bit longer and more stretched out for me compared to those first two, but big footed sheep. I like that one a bunch as well. Fourth one comes to us. I dig that one. That same guy brings one last time. I'd like to just have a little more of her if we could. That sheep is really good in terms of her handle. She's very sound. I love how she drives and runs the right way in terms of uphill. I love her at the point of her shoulders. Just give her just a tick more of her compared to those other three. But really a nice one there. Young lady comes to us in 5. That one I didn't quite get at first, but that one just comes here and starts hitting you. That sheep was very sound. Very long from her 13th rib. Got some rib about her and some stretch. I think that's a nice sheep. She runs out of muscle shape compared to a couple of them, and that's not saying that she's not muscular, because that's a nice female there. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
We get over here on the natural colored yearling ewes, and the water gets pretty deep. But we're going to start with big extended kind of a sheep, laid back about her blade. I like to make her I will admit, a little bit freer out of that rear 1/3 of her body in terms of her movement, but she's trying to reach with the front end and drag the back end just a tad bit. But in terms of her hip shape, she has more hip in her than the next two ewes combined, and she's got a big old top in her. You like her balance and the way that she cuts up through her chest floor really well and centers up really nicely for us. More than adequate about her fleas. She's super soft about her handle all the way back through her bridge. Here's a ewe here in 2, super sound, super dead level back over her top, long-bodied kind of a sheep. Not quite as much forearm, not quite as much of her, but man, she's sound, she's super straight, really well presented in terms of her fleece. I like it in terms of the softness of handle and the way that it's been upgraded all the way back through that bridge. Ewe here in 3 is a super extended kind of a female. Maybe not quite as open about her chest floor as the ewes in 1 and 2. She doesn't quite have the stretch back over the top of her back there, but a ewe, the center portion of her body, she's got plenty of it. Still enough mass to this ewe. Big ewe, by far and away one of the 2 or 3 bigger ones in the class. A ewe that more than handles adequate about that fleece. A little bigger form to her lock than some of the 2 that are on either side of her. Ewe here in the 4-hole, super sound and balanced kind of a female. Really like looking at her from the side view. She runs uphill the right way, really wide as she gets back from those hooks and pins. You open that fleece up, it's extremely dense from end to end. When we compare the first 3 ewes, she just runs out of horsepower in terms of her forerib. She just gives up a little bit of spine length and overall from that 13th rib on back. Ewe here in 5 has that spine length, and from just a pure standpoint of looking at them from the side view, yeah, I'd probably like a whole bunch of those in my barn when we start talking about the type of sheep we raise. I'd like to change her fleece for me, I think, to just upgrade her fleece a little bit more. She gets a little cottony as we work back onto the other side to move her on any higher. We've got some ewes down here on the other side that can go win a lot of state fairs still. Nice class from top to bottom.
There is a cookie and hot chocolate social for the Suffolk Juniors by the United Junior Suffolk Sheep Association display table now, where you can also pick up your t-shirt. At 2:30, they will be taking the Junior Association picture as well. Placing on the Hampshire late slick-shorn yearling ewe class. First to 5411, Johnson family showstock 22155, Marianne Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to 5406, Johnson 22215, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to 5405, Martha Hobbs 22040, Cheney Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. 4 to entry 5400, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5 to 5408, Emily Taylor, Jefferson, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class, first place to entry 6068. McDaniel Brothers 2-5, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 6079, R&C 773, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third to 6074, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 6076, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5 to entry 6070, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania.
In the Tunis Ram Lambs class, we're going to start with this ram. He's extremely level over his top. He's got a good spring to his rib. He's probably got the biggest leg of any of the rams in the class, all while having the smallest frame. Yeah, he's not the biggest ram. I don't think he needs to be any bigger than he is. He's really good in his breed type. Just a really nice ram. This ram in second, a ram that you can appreciate his added size and length. A ram that when you handle him over his loin, it's just a little bit narrower than our first place animal, and doesn't have quite the shape of rib or the carrying as much muscle into his lower leg. The ram in third, the biggest, boldest ram, a ram that when you handle him over the top, is probably the most massive. If I could change him up and move him up, if I could darken him up a bit, take some wool off of his head and his legs, we could slide right up there pretty easy. Here in fourth, another ram's just giving up the total volume and thickness of our top three individuals, but another real good breed character type ram. The ram in fifth, again, just gives up the total amount of size and volume along with the slick-sheared ram in sixth. But congratulations to all of you.
Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Tuna Show, first place goes to entry 7341. Red Barn Farm 732. Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. Second place to 7340. Mum 2314, Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry number 7339, Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 7337, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. And 5 to 7349, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
Here in the Hampshire side of the ring, on our slick-sheared side, we've got the first of two classes of Fall You Lambs here. I think really a good group again. I think you get one on top that's just really, really good. That sheep moves good, tremendous amount of balance about that female. She's got some stretch and style about her, super footed. She looks like a Hampshire, great head about her. Just some stretch about her, some dimension, some three-quarter view. Really a nice one there to get started with. Our second one closely follows her, just maybe not quite as pizzazzy as that one is, but really, really dimensional in terms of her top shape. She's got some stifle shape about her. Another really good shouldered one. I think that's an awfully nice pair there in 1 and 2. Our third to you is very intriguing. I like that female quite a bit. That sheep gets a little bit dark in terms of her character for me. I'd like to just lighten her up a little bit. But boy, is she very shapely. She's got lots of stifle shape about her. She runs the right way, very sound in motion. I think that's a nice ewe that comes into 3 for us. 4 and 5, give up a little scale here for us. Big-footed sheep, though, that comes to us in 4, really dead level. Just like to give a little more of her comparison to her counterparts here. And in 5, that one wants to tuck her front end of the ground just a notch. That sheep gets a little bit plainer as she works back in to her hip and pin. I'd like to blow that apart if we could, but really a nice one there as well. Good set. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire Slick Shorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the early division, First place goes to entry 5457, Wheaton 23015, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to 5450, Poe 23084, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third place to 5460, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 4 to entry 5451, Colby Galando, Calipara, California. And 5 to 5452, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana.
In our young Tunis Ram class, we're going to start with this really pretty profiling buck lamb. Ram, then when you handle him over the top, he's not the thickest and most powerful, but he's the most he's a youthful type ram, a ram that has good extension up through his front, a good length of body, and good through his chest floor. The ram in second is a bigger, stouter made ram, a ram that's deeper, more capacious, maybe a bit more coarse in his front end, but a ram that you can still real usable type of ram. Young lady here in third, probably the day's young ram of the class, just gives up the total mass and volume of our top two individuals, but still a real pretty type Tunis ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Tunis show. First place to 73.44, Mum 23.95, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 73.43, Mum 23.87, also Bo Mum. Third place to 73.45, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware.
class of young slick-sheared Tunis rams. We're going to start with a ram that's unique out here in his design. He's square over his hip. He's carrying quite a bit of muscle compared to the rest of the class. A good shape of his rib. A ram that, yeah, he's not the biggest ram for the January, but a ram that has a lot of substance to him. A ram that I think would do really well in the breeding pen. He's followed up with a really nice breed character ram. A ram I really like the color of this ram. I like. I'm a sucker for the star, traditionalist, I guess. But a ram that has a really good length of body. A ram that's not cooperating very well for the young showman, but still a good overall, well-balanced ram. And the ram coming in third fits the type and kind of our second place individual. Extremely long in his body. He gives up a little levelness at the top to the second place ram. And maybe we could add a little bit more shape of muscle into his lower leg. He placed a little bit higher today. And the young lady here in fourth, another ram that's a nice big growthy ram. She believes it's a March-born, so it's got a good growth pattern to it. A little bit more color than I'd like to see, but still a nice, well-balanced ram. The young man in fifth, again, a big, bold, growthy type ram, but just a tad more color than I prefer in my Tunis. Congratulations to all of you.
Here in the Hampshire side of the ring, another set of fall ewe lambs here in the slick shear division. I think another darn good group here. You get one on top for me that just has all the bells and whistles that we're looking for. Just super dimensional, super wide, a massive. That thing is big hipped and big pinned and very, very sound in motion. That one has got a big barrel and big body about her, yet some look about her, and then she looks like that when we set her into motion. She holds her balance together. She really is good as she comes back in through her pins. I think this is an awfully neat one, girls. Congratulations. The next one is skinny and immature, but I dig that one quite a bit. She could have some more pin width and hip width, if you will, but from the side, that one is so good as she swoops forward. That one's really elevated up through her front end, and again, looks like that in motion. Great Hampshire head about her, good in terms of her wool on her legs. I think that's an awfully nice one to come too. Interesting sheep in three, and I wish we could take that hip and pin set and put on that second sheep. I love the foot size of this sheep, really, really massive. She just doesn't have the pizzazz up through her front end. Maybe there's those first two do, but boy, she's massive and dimensional. Huge foot size in that female. She runs downhill just a little bit for me. I'd like to jack her up just a notch if we could, but really a nice sheep there to come into third hole. Real fancy and fresh, youthful-looking ewe lamb to come into four. Really square in terms of her edges. I love her at the point of her shoulders. I love her in her hip. She just, again, we run out of sheep here in this one, comparison to those first three, but great sheep in terms of her feet and legs. Another very, very sound one. Real good-bodied sheep here that comes to us in five. Gets a little bit coarser, not as feminine up through her front end. Doesn't lay in her shoulder quite as nice, but boy, a lot of positives in that one. Super on her toes, great-headed. Another nice set. Congratulations.
Over here on the natural colors is another real deep class to get in here and handle. A ewe that's got absolutely very little fleece shown on her, and I thought at first maybe we were hiding something. She's actually maybe a tick coarser than some of the others in the class, but man, she's got some really neat design contributions, I think, to the breed long term. That being said, it's not her attitude, but her chest floor is open. She's got plenty of ability to move and get with it. You'll like her as she comes back over that loin and back into that hip. She's got some hooks to pinch. She's level. She's flat there. Really bounces up nicely from the side view. I really like her rib shape. It's open. It's coming out in a round form. We're not as flat and quite as pipey and as extended as maybe some of the other sheep in there, but she's got some true shape to her, and I think that propels her easily into that first hole. You're hearing, too, a really flashy, super eye-appealing ewe from the side view. You love her extension. I mean, she's all business up front and party in the back. She's flat and level off that hook and pin. She's got some design from the side view. She balances very nicely. Just really sharply presented, kind of a female. Really dense fan handling. Maybe in comparison, my ewe that wins the class, she's not quite as round in her rib shape or as length or as long from her hooks back through her pins there, but really a nice, good one there. Super flashy, highly presented kind of a ewe here in three. Super soft handling. She's got maybe a tick more wool in spots than some of the other ewes. Really feminine fronted, kind of a sheep, balances up very nicely. Not as much of her here as the first two ewes that win the class, or the ewes that are in 3 and are in 4 and 5. But a really pretty designed sheep with a beautiful fleece. I think she fits nicely as a combination sheep in that 3-hole for me. Big, powerful ewe here in the 4-hole. Super long bodied. You like her extension up through the front end. She's certainly not going to get out horsed in the class or anywhere near in the future. A super long-bodied kind of a female. When we start to analyze her from the ground up, she's just not quite as widely made as some of the other individuals that we've got in front of her in class, but another beautiful profiling sheep. Another big-bodied ewe, and she may be the horse to beat next year in terms of frame scale. That makes an just not quite as clean in her movement. She has a tendency to tip that hip just a little bit more as she strides out, gets a little bit more hock in her, but a ewe that's beautiful fleece, super extended, big top, kind of a female with a round rib.
Here in the champion ram drive of the Tunis ring, we have a lot of difference in our type and kind out here. I've got a couple of my preferences, and I think that they kind of pattern the same. I'm going to go ahead and use the fitted ram from class 3 for champion. I think he's a really good example of the breed. I like his thickness, I like his balance, I like his squareness and muscling. And for reserve, I'm going to go ahead and use the slick-sheared ram. I think he follows the champion and best in his type and kind. Congratulations to all of you.
Placing for the natural colored senior ewe lamb classes. First place to entry 6089, Pines Inn Natural Colored, 2253, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 6083, Pines Inn BTL, Barn Talk Livestock, 22-70, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place to entry 6090, Avery Walton, Cisco, Texas, 4-6088, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, and 5-6093, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the class of tuna slick-shorn ram lambs, first to 7351, Rivenoak, 2308, Morgan Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Second place to 7346, Creekside Tunas, 2360, Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio. Third to 7348, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 4 to 7347, Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio. And 5 to 7350, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. For our tuna show, our champion ram came from the February Ram Lamb class, Red Barn Farm, 732, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. The reserve champion came from the Slick-Shorn Spring Ram Lamb class, Rivenoak, 2308, Morgan Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Now ready in the ring for early yearling ewes.
On the Hampshire side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our senior champion and reserve group. I tell you, just a whale of a set of sheep here. And again, like we talked about in maybe that first yearling ewe class, if you think maybe a couple of those are a little weathery for this side of the fence, I'm not going to argue that. I think that we're getting some crossover here. I think they're just good sheep. These sheep are dimensional. But I tell you, I love there's a pair here I like. They're a little bit different, and I'm going to show you where my head's at. My head's between that first class of yearling ewes and my first class of fall ewe lambs. They're very, very different in their makeup, and they should be at this stage of the game. There's some difference in their maturity. I think that the yearling ewe we talked about, her being just a little moderate for this side of the fence. But boy, talk about shape and dimension and rib, and one that's probably going to generate a lot of dollars. We can take that one to any kind of ram and breeder too. That'll be our champion, our senior champion today. We'll come back and get that fall ewe lamb for reserve. I think that one is so good in terms of her look and design. Maybe next year she'll have quite as much mass to her in terms of her shape. But great pair. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on these Hampshire Slickshorns late senior ewe lamb class, first to entry 5440, Hogger 22150, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place to entry 5442, 127, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. Third place to 5436, Brady Baker, Shelburne, Indiana. 4 to 5438, Megan Kelly, Goshen, Indiana. And 5 to 5439, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Our senior champion ewe goes to our first place in the early class of yearling ewes, 5429, Nancy Hobbs 22012, Cheney Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. The reserve senior champion came from the senior ewe lamb class 1, 5457, Wheaton 23015, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana.
very competitive class of Tunis ewes. We're going to start the class with a with a good sized ewe that's really well balanced. She's level over her top. She's clean up through her front end. I really appreciate her extension. To me, she's got an adequate amount of capacity and growth to her. The ewe that we have in second, a big bold ewe, smaller in her frame makeup, but a ewe that just is massive all the way throughout. If I could just tighten her up just a hair in her front end, she'd probably slip right into that first hole. The ewe in third, a ewe that closely balances up with with our ewe in second. She's the most level over her top. As you run your hand down there, there's not a hole in her. She's got plenty of size for me. It's not a size thing, even though she is the smallest framed in the class. But she's got some good spring to her rib and everything. Just some of them up in the front just kind of have a little bit better extension up through the neck and where the ties in, but a really nice ewe. I'd be really proud of her. The biggest frame ewe we got here in fourth, a ewe that's just a little bit soggier over her top and in her dock than for me to place any higher today. The young ladies here in fifth, again, a ewe that's just given up the total size and volume and power of our top four individuals, along with our sixth place ewe. But congratulations to all of them. A really nice set of ewes.
So we're going to mix up a little bit of fruit salad here. We got apples and oranges. I like this one. I think she's as balanced and complete in her makeup. She's really open forward. She's got enough chest force. She's stout to the ground. Beautiful fleece. Lots of design to her top. She's long enough about that hooks and pins. Here in two is going to be an absolute moose when it's all said and done. If you like them as big as you can find them, I think this ewe is going to be to your appetite. I absolutely hate her coloring, as it makes her look like she's higher flanked than what she really is along her base there. She runs up and then she gets darker about that chest, and as you look at it, it makes her go like she's going the wrong way. Here with an extremely dense fleece, extremely long bodied, angular up through the front 1/3 of her body. I think she's going to have a lot of fronts down the road. You here in the 2-hole or 3-hole, not exactly wanting to be here. Super soft handling, really dense all the way across, really square and flat back over that top and through her hip. I like her in terms of her foot size as she gets to the ground as well. Most like her here in the 4-hole. I think she's got some plenty of rib, really nice soft handling fleece on this ewe as well. Maybe not the pizzazz up front as you look up through that front 1/3. She's not as laid back in her shoulder as the first three, but I think she's more than adequate there, stout enough to the ground. And here in 5, a ewe that's just maybe a spring load less in terms of her age to this point in comparison to the ewes here in the first 4. She's going to be stout enough to the ground, I think. Another soft handling fleece. We get her leveled out, get a little more groceries in her. She's going to look like $1 million too. Really nice class from top to bottom.
Placing on the Tunis early yearling ewe class. First place to 73.55, Mum 2214, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to 73.59, Speldy 617, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 73.58, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. 4 73.57, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. And 5 to 73.56, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Placings on the early class of Junior U Lambs for the natural colored. First place went to 6110, Scotch Lane Killer Queen. Scotch Lane Farm, 858, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 6116, R&C 807, Emily Johnson, Grant City, Missouri. Third to 6109, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 6112, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 5 to 6117, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio.
Really a nice start here on the Hampshire side of the ring for our Junior Ewe Lamb show. I think, again, maybe you take that pair and combine them to make the overall sheep that maybe we're looking for here. First one is just massive and just more of her today compared to that second one. I do like that second one, just femininity, and maybe that one's shoulder and breastplate, just a nickel better than that class winner. You get over the top of them and measure them, though, there's just a little more dimension here working in that first class winner. I think that's an awfully nice sheep there. Our third one, a little different speed, maybe a little more muscular, maybe a little shorter coupled, a little shorter striding sheep, super big barrel and body in that sheep, big and rugged in terms of her bone work. You either use her or put her 3. I see her 3 today. A little more moderate type sheep that comes to us in 4. And again, this guy keeps bringing us sheep that wedge forward and just drive the right way for us. And they do it in motion too. Again, this one just gets outpowered compared to a couple of ahead of her, but another good footed one that he brings to us. Good shouldered sheep. I like that one a bunch. The next one comes to us in that top 5. This one's pretty skinny compared to a couple of them here and immature. Just needs a little more time to develop, but that one's design is tremendous. Really, really long from flank to flank. Really long from her 13th rib. I love what she does at the point of her shoulders. Just an all-around good sheep. Just give her a little more time to develop and mature. Good class of January's. Congratulations.
This class of tuna shoes, probably the most difficult class I've judged all day. The depth and quality, it was deep from the first place animal all the way down to the last ewe or the first ewe I had to excuse. We start the class with a big bold ewe. She's way sprung in her ribs. She's clean up through her front end. She's level over her top. Carries a lot of muscle down into her lower leg. Just a really well-balanced, really nice type of ewe. In second, splitting hairs here. I kind of like the front end and the bone of the one a little bit better than the 2, but again, they could be twins as far as when the handle and design. A really nice set of ewes. Coming to a third, another ewe, just real massive over her top, carrying a lot of muscle down to her lower leg, a lot of capacity. Just gives up some of the style and elegance of our top 2 individuals, but a real competitive ewe. We got the ewe here in fourth. The ewe I thought I was going to use today, but then I started handling the rest of them, and I had to split hairs here and there just to sort out something. She gets a little coarse behind her shoulder, but she is the biggest ewe in the class. She's got a lot of capacity. She's very elegant up through her front end for the size. Really nice ewe. The ewe that we have here in fifth, again, a real pretty ewe, a real good breed character type ewe, a ewe that's level over her top, a good length of hind saddle, a ewe I really did like quite a bit. Congratulations to everybody.
Placing on the Tunis late yearling ewe class, first place to entry 7363, Spildy 671, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to 7366, Shakel 2207, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 7362, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. 4 to 7364, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 5 to entry 7361, Amanda Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. Placing on the Hampshire class of early January ewe lambs, first place to 5535, Wheaton 23032, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to entry number 5528, Ambergy L018, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to entry number 5321, J.C. Johnson of Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 5531, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5 to 5536, Isabella Progozic, Lisbon, Ohio. 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 5 to 5536, Isabella Progozic, Lisbon,
class of ewe lambs here. A super athletic one to start us off. She moves very well. She's laid back about that blade. Maybe not quite as open about her forerib as here at the UN2, but she balances up. She cuts a heck of a picture. You get your hands on her. She's really long, 13th rib back, flat spined when she gets to moving around. She's fighting the young lady just a tad bit. They do a beautiful job of presenting her. I'm going to say there's enough of her. You can't always eat it, but man, you can sell pretty. The ewe here in 2 is super balanced, kind of a sheep as well, super extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. Maybe as you look at her underline, it's not quite as clean and sweet as the ewe that wins the class, but she's really good down over her spine as well. Maybe a little bit more forerib to her. A ewe that's more than adequate in terms of her pin width there. Just another really good one. If you want to handle soft, this ewe here in 3 is something to talk about. Really is what gets her into the 3-hole for me is her handle of her fleece. This ewe's probably not got the spine or the hip shape to move up here with the ewes in 4, even in 4 and 5, but you put that fleece on her, wow, it's got some softness to it, it's got some crimp to it, and it's got some block formation to it all the way back through her hip. Kind of a really interesting sheep when you get your hands on her, very highly presented for what you see. Ewe here in 4, super extended kind of a ewe. I toyed with her in that 2-3 spot for me. I think she just gets a little flatter off that forerib. She gets a little plainer off her blade, just gets a little deeper there. Super extended again, good flat top kind of a sheep, very athletic in her movement. We just need to make a little bit more of her, bone her up, mass her up to compete with the first 3. She's just a little bit more refined. You here that I like from the profile here in 5, I can dig that, as they say. I think he's level. She's really level back over that top and really cuts a nice silhouette. But when we get behind her, there's just not enough of her to her base. She's not quite wide enough welded, but a beautifully presented ewe that follows nicely in 5.
Placing on the class of late junior ewe lambs for the natural colored. First place goes to 6095, Shakel 2316, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to 6098, Corzat 2381, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third to 6100, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to 6103, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to 6104, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Here in the Tunis yearling ewes, we got a really nice pair to start the class off. I elected to start with this ewe that's just a little bit longer sided, a little bit longer hide saddle, a little more extension up through the front end, a really solid built ewe, but does give up some mass and volume that we have in our second place animal. The ewe in second, I really do appreciate her overall thickness, her capacity, her levelness of top. She just gives up like an inch or two in her hind saddle compared to the first place individual. The ewe in third, another really good, well-built ewe, a lot of capacity, a lot of muscle. What I'd like to see is her change up her neck set a little bit. She kind of comes out of the front end a little bit different than the top two. If we could change that up, she would slide right into first place probably. We come down to this young lady here in fourth, one that really matches up with our second place ewe. Just a little bit shorter in the hind saddle to place any higher today. And the young man, really nice ewe, gives up some of the total volume of the top individuals to place any higher, but still a really nice, well-balanced type ewe. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Tunis show. First place to 73-77, Creekside, Tunis, 2199, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Second place to entry number 7370, 3F Feehan, 2204, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Third to 7372, Red Barn Farm, 2258, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. 4 to 7376, Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio. And 5 to 7378, Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio.
Another really nice set of Januaries here on our Hampshire slick-sheared side. And my two favorites here are different in kind of what they bring to the table here for us. So make some decisions for me. Just a big sheep with a lot of positives about her that wins this deal. Super big-footed in terms of just bone and ruggedness, and yet some attractiveness up through her front end. She's really, really stretchy. And if half of you say that one's not weathery enough for this deal, I'll go with that. I wish she had just a shot more of expression kind of in certain places there. But boy, you talk about a big-time female just in terms of soundness and balance in motion. That sheep is really good at the point of her shoulders. She's not perfect on her outer shoulder or her breastplate. The second one is that, and I'll give the nod to that second one for there. She's a little more weathery. I love the stifle shape. I love her rib and barrel on her shoulder. She shortens up just a nickel. There's not as much of her. Boy, that's a ripping pair, and if you want to flop those, you sure could. I think that's a tremendous pair of Hampshire females. Our third one comes to us, and watch this sheep move as she leaves the ring. That one tracks extremely good. Again, she shortens up just a nickel. Maybe just like to stretch her in kind of every direction if you could to get ahead of those first two, but love the rib and barrel and body and bone of that sheep. That sheep is just really, really nice in terms of her design. Again, stretch her out. I'm all in on that one. I love how that sheep moves. I think that's a tremendous Hampshire female there to come three. Fourth one comes to us. She runs out of sheep compared to those first three, but another really, really sound one in motion, really, really sound on her feet and legs. Her design is good. She just needs more of her. Blow her apart in her pin set, blow her apart in her top shape compared to those first three, but I dig that one a bunch. In five here, another one that maybe comes to us just a tick more immature, but really a neat designed one. Love that one's shoulder and breastplate. Love that one's front end. Get in behind her. She gets a little plainer in that three-quarter view compared to a couple of them. Great class again. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Over here on the natural colors, we're in the big deep end of the water here. We're in your Champion U drive, and I think it certainly wasn't disappointing at all. I've really enjoyed the sort. There's been a lot of good ones that came through that didn't get talked, and and we're just a really good set all the way through. I think for me, the champion ewe is going to be that yearling ewe. I think she's pretty darn tough to get around. That's a lot of sheep with a lot of fleece to her. She's going to be a big, heavy one. Hopefully, she'll lay down and put one in the jug that we can all get excited about too. For that, it gets a little bit closer. I tip my hand. I like that second yearling ewe a lot, and I like this early junior ewe lamb here. For me, we're going to go ahead and use that maturity of that yearling ewe. She's going to be reserved.
For our natural colored show, our champion ewe goes to first place yearling ewe 6068, McDaniel Brothers 2-5, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve champion goes to second place yearling ewe 6079, RNC 773, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the Class 2 of our Slick Shorn January ewe lambs. These are our intermediate class. First place for the Hampshires, that is. First place goes to entry 5509, SSL 23133, Jasper Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. Second place to entry number 5502, Hull 3021, Marshall Hull, Hartsville, Tennessee. Third to 5495, Elijah Swanson, Mount Carmel, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 5493, Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 5511, Westlake 2325, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio.
Our senior class of Tunis ewes, I went ahead and I changed things up. I did end up using the biggest frame ewe in the class. She's really well balanced. She's really well put together. I appreciate her depth of rib and spring of rib, her extension up through her front end, and her power through the rear. Ewe that, if I could change her up a little bit, I'd like to see her track out just a little bit smoother off the hind end, but a ewe that I still think is adequate in that feature. The ewe in second, another really well-balanced, thick-made type of ewe, a ewe that you can really appreciate her center portion of her body. She gives up some of the muscling and extension of our first-place animal, but still a really well-balanced type of ewe I can really appreciate. The young lady here in third, smallest frame ewe in the class, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate on her type and kind. You handle her, she's level, she's as smooth and level over as top as anything else. She's really pretty for the breed. A ewe that is giving up just a little bit more size and scale than the top two individuals, but I really don't hold that against her. We follow that in fourth with another ewe that's bigger in her size, a little bit longer in her hind or length of body, but to her disadvantage, she's the shortest loined ewe in the class. But all in all, a really nice set of senior ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 7383, Spildy 685, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 7381, Shady Brook 158, Mackenzie Frame, Montpelier, Ohio. Third to 7384, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. And fourth place to 7382, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. Attention, junior Tunis exhibitors and families. There will be a pizza party at 4 p.m. today at the MJM Family Farm Pens in aisle 18. Pizza will be sponsored by the Junior Tunis Association.
a single entry in our slick-sheared senior U lab class, a ewe that could stand quite a bit of competition. She's got a good length of body, good length of hind saddle, smooth up through the front end, and level over her top. Congratulations, young man.
Placing on the Tuna Slick Shorn Senior U Lamb class, first place to 7385 TNJ Farm IN 73064 2390 Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. Okay, there it is. Trying to find the sheep. Yeah, for their supreme, or for the best fleece. There it is. It's out of the yearling U class. Best fleece for the natural colored show came from the yearling U class. Entry 6069, Sean, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. That does conclude our natural colored show. Give us just a few moments before you bring in those Corriedale Junior Show Senior Ram Lambs.
In our champion drive, tuna shoes, or senior tuna shoes, we got a really good set of ewes out here. I really appreciate lots of things about all of them. But for senior champion, I'm going to go ahead and use the late yearling ewe for champion and the early yearling ewe for reserve. Congratulations to everybody.
We're going to start with a big frame ram here on your right, super extended up through his front end and really flat in his spine. A buck that really makes a nice spot for me here is he's beautiful fleeced and he's got some, you pop it open and he's got some crimp and he's got some luster to him. I like his foot size up underneath him. Taking nothing away from the ram here too. This is good sheep too, and he's super long bodied. You like how flat and level it is back over his hooks and pins. He's maybe not quite as elevated about his chestboard, but he's no small sheep in his own right. He's got plenty of forerib and beautiful fleece on this buck. He maybe runs out just a tad bit more in the britch. Doesn't open up with quite as much extension as the ram that wins, but two good ones here to start us off in the fall bucks.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, we got our last class, or third class of January ewe lambs, and I tell you, I dig that one a bunch. That one is just massive and just big topped, big hipped, and big stifle shape in that sheep. She's got some size and scale. She's got some look about her front end. She's not the absolute best breast-plated one that we have here, but she's adequate here for me. That sheep has got rib and just a massive top shape to her. Really ties nice in that three-quarter view. I love that she's got some size and some scale about her to fall as massive as she is in terms of maybe that little more weathery type sheep. That sheep is really good in my opinion. The second one closely follows her. Just really a neat handling sheep. Very smooth and dimensional over her top. Get over the top of her huge hip and pin, and that's where she gets over that next one for me. She just transitions to a bigger hip than we have that comes into that 1 1/3. That 1 1/3, I dig her. Boy, she's athletic. She's really fed well in terms of her show condition. She touches really good, great stifle shape. Just blend her a little neater there in her hip loin. That's getting really picky though. I think that one is a really good female. Our fourth one comes to us again, drives uphill. That one's good shaped. Again, maybe just one that's not as angular up through her front end compared to those first three, but super footed, super toed sheep, good headed. I love that sheep quite a bit. We work into 5. This one moderates out just a nickel for me. I know that there's a lot of value in that sheep, and we can make a lot of money with those. For this class, I wish she had a little more up and out about her. I dig that one for what she is. That's a nice class. Congratulations.
For our Tunis show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place early yearling ewe, Mum, 2214, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. That was the reserve senior champion. The senior champion went to the late yearling ewe first place winner, Spildy, 671, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. For the Cordell show, in the senior Ram Lamb class, first place in that class goes to 4447 Craig, 2235, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to 4446 Peters, 2205, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. Placing on class number 3 of the Hampshire show, the third class of January's, our late class of January ewe lambs. First place to 5487 Ellerbrock, IL 1171-18111, Kinsey Menon, Walton, Indiana. Second place to entry 5474 Johnson Family Showstock 23165 Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to 5472 Clayton Chamberlain, Mount Victory, Ohio. Fourth place to 5483 Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 5 to 5484 Plank, 3009 Henley Bontrager, Walton, Indiana. The Merino Association requests that all junior Merino members meet at the wool show tables out in the lobby at 3:15 to get ice cream.
Real big, upstanding kind of a buck with lots of angularity up through his front 1/3 of his body. He's not really wanting to participate with the young man today. When he relaxes, stands there, gets his feet squared up underneath him, he really looks like $1,000,000. But where he really stands out is when you part that fleece. The buck that balances very nicely, super long from that 13th rib on back. He's more than adequate about his head. I think he makes a nice place to start. Ram here too, most like him in type and kind, and he's probably a little bit younger, super flat spined in terms of back over his top, super level from his hooks back into his pins, not quite as much of him, big-footed kind of a sheep, really dig his fleece too. Ram here in 3, there's a lot of him, and if you need mass for the sheep, he's certainly a sheep to consider keeping around and talking about. I think he's a ram that for me, he gets a little deeper about that blade. I like to take some of that slop off his chest there and give him a little bit more pizzazz up through his front 1/3 off those feet. But in terms of heavy bone and structure, he certainly got that, and that propels him into that 3rd hole. Ram here in 4th, a very angular fronted kind of a sheep, nice head on him. He's got a square box to him. He's got black where he's black and white where he's white. He's square back over his top through his hooks and pins. Ram, but we just got to have more of him. Not quite as much through his chest floor, not quite as much up through his rib shape. Ram that rounds us out here in the top 5. I like him in terms of his profile. He's super balanced on the side view, angular up through the front end. We just got to tear him apart, open him up, give his fleece a little bit more character, run him higher.
Placing on the Cordale Junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 4451. MB 2302, Devin Sachs, Grinville, Ohio. Second place to 4448, 2314, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to 4452, Brady Craig. 4 to 4449, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And 5 to 4450, also Emma Peters.
Our class of January tuna shoes, we got a ewe here. It's just the combination ewe. She's well balanced. She's both sprung. She's good boned. She doesn't excel the class in anything. Just a good combination all around ewe. The ewe in second, longer bodied, bigger frame type of ewe. A ewe with more extension up through her front end. If I could change her up, I'd darken her up over her poles and down through her legs. Just get her a little bit longer in her loin set, but still a really nice usable ewe. The ewe here in third, a ewe that I really appreciate for her color. I think she's ideal for me, and I like her ear set. There's a lot of breed character things that I do like about her. She's been a pill to show. She might have slipped up a little bit, maybe another place up higher, but a really nice, good breeding piece, definitely. The young man here in fourth, a ewe that we can appreciate for her size and balance. She does get a little rougher over her top as you handle her down over her shoulders, but still a really nice, well-balanced ewe. The ewe rounding out the class, a nice long-sided ewe, but when she travels, she kind of likes to hump up in her back top. If they would take that out of her, she probably slipped up quite a few places. But congratulations to everybody.
Your champion ram drive here in the Cordales. We're going to go and use the junior bucks. I just think they're really good in their design overall for champion reserve. Really good fleece, good headed sheep. Congratulations.
Junior Hampshire Sheep Association, you'll have a pizza party tonight at 6 p.m. in room C104. For our Cordale show, our champion ram and reserve champion ram both came out of the junior ram lamb class. Champion ram was entry number 4451, MV2302, Devin Sachs, Greenville, Ohio. The reserve was entry 4448, 2314, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
A lot of horsepower here in your quarter yearling ewe class here to get around. Use big sound. She's got some mass, like foot size to her still. Ewe that's fairly fleshy, got some top shape to her, more than adequate about her head. You crack her fleece. She's got a really bright, open, really bold crimp to it. She's sound enough, and she's really good enough back over that hip for me, I think, and makes a nice place for us to start. It's pretty hard to get around that one. You here in 2, most like her in type of kind. She's maybe a little more open about her chest floor, a little leveler up doesn't quite level up quite out from her hooks to pins as a ewe that wins the class, but another big, massive kind of a ewe, dark in her points. You like her as she gets down to the ground. Ewe that's fairly sound here in your 3 hole, and that's where propels her over 3/4 is her soundness. She's extended up enough through the front 1/3 of her body, maybe gives up a little length of spine to the ewes on either side of her, but a ewe that I really like in terms of her rib shape and design there. Ewe that's in the 4 hole, big stout kind of a sheep again. She's got some rib shape to her that you really enjoy to look at. I like her hip shape. I just like her to not quite paddle out, give her a little bit more set to her hock behind her. Using 5 and 6, we got big enough frame sheep. There's just not quite enough rib to them. Ewe in 5, really feminine and extended. I think really good down over her top, and you like that about her. Just not quite enough horsepower to run with the ewes at the top. Ewes at 6 is a really nice sheep, just a little shorter spined.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, as we start into our February ewe lambs, I think we get, and taking nothing away from 4 and 5, I think you've got 3 just kind of Hellcats here in this deal. And then if you want to use any of those 3 and justify it, I think you can, and I'll tell you why I did. And it's very, very close. Those are 3 tremendous Hampshire ewe lambs. First one for me, and when we put them into motion, that's where she gets here for me. That sheep is so balanced on the move. She holds herself together so well and just takes that really nice stride for us. She's shapely. She's got stifle shape, huge hip and pin set in her. She's elevated. She's angular. I think that's a darn nice one there. If you want to use the second one and say that this one is just a little more expressive in terms of her muscle, I'm all in. I think that sheep wedges the right way. That sheep is massive in terms of her hip. She doesn't blend quite as nice in her hip loin, and that's because she's so muscular everywhere. That sheep also takes a pretty nice stride, maybe not as good as our first one, but she's big-footed, angular, really crisp and fresh. I love that sheep as well. Our third one, love that one. That one in motion for me just gets a little piecier in what she does in terms of holding herself together. That one's massive. I love her stifle. I love her legs. I love how they've done her leg wool. That sheep moves so well as well. If she would just hold herself together while she moves, I'd be all in on that one. I love where she puts her feet. I just like to change her here and there in her shoulder in motion. But my gosh, I love that sheep. You want to use her, you sure can. Our fourth one comes to us. Just again, we talk about that 3/4 view. She gets a little flatter, a little plainer. She does elevate the right way. She is big-footed. She is good in terms of her Hampshire breed character. We just run out of sheep compared to those 3. Really neat designed one that comes to us in 5, really, really angular. She just gets a little narrower constructed. Maybe like to lighten her pelt up if you're going to get real critical of one, but really, really good footed. I think we read that one to be a great big, good yearling ewe next year. Nice set, congratulations.
I found a pair of ewes I really liked over here in the Tunis ring. Really well built, really smooth in their design, a good color, good breed character for me. The first place ewe lamb here, she handles real massive over her top. She's got a good spring to her rib. She stands down on some adequate bone and muscle. A really nice ewe. Ewe here having second, a ewe that maybe if I could handle her just a little bit better, she might have slipped on by, but I believe she's a touch shorter in her loin and a little bit coarser behind the shoulders than our first place animal, but still a really nice pair of ewes to start the class. We come down into a middle pair here, bigger frame type ewes. One of the deals, I either use this pair on top or I use the other pair on top. I kind of had a personal preference for the color and the thickness of our top pair, but a really nice ewe in third. Really appreciate her extension. She does have a good length of hind saddle, good levelness at top. We go back into fourth, a ewe that a little bit starts to lighten up a little bit over her poles, gets a little finer in her bone, but still a really nice ewe. The ewe we have in fifth, kind of could slide into third and be in the middle of these two. I'm not exactly sure how to put it, but she's a really nice ewe, a real traditional type of ewe, and I really do appreciate her. Congratulations to everyone.
Placing on the Hampshire class of early February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 5608, OH 81638398. Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to 5336, Ellerbrock, ST117, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Third place to 5609, Cade Charmison, Hennessy, Oklahoma. 4 to 5618, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 5605, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Placing on the Tunis February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 7396, Anderson Acres 136, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. Second to 7399, Shakel 2302, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third, 7398, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, 7397, Bo Mum. And 5 to 7401, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. The American Shropshire annual meeting is in South Wing, room C108 at 6 p.m. this evening. Voting for the 2024 National Open Show judge will take place at that time.
We got 4 here in this class. A pretty good one in terms of her head design, and in terms of her length at top there, round-ribbed, big-bodied kind of a ewe here to start us off. Really nice when you crack the fleece from end to end. Very consistent as you work all the way down through that britch and lower end. I think more than ample in terms of the foot size that she puts to the ground. You most like her here in the two-hole, long spine kind of a ewe, really round-ribbed. You like how she brings it back square into that lower third of her body there. A ewe that's maybe not quite as expansive back over her top, and especially as she goes from the hooks back into her pins. A ewe that's certainly stout enough to the ground for me. Again, most like our class winner. Lamb here in 3, super extended up to that front end. You love her balance and her side view. She's presented very well for us today. Just not quite enough length of spine for me, not enough length of hip from hooks back to pins, although she's certainly wide enough there. I think for me, she's bound to the ground really good. I think a nice place really fits in that 3-hole for us. A lamb that rounds us out here in our top 5 or top 4 here. She just kind of gets a little bit more pitched as she moves about the ring. But a ewe that's certainly long enough spined. She just gives up a little bit of mass and power to some of the 3 in front of her, but good set.
Placing on the Corriedale yearling ewe class, first place to 4461, Craig 2148, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 4455, Craig 2218, also Brady Craig. Third place to 4459, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to 4457, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 4456, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the Corriedales, first to 4463, Craig 2236, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 4465, Dewdrop Farm 2271, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third place to 4462, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And 4 to 4464, Jackson R. Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
class of late spring tuna shoes. I started with the class with one of the better built, more 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 complete ewes in the class. A ewe that comes out really pretty up through the front end, good length through her hind saddle, good width in the middle section of her body. A ewe that you can really appreciate. Young man here in second, a ewe that's really close in the design. If I could change her up just a little bit, I'd like to maybe tighten her up in the front end. She gets a little bit broader there in the front than I would expect in her age. But I really do appreciate the shape of her head and her ear set. Really nice type of ewe. The gentleman here in third, another really well balanced, long-sided type of ewe. A ewe that just gives up some of the overall dimension of her first two animals, but still a ewe that you can appreciate for her length of neck and length of hind saddle. As we go down to the fourth place ewe, again, a ewe that matches up pretty good with our third. Good length of body, just not enough substance to place any higher today. The young lady here in fifth, a lamb I'm going to assume is the youngest lamb in the class, just giving up the pounds a day to perform up with these others, but I'm sure as she grows out as a yearling ewe, she'll be a pretty nice ewe. Congratulations to everybody.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lambs for the Tuna Show. First place to 7409, Spildy 722, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 7408, Red Barn Farm 742, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to 7405, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 7406, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. And 5 to 7407, Keita Smith, Barnstead, New Hampshire.
We're going to start with a big upstanding kind of ewe with a beautiful bright fleece on her, super extended, long-bodied kind of a sheep. I think she continues to grow is the way I read her. Ewe that's still fresh in her handle when you hold on to her. She's fighting the young man just a little bit more than what I'd like to see, but I think she's adequate in terms of her movement there to get around the ring, no doubt. The ewe here that's in 2, a ewe that gets a little bit shorter in terms of from end to end in comparison to the ewe that wins the class, a ewe that's just not quite as much overall rib shape to her, gets a little bit not quite as much stoutness to the ground. I guess overall I'd like to clean some of that color off her feet to get her any higher. Ewe here in the 3-hole, really balanced, pretty profiling kind of sheep, plenty of extension, just not enough spine, not enough rib, not enough length to compete with ewes in 1 and 2, but she's really a good one in her own right and will move on and do very well. You young lady that's got the ewe here in the 4-hole here, a really beautiful fleece sheep. She's got a nice head on her, just not quite as many days on feed, not quite as much groceries as some of the other lambs. You that rounds us out here in the top 5, a ewe that we just like to angle her up maybe a little bit up through that front 1/3 of her body and extend her down over her back to move her any farther.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Cordell Show, first place goes to 4470. Hebe 935, Carter Heberhausen of Republic, Ohio. Second to 4471, Craig 2305, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to 4467, Addie French, Wakeman, Ohio. Fourth to 4466, Caitlin Morrow, St. Paul, Indiana. And 5 to 4468, Anya Lean, Arlington, Iowa.
Again, just a tremendous set of February ewe lambs again here in our Hampshires, and really, really good all the way through in this top 5. And some differences in them, sort of again for me. I guess for me again, just combination sheep of square edged and look and just mass. That one over the top of her is just super, super wide in her rack and loin and carries that back in through her hip and pin. And that's where she gets the nod over the second one for me. I think she's just a bigger hip sheep, bigger pin sheep than maybe that second one. Both of them extremely good-footed, both of them extremely square-edged, and that's where they both get the nod for me over the third one. I dig the third one just in rib and just design and look, and she gets rounder kind of on both ends for me, especially in motion. She wants to kind of dove her front into the ground. She gets a little rounder shoulders. She gets a little rounder at what she does with her pins, but boy, after that, that's a really good one. I like that one, stifle and rib. You want to interchange those three? I think you sure can. I like all three of them quite a bit here for us. Our fourth one comes to us, big hip sheep. I love this sheep's pin. That sheep is massive in her pin set. She gets a little bit plainer in motion, not quite as much pizzazz as we have in these first three, not as much authority as she moves around the ring, but they've got her fed extremely well. She's got some length about her. I love her pin set. 5 comes to us a little immature. That one needs just a little more bark to comparatively to these other 4 ahead of her, but really neat designed, elevated up through her front end. I love that one's feet and legs as well. Guys, that's a great set. Congratulations.
Here in our Tunis slick-sheared ewe lambs, we're going to start the class with a pair of ewes, really long-sided, really well-extended type ewes. When you handle them, they're both extremely long from the 13th rib back. Ewes that are really nice in their type and kind. The ewe in second, I slide her maybe up in the first. If we tighten up her hide a little bit, change your neck set just a hair over the first place animal, but still a really nice pair of ewe lambs up there. We come down into another pair of ewes. Both are give up some of the length aside of our top 2 individuals. We use the ewe in third is a little bit more powerfully built, a little bit leveler over her top. And just a really nice, well-balanced type of ewe. The ewe in fourth, longer-sided. However, when you come to her 13th rib back, she gets a little wonky over her top. She comes off a little bit weaker over her dock. If we could just straighten her out a little bit more, she might be able to slide up a little bit higher in the class. Our young lady here in fifth, a really well-balanced type of ewe, a ewe that gives up some of the size and scale of the ewes up and above her. Some of the length of body, but a really nice made ewe. I really appreciate her spring of rib. I like her color and her breed type. Just a really nice ewe to go on for it with. Congratulations.
Over here on the Cordell side, we got a pretty good one to start you off here. Really extended up through the front third of her body. Really good on over her top and flat over those hooks and pins. Really good fleeced ewe. She makes a nice place for me to start. Most like her here in type and kind here in the 2-hole. Really beautiful headed ewe. She's really coarse fleeced. They got her cut down a little tighter. It makes her look a little different than maybe what I'd present her as, but they've done a nice job of keeping her clean and getting her squared up here. The young man's fighting a good fight to get her squared up. This is going to be a big ewe, I think, when it's all said and done. I really admire her trueness to her rib shape. I think if we get the blades on her in another 60 days, it'd be a different story to talk about in terms of what she looks like. It'd be very interesting to watch her grow. Ewe that's very balanced in her profile here in the 3-hole. She's probably not quite as clean in terms of her movement as the ewes in 1 and 2. A ewe that maybe we'd like to see her fill that track just with a little greater ease and maybe not come up in her top quite as much, but you like her in terms of her hooks to pins. She's level and flat there, more than adequate about her fleece. Ewe here in 4, I really like this sheep in terms of the profile. She's extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. I'd like to change her fleece quite a bit to move her any farther up, but it is her frame design that gets her into that 4-hole for me. Ewe here in 5 is just a little light in her structure. You like her extension up through the front 1/3 of her body. She just gives up that forearm. She gives up 4 ribs. She gives up enough mass to compete with the ewe lambs here in front of them, but are good at set all the way through.
Placing on the Cordell February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 4473, Craig 2308, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 4472, Morrow 0005, Vincent Morrow, St. Paul, Indiana. Third place to 4476, Emmett Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to 44.77, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. 5 to 44.75, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Spring ewe-lamb class for the Tunis. First to entry 74.16, Red Barn Farm, 7019, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to 74.18, Red Barn Farm, 712, also Gregory Loper. Third place to 7417, Morgan Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. 4 to 7419, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 5 to 7410, Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio. Placing on the Class 2 of our Slickshorn February ewe lambs for the Hampshire Show. First place to entry number 5592, Scales 3029 ET, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to 5596, Martin 23067, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third place to entry number 5567, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. 4 to entry number 5597, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. And 5 to entry 5589, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio.
No surprise, we've had a really nice Cordell ewe show here. We're going to go ahead and use that yearling ewe for champion. I think she's pretty good, solid, sound, kind of a sheep. I think there's a lot of good things about her. When you open her fleece, she's going to be your champion ewe. From there, we're going to come back and use this late ewe lamb, the intermediate ewe lamb here. I think she does a really nice job in terms of what she will be in the future. I think she's going to be right there knocking on the door.
For our Cordell show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, 4461, Craig 2148, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve champion was our January ewe lamb class winner, 4470, Hebe 935, Carter Heberhausen, Republic, Ohio. Now ready for best headed individual. Cordell, best headed individual.
Here in the junior champion Tunis ewe drive, we got a really nice set from start to finish here. Ewes are deep. I really appreciate both lines a lot, but today I think I'm going to go ahead and use the February ewe lamb for champion and follow it back up with the January for reserve. The two ewes that just kind of set the type and kind that I really appreciate. Congratulations.
For our tuna show, our junior champion went to our first place in the February ULAM class, Anderson Acres 136, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. The reserve champion, first in the January ULAM class, Spildy 705, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U. Next class for the Cordell show is Best Fleece. Yes. Best headed individual for the Cordell show came out of the February and later ULAM class. Entry 4474, lean 2340, Anya Lean of Arlington, Iowa. Now ready for Cordell, Best Fleece.
Here in our grand champion tuna shoe drive, we have a really nice set of 4Us out here today. We're going to go ahead and take our senior champion for grand and follow it up with our junior. I think she's going to fit the bill next year, but just not enough power right today to get up ahead of the old U. So congratulations to both of you.
Our grand champion Tunis goes to our senior champion. The senior champion came from the late yearling U class, Spildy, 671, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Our reserve grand champion U was our junior champion out of the February ULAM class, Anderson Akers, 136, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. Now ready for Tunis Young Flock. Tunis Young Flock. The best fleeced animal in the Cordell show went to entry 4483, Hebe 935, Carter Heberthausen, Republic, Ohio. For the Cordales, we're now ready for your Cordell State Flock. State Flock is your next class.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, this is our last class of February ULAMs here. A lot of differences in types and kinds floating in this class, at least what gets up here in my favorites. I think, again, just a combination sheep of some size, some scale, some look, some dimension about her. Again, big-footed, really, really big in her rib, tracks and travels extremely well. I think just that combination sheep here to go ahead and lead off with. I think the next one pushes her pretty hard. I think that one gets a little bit moderate compared to her, but that one is wicked in terms of her build and body, her shape and her rib. And for as massive as she is, she's still pretty good looking. She does shorten up just a nickel compared to that first one. I dig that second one quite a bit. I'm all in on this third one in terms of just look and just style and profile on that sheep. That sheep for me just needs to be a little bit better when we set her into motion and what she does with her rear pasterns. Maybe that's just a travel thing. We're going to leave her third there today. I think that's a hard-muscled, really big top sheep that looks like she's going to continue to grow. I like that one quite a bit. Our fourth one comes to us, another big rugged-footed one. It's a little bit plainer in terms of her expression of shape. Maybe not quite as much three-quarter and lower stifle view that we have there in those three ahead of her, but really, really sound, nice about her head, really, really big-footed. You certainly appreciate that about her. Then we got a baby ewe lamb here in 5, and that's all she is she just needs more days. That one's built extremely good. Her shoulder and breast and chest are about as good as we have in this class. Stamps those feet down in all four corners. We just give her a little more maturity, a few more days here. That's another nice set. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordell State Flock, first place to Illinois, second to Ohio. That does conclude our Cordell show. Cordell exhibitors, thank you very much. We need Columbia Senior Ram Lambs. Columbia Senior Ram Lambs will be your next class. Columbia Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the late class of Slickshorn February ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First to entry 5555 Wheaton 23079 Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second to 5549 23075 Kirsten Cummings, Coatesville, Indiana. Third to 5546 Johnson 2263 J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4:55:42 Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. And 5:55:41 Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
On the Columbia side here, we got one fall ramland to talk about. He's certainly elevated to the shoulder part very well. A ram that's got a lot of skeletal extension to him, length of body to him. His feet go all the same direction. He's got his nose pointing the same direction. I think pretty good individual to get us started.
Placing on the Columbia Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to 4406, Thiessen, 2252, Sam Gullion, Somerville, Alabama.
Here, Columbia Junior Ram Lambs here. We got a ram that's certainly flat in his spine. He moves very well, extended up through the front 1/3 of his body. He balances very nicely. When you look at his underline there and his top shape, we're in just kind of an interesting sheep. As you look at him, he's got enough shoulder to him. I think he's still going to elevate up enough and get wide enough in his overall makeup, and I think he makes a dandy to put there in the first hole. Ram most like him here in Type and Kind here in the 2 hole. Maybe not quite as balanced up on his underline quite as nicely, but a good top sheep. He's got plenty of mass and rib to him still. A big long length of spine kind of a sheep. Ram here in the 3 hole just gives up a little bit of power overall. Just days on feed and power and length of body. I think just a little bit longer and we can have him sheep just as big as the other 2.
Placing on the Columbia Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 4410, Haas, Thiessen 2309 ET, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Second to 4408, C. Copeland 0464, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third to entry 4407, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
On the Columbia side, we're going to go ahead and use those junior Ram lambs for champion and reserve. I think they're just a little fresher in their handle today. Lambs that got a very similar design. We're going to keep them together.
Champion ram for the Columbia show goes the first place junior ram lamb, entry 4410, Thiessen 2309 ET, Haas, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Reserve champion ram to the second place junior ram lamb, 4408, C. Copeland 0464, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
Single entry here in the to start the Montedale show with the Ram Lamb, but one that could definitely take quite a bit of pressure. A real nice, well-balanced ram, real thick over his top, real long on his hind saddle. Stands down on some pretty good feet and legs. A really nice type of ram. Congratulations, young man.
here on the Hampshire side of the ring, our March ewe lamb class here. I tell you, I think a wicked class in terms of quality and depth. And after saying that, not one of these top 5 look alike, and that's okay. I think they're the best 5 here, and for different reasons. That first sheep is really, really white featured and big-legged, big barrel and center body and rib in that sheep. Great stifle shape about that sheep, and yet for as massive as she is, she blends at the top of her shoulders really good. She's really good on her outer shoulder and breastplate. I think this is an awfully good female there. Is she maybe just a tick mature for the March class? Maybe just a hair, but I think that female brings a lot of positives here to the table. The next one that follows her, wicked in motion. That one looks just like that in motion. She props up. She's got the point of her shoulders way cocky when we set her in motion. Her feet are perfect. There's not quite as much of her as there is in that white pelted one. And then if you're going to get real picky, maybe just like to lighten that one's pelt ever so slightly. But boy, is she good handling, good moving, and super sound. I like that female a whole bunch. Our third one comes to us, another super designed one. Just gives up a little bit of dimension in her top shape compared to those first 2. But I love how long she is. Really long from her 13th rib. Great at the point of her shoulders. She's got lots of extension about her. Read that one to maybe continue to grow and be a pretty nice size yearling ewe here for us next year. Just dig that one a whole bunch. I dig number 4 as well. That one is really big ribbed and massive. I think if you look from the outside, you say that one could follow our class winner just in type and kind, and I agree. When we get her into motion, she gets just a little plainer, a little coarser in her shoulder, in her breastplate compared to those maybe a little more whistle-fronted ones there in 2 and 3. But man, is she massive and wide. Just a great female there that comes in 4. 5, baby female here, just needs more time. That one is really stout in terms of her feature. She's really big in terms of her pin set. I like that one a bunch too. Guys, that's a great set of March ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Monadale Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5978, Pete Fish 2029, J.W. Sims, Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Placing on the early class of Slickshorn March ewe lambs for our Hampshire show. First place goes to entry 5679. Johnson Family Show Stock 23100, Darlene, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to 5685, Northern Star Livestock Service 23023 AI, Hudson Hortz, Zaffer, Texas. Third place to 5681, Marshall Hull, Hartsville, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 5676, Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 5682, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan.
We get into the Columbia yearling ewes, and certainly no light end of the swimming pool here to talk about. Big, heavy constructed ewe to start us off. She's got some chest floor in her, and yet she's got plenty of rib. Big, massive ewe, really strides out pretty nicely for me. You crack that fleece, she's super dense, bright enough, white enough, consistent enough, I'm going to call her. I think she excels the ewe in 2 in terms of her movement and her balance. I think she makes a really nice place for us to start. You here in 2's got some nice things. Some people are going to like her. She's so elevated at her shoulder. She's certainly a big monster. I think she balances up fine from the side view. I'd like to make her cleaner in her movement. She has a tendency to want to pop that top and not set those stride quite as nicely as the ewe that wins the class. You here in 3, a little softer in terms of her feet and legs in comparison to the ewes in 1 and 2. Beautifully fitted kind of a ewe. She's got a big top in her. She's flat and square back over that hip, just not quite as much to her. As you look at that front 1/3, not quite as much fore rib design to her. that's not white flesh in comparison to my first two individuals. You're here in 4 is a beautiful profiling kind of a sheep. She gets outmassed today just overall. She's just not quite as much true rib shape to her yet. A ewe that's got a beautiful design in terms of the front to rear and profiles very nicely. Like to clean her just a little bit. Ewe that's here in the 5-hole, a ewe that's super good in her fleece, and that's what gets her into that 5-hole. She gives up a lot of framework and a lot of power to some of the ewes on either side of her, but a ewe that's beautiful fleece. She's straight, level made, kind of a good kind of a foundation female. Ewe that rounds us out here, a ewe that's certainly not a small one in her own right, just not quite as much skeletal stretch to her. We'd like to change her fleece down low.
Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place to 44-17, Thiessen 22-12, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to 44-16, Thiessen 22-18, also Elizabeth Thiessen. Third place to 4414, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Fourth place to 4419, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to 4418, Sam Gullion, Somerville, Alabama.
A really well-balanced Montadale ram to start the class with. I appreciate his length of hind saddle. Comes out level over his dock. Great extension up through his front end. He's not the thickest ram in the class. That's done by the second ram, but it's still a really well-balanced ram. Real young, has a lot of growth in front of him. And second, we got a more massive ram, a bigger frame ram, a ram that if I could change him up and get him a little higher up in the class, I'd level him just a little bit more off his dock and tighten him up over down on his rear pasterns as he tends to knuckle over a little bit. Our ram in third, another long-sided ram, a ram that handles really well. If we could just widen him over through his top, so he could slide up there a little bit more, a little more days of feed, pretty good, but still a really well-balanced, real pretty front-end ram to sit in third. As we come back into the fourth and fifth spot, we're having the rams are just giving up the total size and volume of our top individuals, but still usable type rams. Congratulations to all of you.
pretty sound individual here to win the class. Nice fleece on this ewe, pretty extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. She's young enough to win the class and does a nice job there. I think stout enough in her makeup that when you get her to the ground and set her up and move her, I think she stays together pretty well for me. Ewe that's a little bit harder to look at here in the 2-hole and gives me a little bit of pause. She's fitted a little different than some of the other sheep that we've been looking at, but when you analyze her a little bit down over that top and you get to digging in there, I think she does a pretty good job in terms of standing very straight. She's level, she's correct in her makeup, very extended kind of a ewe. I think she fits nicely in the 2-hole. Sheep that's maybe not quite as big a framed as the ewes on either side of her here in the 3-hole, but really good fleeced. I mean, super good fleeced, level, straight, moves very well. She's fighting the young ladies a little bit more, but she's a nice sheep. So I think she's, from a completeness standpoint, there's no holes in her. She falls in 3 for me. Ewe that's a problem for me is the fleece here in the 4-hole. Columbia fleeces, we can still sell those. For me, there's just too much grade change and too much shorter fleece on this ewe in the center portion of her body. I'd like to change her in terms of she moves out of that hip and hind leg just a little different than some of the others. Same with the ewe here in 5. We'd like to change her off those rear wheels, change that fleece in the center portion of her body, give her a little bit more angle to her shoulder to move her farther up.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Columbia show. First place to 4422, Thiessen. 2259, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to 4425, Eagleson. 0152, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Third to 4421, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 4 to 4423, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. 5 to 4424, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
Another March class here in our Slickshore and Hampshires. I think it might be the last one. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. but really a nice group again to sort through. Some differences here. I keep wanting to say that first sheep just needs a little more up and out, a little more stretch about her, but study that female just in terms of width and dimension, and yet at the point of her shoulders, she's sharp and she looks good. She ties no breastplate in that sheep. When we set her into motion, that's what she looks like in motion. She looks like she runs uphill. She looks like she's got a great stifle shape about her. We don't have to put that brace on her to see that. I wish she was just a little stretchier at times. Boy, that sheep is really, really balanced in terms of her dimension and her look and her feet and legs. When we set her into motion, just a tremendous type of female here. Our second one, I love the angularity of that one. I wish we could put that on our class winner, but I'd change that one there in her hip loin. She doesn't blend quite as nicely. Another big-footed one, though. I love that female about her head. Just really, really a lot of white wool about her leg, and you appreciate that. Just another really good one here for us. Our third female, dig that one a whole bunch. Again, super sound. We put that one into motion. She wants to roll her hip and her pin set to the ground just ever so slightly, but just chock full of shape, big rack shape in that sheep. Really a nice Hampshire head about her. I think this is another really good one there. We work into a baby ewe lamb here that comes into 4. I'm going to keep her in the mix here. I think that female's designed really good. We just run out of sheep. I think she's adequate in terms of her age here for us. Super sound, sets her feet on all 4 corners. That's a nice one to follow in 4 with. I think we got 2 big ones here that are just darn good sheep. I think they're pushing the envelope just a little bit here in terms of what class they might be. I think that female that comes 5 is wicked. I'd like to see her a little bit earlier in the day. That female is designed extremely well. I just think we're pushing the scale just a little bit of being maybe just a little heavy for this March class. Same thing for this the 6th one, excuse me. Big-footed, shapely sheep. Really appreciate the dimension and rib about her. I like both those quite a bit. We're going to keep those baby or ewe lambs here on the top. Nice set. Congratulations.
We have a really nice set of Mondale Rams to run with. We're going to start the class with this a little bit more moderate made type ram. Plenty big enough for me, plenty thick enough for me. He wedges the right way. As you handle him, he gets thicker as he goes back. He's carrying a lot of muscle into his lower leg. He's clean enough up through his front end and has plenty of breed character to win the class. As we come in a second, we got a longer sided ram, a little bit bigger frame ram, just a ram that just handles a little bit narrow over his top. Going to be a growthier, bigger ram as he finishes out, but I just prefer the added thickness of the first place animal today. In third, we got another big frame type ram, a ram that that when you handle him, he does get a little spiny over it as you handle it. Could use some more groceries. Going to be a really big frame ram as he grows out. Just not enough overall thickness and volume to him today for me to place any higher. When we come down into some real stout rams in 4th and 5th, rams that just, when you handle them, they're from the 13th rib back, they're not quite long enough to compete with our top 3. But lambs I can both appreciate for their muscling and thickness. The slick-sheared ram just outpowered in size and overall scale, but still a really nice made, real correct type ram. So congratulations to all of you.
Placing on the Class 2 of our Slickshorn March ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to 5659, Charmison 23072, Lincoln Oldenburg Mahal, Oklahoma. Second place to 5655, Hall 3063, Marshall Hall, Hartsville, Tennessee. Third place to entry number 5338, Taylor Lautenschlager, Dannifin, Nebraska. Fourth place to 5668, Katie Anderson, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5th place to 5656, Kenzie Brown.
Our slick shear Montedale Ram Lamb class. We're going to go ahead and use the February. He's just a thicker made, more pounds of product type ram, a ram that can add some gain onto your lambs. The January ram, a bigger frame ram, a real growthy ram. A ram definitely will be bigger come next year. But just doesn't have the overall mass and muscling of our February to place any higher today. Congratulations to both of you.
Over here on the Columbia side, a ewe with a lot of balance and profile to her, big enough in her framework. Got a beautiful design in terms of her rib there, straight down over that top and hip. She excels a ewe in two here in fleece. I just read her as continuing to grow on. I think she'll get to be a nice size ewe, and I think she's got enough rib shape to put with it in a really complete package. I think she's going to be a neat one to watch next year. Ewe here in two, she's got a lot of mass today. I don't know that she's going to be that massive a sheep when we get all said and done in comparison to the ewe that wins the class. Certainly has the advantage yet today on pounds in comparison to some of the other sheep, yet she's still thicker all the way across her body. She's heavier structured. I like her head pretty well. I think she fits nicely in that two hole. You know, ewe lamb here in the 3 spot, she's elevated up through the front 1/3 of her body very nicely. You like the roundness and shape to her rib. She gets a little bit more peaked as we work back across the top of her and back through her loin and hip junction in comparison to the ewes in 1 and 2, but a ewe that's certainly done well to this point. Ewe here in the 4 hole, probably one of my youngest in the top 5. A ewe that I think if we could just get her to stand up a little bit, she'll look a little neater about that neck and loin junction. Really, really dense fleece on this ewe. As you work your way back all the way into that britch, this ewe's going to shear some pounds of wool. Really soft handling fleece, a really balanced, straight made, true sheep to look at here in 5. Maybe not as elevated in her front 1/3 of her body or as laid back about her blade, but a ewe that when you set her up and move her around the ring, she certainly fills her track nicely, keeps her back level and flat. A ewe that I think fits nicely there in the 5 hole. We'll see how she does next year.
Placing on the Montedale class of January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 5979, Corzat 2324, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to 5'9", Jacobson, 23-25, Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Third place to entry 5'9", Caleb and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana. 4 to entry 5'9", Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. And 5th to 5'9", Lydia Vondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio. Placing on the February and later class, first to 5'9", Kuykendall, 12-31, Mallory Corzett, Berwick, Illinois. Second, 5'9", Jacobson, 23-33, Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri. Third place to 5'9", J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Fourth place to 5'9", J.C. Kurz. Fifth place to 5'9", Caleb and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, first place to 5'9", Melvin, 23-140, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Second to 5'9", JWSR, 748, Layman West of Sisney, Illinois. Placing on the Columbia class of Junior U Lambs, first place to 4'4", Thiessen, 23-20, Grace Hayes, Durham, California. Second to 44-35, Thiessen, 23-03, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third to 44-28, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 44-30, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 5 to 44-27, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
They're in a champion drive, Montreal Rams. I think they brought out quite a nice group of bucks for me to sort through today. I can really appreciate the fall buck for his thickness and mass, the January for his length and extension, the February for just being just a true combination type ram, a ram that is really well balanced and has a big future in front of him. And our slick shear, again, a nice, thick, stout-made type of buck, something that I think a lot of breeders could use. Today, I've decided to go ahead and use the February ram for champion and the January for reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Champion U drive here on the Columbia side, certainly not disappointed in the quality of the females we brought out. We're going to use that Champion U, is going to be your yearling ewe. I think just a really stout, sound, straight-made kind of a sheep, and she's certainly taken a little bit of time to get there and a pretty good one to look at. It takes a lot of time and miles to find one that good in that age bracket. I think from there it comes back to that fall ewe lamb. I just really think there's a lot of neat things about her as we move forward. I'm not taking nothing away from that nice big yearling ewe there in the second hole.
For our Columbia show, our Champion U goes to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 4417, Thiessen, 2212, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve champion was our senior ewe lamb class winner, entry 4422, Thiessen 2259, also Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Placing over on the Monadale show, our champion ram was the first place fitted February and later ram lamb, Kuykendall 1231, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. The reserve champion ram, first in the January ram lamb class, Corzat 2324, also Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. For our Columbia Junior Show, your next class is Best Pair of Lambs, any sex or combinations. Then we'll follow that with Best Fleece. Best Columbia Fleece will follow that class.
Well, now I think we are on the last class of marches here for our Slickshorn Hampshire show. And again, just can't say enough about how good they are again in this class. Again, some differences, though, to sort through. For me, the first one, and if you want to say that one's a little too weathery, I'm all in on that. I think that one, for me, could be propped up in her front end just a nickel more, just to make her more ideal for me. But that one's massive and really good in terms of how she lays in her shoulder. Her rib and body and barrel is extremely good. Her hip and pin just kind of gets 2 clicks ahead of those other ones behind her. And then she's very good-footed as well. Again, make her a little more neater in terms of how she comes at the point of her shoulders in motion. I think that one is a pretty nice in terms of dimension. I dig this next one in terms of just design and look and front end. She just gives up some dimension in her top shape and back in through her hip shape compared to this class winner. And if you want to flop them, you sure could. This one here runs a little different speed in terms of the weather deal. That one probably going to be a little bit larger in terms of a yearling ewe. Both of them very, very sound. I like that one's feet and legs a whole bunch that comes too. Our third one, just a neat design, very smooth made ewe. Just looks like from the outside that she would just run out of sheep, and then we handle that sheep, and that's what happens. That sheep just doesn't have as much mass and dimension as those first two do, but again, very good on her feet and legs. Excellent breed character. Love that one's head. I think this is another nice female to come in our third hole. Our fourth one, younger type female here, just hasn't had as many days maybe to mature as a couple of them have here for us. I think that's a super designed, good-footed one that's got a bright future here as she continues to develop and mature. I think she gets better and better for us. And we round out the top 5 with one that I dig quite a bit. That sheep's shape and handle is extremely good. She gets just a little coarser and bolder in her shoulder in comparison to a couple of those sheep ahead of her. But again, nice Hampshire head, great breed character about her in terms of her legs. Guys, a great set again. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn March ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to 56-46, Gina. Flint Kennedy, Kirkville, Iowa. Second place to 5639 Rockin' J 23009 Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 5647 Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. 4 to 5641 Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 5649 Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Placing on the Columbia best pair of lambs, first place to entry 4442 Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to 4441 Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place to 4440 Grace Hayes, Durham, California. 4 to entry number 4439 Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 4438 Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
Well, here in the Hampshire side of the ring, let's put our hands together first and foremost for all the exhibitors here in this Junior U division. They are really, 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 really good. And there's a bunch of really good ones that didn't get to stand here. And if someone else was doing it, maybe they would. And I think we get these, how many ever there are, 12 classes, I guess, or 9 classes, excuse me, out here, just really, really solid type sheep that look like Hampshires. They've got shape, they've got look about them. I'm just very, very happy with them. And again, I know some of you brought other sheep to win here, and that no doubt we saw a bunch of good Hampshire females today. There's a pair of them that I can't get around in terms of hip, in terms of shape. And then we set both those into motion. They move extremely, extremely well. I'll go out and show you those two guys again. Just a ripping set of young females here. Let's give them again a big round of applause. Nice set of sheep. Congratulations.
For the slick-sheared Hampshire show, our junior champion came out of the late class of January ewe lambs, number 5487, Eller Brock 18111, Kinsey Minnan, Walton, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was first in the early February ewe lamb class, entry number 5608, 8163 88 or 8398, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. For the Hampshire Futurity, in the fitted yearling U division, first place to Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee, with Bob and Dryer Boys 2215. Second, Brooke Hershey, Worcester, Ohio, Double Bar D 2226. Third, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with Held 224318. Fourth place, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 22005. Fifth place, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 22011. Sixth place, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, Pearson, 2122. They had a tie in seventh, Brooke Hershey, Worcester, Ohio, Double Bar D 2225, and William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, Caskey, CO33. For the ewe lamb fitted purchased futurity, first to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio, held 22-43-22. Second, Trey Spoonster, Eola, Missouri, withheld 22-435-0. Third, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin, with Alf 348-23. Fourth, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio, double bar D 23-23. Fifth, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, Rick Al 1073. Sixth place, Gabe Higbee, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 23-015. 7, Dustin Mallory, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 23-011. Eighth place, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, Alf 36423. 9, Gabe Higbee, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 23059. On the Columbia show, our best fleece went to Addison Bissinger with entry 4426, Bissinger 59. She is from Bluffton, Ohio. That does conclude our Columbia show. Ready to begin our Merino show, Senior Ram Lambs. Going back to the Hampshire Futurity, the fitted ewe lamb raised division first goes to Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, with Pearson 2317. Second, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 23014. Third, Ashley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, Pearson 2320. We had a tie for fourth, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, Taylor Stock 2203, and William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, Taylor Stock 301, and Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, 7 mile 23023. In the slick yearling ewe division, first to Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, Westlake 2220. Second, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin, Metro 2224. Third, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, Paradise 22004. Fourth place, Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, Paradise 22092. Fifth, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, Westlake 2290. Sixth place, Clayton Landis, State College, Pennsylvania, with HPF 2203. Slick sheared ewe lamb purchased division, Clayton Chamberlain first with Mount Victory, Ohio, Schroyer 3006. Second, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, Poe 23084. Third, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, Westlake 2325. Fourth, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio, Westlake 2324. Fifth, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, Ambergy L018. Sixth place, Isabella Peroxic, Westlake 0825. Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, Westlake 2370. Eighth place, Deborah Smith, Carlisle, Indiana, Fleener 2343. And Deborah Smith in ninth, Carlisle, Indiana, Everhart 2205.
The class of Montedale yearling ewes, we have some real massive ewes here. We're going to start the ewe with the most balanced ewe in the class. She handles thick over her top. She's good in her hind saddle. She stands down on some pretty massive bone for such a feminine female. A ewe that I just appreciate quite a bit of. The ewe in second is a longer sided ewe, but to her disadvantage, she has a hard time carrying her top properly. If she could level that out, she might be able to slip right into the first hole. Another really good, really well handling type of ewe. Ewe in third is giving up some of the overall skeletal thickness of our top two individuals, but still a really well balanced ewe. A ewe, if you want to change her up a little bit, make her a little thicker, maybe elevate her chest full of hair, clean up her ears just a little bit, just my personal preference, but still a really nice usable ewe. The smallest framed ewe that we still have out in this drive A ewe that when you handle her over her top, she's about as level as they come. She's really smooth, real thick. She just gives over some of the overall size and dimension of the ewes above her to place any higher, but still a ewe that you'd be proud to have in your flock. The gentleman here in fifth, another ewe that you expect you're standing on the profile. You'd like to have her up there in the first 1 or 2 holes. Really nice ewe, handles really well. If we could just loosen her spine up some on the move, she would have slipped up there pretty high. Congratulations to all of you.
On the merino side here, just an eye-popping fleece this ram comes to us with. Real flat spine, kind of a sheep. He's leveling on it when he's on the move, fills his track very nicely. I think a very respectable fleece. And you get to handling him all the way back. It still stays soft and dense as you all the way back into that lower side of that bridge. Really neat in terms of how consistent the lock formation is in him. A little bigger frame ram here too. It elevated at the shoulder, maybe not as much true rib shape, and has pulled apart in his mass there, and his chest floor is maybe the ram that wins this class with. Another very dense handling class or fleece, not quite as soft to the handle though, and the touch all the way to the tip is the ram that wins the class.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, guys, I'm all in on all 4 of those females. They are extremely good, and let's give them a big round of applause, the exhibitors and breeders and whoever else helped put them together. I tell you, it's been my absolute pleasure to be here with you and sort through them. There's, again, been a great set and a great set of females that didn't get to stand here. For me, we're going to keep 2 together here. I think we've got a pair here that just are ripping. Money generating, excellent females. One of them for me just props up just a little neater in terms of her front end. Our ewe lamb will be our champion. Our yearling ewe will be our reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our junior champion was our overall grand champion, ewe, entry number 5487. She's out of the late class of January ewe lambs. Ellerbrock, 18111, Kinsey Menon of Walton, Indiana. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion out of the early Slickshorn yearling ewe class. Entry number 5429, Nancy Hobbs, 22012, Cheney Tennant, Manchester, Indiana. Placing on the merino class of senior ram lambs, first place to 5926 in-body, F2250, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the merino class of senior ram lambs, first place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Second place to 5925, WCYC 0623, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the merino class of senior ram lambs, first place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Second place to 5925, WCYC 0623, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the merino class of senior ram lambs, first place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Second place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the merino class of senior ram lambs, first place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Second place to 5925, WCYC 0623, 23, Adrian Finley Placing on the Merino class or Monadale class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 5998 Corzat 2294 Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to 6002 Temple 2210 Laura Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Third to entry 6008 to Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri. 4 to 6000 Abigail Wagner, Zionsville, Indiana. And 5 to 6004 Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
This class of slick-sheared yearling ewes in the Montadale ring. Uh, I was kind of torn. I had a first or fourth, and I had a first or fourth, and this is the way I ended up doing them. I took the biggest framed ewe, the boldest ribbed. She's longest hind saddle. She just has the most volume and product to her. She's decent enough in her breed type. Just to go ahead and used her for the class. Here I had a middle pair, two very similar ewes. I like the handle and the shape of top of the two a little bit more than I did the one, but still a really nice ewe. I bring myself down to the fourth, like I said, first or fourth. I didn't know which way I wanted to go. It was hard to do. A really nice ewe. Is she big enough? Yeah, she is for me. I thought she was plenty big enough. If I could change her up to maybe if I would have switched that first to fourth, if I could have leveled her off the hip just a little bit more, we would have done that. But a really nice set of ewes for all of you. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Monadales. First place goes to entry 6010, J.W. Sims Reisner, 734, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Second place to 6012, Lettman, 1300, Lydia Lettman, Waterloo, Illinois. Third place to 6011, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 4 to 6013, Caleb and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Winner of the Breeder Young Flock for the Hampshire Show is entry 5696, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
Here on the junior side of the Merinos here, we're going to find the combination sheep for me in terms of fleece and body. I think he's a bright white, really like his coloration that they've got in terms of his fleece. It's white, starch white when you open it up, really bright. A lot of luster to it. I think he's pretty consistent in his handle all the way through in comparison for what we can tell by eye. Really soft handling. You handle the muzzle on this buck here in two, and he's super soft over his nose. He's super soft fleeced all the way across. I think he's probably the sheep I read is the finest. Fat sheep, fat fiber conversation comes out. He's maybe not quite as sweet up through his front 1/3 as the bucks on either side of him, but I think he's a combination of things. I think that fleece gets him right there in that two-hole. I think he's big enough framed. I think he's long enough bodied. He fits nicely there. The ram that's is certainly going to have the disadvantage in terms of having as much feed as he has with these sheep. Here in the 3-hole, a ram that's got some natural thickness to him all the way back through his hip. He's very highly presented. He's a ram that maybe just a tad coarser in his fleece than the rams in 1 and 2. A ram that's a little bit more matured out in terms of his chest floor in comparison to rams in 1 and 2. As you look at the ram here in 4, from time to time he'll give you a glimpse of just how neat he can be. I'd like to change him back over that top and through his hip just a little bit more. Doesn't handle his hock and hind leg quite as nicely, but a nice fleece sheep. As he moves back across the lower side there, I think he just maybe has a little bit more change in terms of variation of what it is in comparison to the first 3 rams, but I think a very good one in his own right. Ram here in the 5-hole, he's got a little more variation that we can see from side to side. You can feel it in terms of touch. He changes in terms of his consistency and handle, I'll call it, in terms of his density, but a big upstanding kind of a sheep that's nicely put together.
Mounted Ill ewe lambs. We started the class with the most massive, longest sided ewe. She's thick through her middle section. A ewe that, if I could change her up a little bit on the travel, I'd like to loosen her spine up a little bit. She gets a little humpy, but not over exaggerated as today. This young lady in second, she's got the thickest made, most powerful muscled lamb. A ewe I really do appreciate for that. If I could change her up, I'd shorten up those hind pasterns a bit, and I'd drive her up probably into the number 1 hole for me. The young lady here in third, another long-sided, pretty profiling type of lamb, just gives up the overall size, mass, and volume of the top 2 animals to place any higher today.
And our final class of the Hampshire show is the pair class, and the winner of that class is entry 5717, Jackson Ritter of Fortville, Indiana. Placing on the early junior ram lamb class for the Merinos, first place went to 5930, Hoover 2301, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second place to 5927, Marvin 2609-10, Alyssa Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio. Third to 5932, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 4 to 5929, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio. And 5 to 5928, Adriana Finley.
This late group of Merino rams, we're going to start with the ram that's super soft on his handle. It's very noticeable when you touch him. Really bright white fleece all the way across, especially as you lower into his lower britch. He's still really bright and white there, very open as you pop it open.
it locks up and forms a trough there very nicely all the way down for us. Ram that's certainly got enough width to him as you look up through his chest for an extension there. Really highly presented ram here in 2. Looks very beautiful on the profile. He's got a good top in him. He's good flat square hip in him. He's a ram that gives up just a little bit of chest floor to the ram that wins the class. Gives up just that touch and handle to his fleece as we work back across it, yet it is very dense.
Placing on the Merino Late Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5933, Hoover 2305, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second to 5934, Inbody 2322, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio.
Merino class, we certainly got those fleeces we were looking for here in your $6 in this drive here. We're going to go ahead and use the senior buck. I really like the pop and eye appeal to that fleece that he has. He's going to be your champion ram. We're going to come back and use the late buck lamb for reserve. I think most fight type and kind, you handle him, he's just really nice and soft in terms of that fleece. Nice big back kind of a sheep. He fits nicely in that 2-hole for me.
For our Monadale or Merino show, our senior champion ram was our grand champion ram, entry number 5926, in-body F2250, Megan in-body Genera, Ohio. The late junior ram was our reserve grand champion ram, entry 5933, Hoover 2305, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania.
Over on my side of the ring here as we start into the Oxford show, a nice trio of full ram lambs here to start off for us. A ram that I think handles this class pretty nicely, just in terms of his angle, in terms of his hip and design. I think he's the best headed one in terms of his breed character. The second one, I like his head just a tick better than maybe that one in third. Both these rams handle with some top shape to them. There's not much wool on either one of them here in 2 and 3. Again, nice footed sheep. Let's give them a big round of applause as we start here in the Oxfords. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 6131, Django D. Hall 256, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to 6130, CGL 23-08, Lydia Vondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio. And third place goes to entry 6132, Paisley Sprawl, Worcester, Ohio.
Monadale ewes, we have a really nice, well-balanced ewe to start the class. A ewe that she is clean enough up through her front end, long enough in her side, and round enough in her rib for me. A ewe that's just a nice combination type of ewe. Doesn't really overdo any particular part, but it's just really well balanced. And second, we have a longer-sided ewe, a ewe that that you really appreciate that from, that an added extension through her front end. A ewe, I believe, will be a bigger yearling, has grown out. A ewe, though, as a handler, she tends to roll off the dock just a bit more than I'd like to place any higher today, but still a really nice usable ewe. Ewe in third gives up some of the mass and volume of our first two, but still a really pretty profile in ewe when he gets her set up. Good extension up through her front end. A ewe that handles level over her top. A nice well-bit ewe. The ewe in fourth, another ewe that you a little bit as you handle her over her top. She gets a little weaker in her top in some sections. Kind of rolls off the hip. But a really beautiful fronted ewe, a real nice head on her. Really, you can really appreciate that about her. The ewe in fifth, another a real flashy profile in ewe, a ewe that's just giving up the total mass and volume of our top animals to place any higher today. Thank you.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to 6024, Corzat 2305, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 6025, Jacobson 2323, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Third place to 6019, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Fourth to 6021, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. and 5 to 6020. Brooklyn Vondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio.
Here on the Oxford side of the ring in our early junior ram lambs here, really an attractive profiling ram that's super good in terms of his spine. You run your hands down there, there's not a hole in him. He's got some ruggedness about him, some growth about him. I think this a real nice combination sheep to get started with here. The next couple sheep, maybe not going to be as tall fronted as the ones on either side of them here, but really, really rugged in terms of their bone work. They've got nice heads about them. They've got some dimension about them. We work into 4 here, another real attractive ram. Maybe gets a little finer in his features. Maybe wants to narrow up in terms of his construction compared to those first 3 ahead of him, but another nice one in terms of his head. And then we work into 1 in 5. You certainly appreciate the growth in this ram. Maybe just a little bit dark in his color for me. Like to just maybe give him a little more dimension, but good class of early buck lambs. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the early junior ram lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to 6138, Nichols Sheep Farm 2305, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to 6133, Red Cloud 2308, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Third place to 6137, Corbin Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. 4 to 6135, Ava Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 5th to entry 6134, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
I think a darn good class of late buck lambs here in our Oxford side of the ring. I think you have 2 that are a lot alike in their type and kind. Just a super top sheep here to start the class with. He's maybe not quite as tall at the point of his shoulders, maybe as that second buck, but just a lot of dimension. Great right behind his rack into his loin. He wedges the right way for us, stands up on a nice set of feet and legs. I love that one's head. I think that's an awfully nice one there. Our second one, maybe just a tick taller, and you appreciate that about him. Another big hip, big top sheep with some ruggedness in terms of his bone. Again, very nice headed. I think those bucks have to stay together here in this class. That's an awfully nice pair here for us. Our third one, going to tip the scale being one of the bigger ones, and certainly you appreciate the growth and dimension in this sheep. Maybe not designed quite as neat in his front end, at the point of his shoulders quite as good as those first two are, but another good-headed one with a sound set of feet and legs underneath him. I like that buck quite a bit as well. We round out the top four with a ram that you appreciate the length and the stretch about him. He, again, nice-headed buck. Maybe just needs to be more of that buck in terms of dimension, in terms of top shape, to get ahead of those three. Let's put our hands together for that late class. Congratulations.
Over here in the Merino ring, we got a real neat yearling ewe to take a look at here. Super feminine and extended up through the front end, lots of balance, but really good down that top. Gets super exciting when you open up that fleece. Here's some pop to it. It's bright white, it's super soft, and it's very dense all the way across, all the way through, just really consistent. She's pretty tough to get around. You here in two's no slouch, and she's pretty good in terms of her overall design. You like her in terms of her natural length of body to her, length of hip that she brings to us. I think another good dense fleece that falls in that second hole for us really nicely. Maybe not quite as white and not quite as bright as the ewe that wins the class, but I think she does a nice job of falling number two. Number three ewe here is a big back kind of a sheep. She's naturally thick, round ribbed, really feminine and extended with those spikes on her head there. Just not quite as much sheep there as comparison to the first two ewes. A fleece that just gets a little bit coarser, I think, than the initial two ewes that win the class. Ewe that here in the four hole, a ewe that we'd like to change her fleece just a little bit as she gets down that lower side, but there's an awful lot of sheep to her. She's carrying a little more condition maybe than ideally we'd like to see, but long topped, heavy, thick made kind of a sheep with a gun of sheer pounds of wool. Ewe that's here in the five hole, again, a ewe that's a beautiful rib design to her, maybe a little shorter down her back and her hip, not as excited to be here today. We got two more ewes to round us out here. These are good ewes too. Ewes with lots of function to them, lots of rib to them, lots of back to them. I like them too, despite not being in their top five.
Well, on the Oxford side of the ring here, let's put our hands together for our champion and reserve ram selection. And not a lot of numbers here, but you get all six of these back out here. I think very useful and very good in terms of their top shape, their sound on their feet and legs. Just a nice group out here to choose our champion and reserve from. The reserve closes up just a little bit for me. I am going to use this late buck lamb for champion. I think just a real sound sheep with some ruggedness about him, and then closes up between that fall ram or that second lamb to our champion. We're going to follow in second there with that other lamb there. In terms of late lambs, I think we'll keep them together. Just in terms of width and dimension, they just handle with a little more than we have in that fall ram. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For the Oxford Ring, our late junior ram lamb class first place and also our champion ram went to entry 6139, Nichols Sheep Farm 2345, Elizabeth Hayden, Elmwood, Illinois. The reserve champion was second place in that late junior ram lamb class, entry 6141, Chad Hoover 2307, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Third place in that late class went to 6142, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, and fourth to 6140, Autumn Smiley, Stark City, Missouri. Now ready to show for best headed ram, best headed ram. Placing on the Merino Yearling U class, first place went to 5938, Diller R. 552, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to 5943, Mendenhall 21128, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Genera, Ohio. Third place to 5942, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 4 to 5939, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Fifth to 5940, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio.
We had a really strong class of Montedale ewes. We're going to start with this really pretty profiling ewe. She's clean enough up through her front end. She's one of the thicker ewes in the class. She's got some good shape to her rib. Stands down on some substantial bone. If I could change her up a little bit, I'd like to level her off just over the end of her dock there. She does kind of roll off a little bit, but a ewe that we can use to win the class here. The ewe in second, a ewe that a little bit bigger in her frame, a little bit more extension. When you get your hands on her, she does handle a little bit narrower than she appears, but still a really nice growthy type ewe, a ewe that will grow out to be a really nice yearling, I'm sure. Here in fourth or third, we have another ewe, a bigger framed ewe, and she's a little coarser in her front, tends to roll off at the hip, but still one of these big volume type ewe, a thicker made ewe. You can really appreciate from the extension up through from the shoulders. Here in fourth, we have a more moderate made, a thicker made ewe. If we could just kind of change her in the hip a little bit, have her track out just a little bit smoother, I think she might pop up there a little bit more. She's playing big enough for me. I'm not overly impressed with too much size. I prefer them to be thick than tall. So you're going the right direction for me. The young lady here in fifth, another really flashy ewe. I think a ewe that's just a little more immature in her build and her design, but you can really appreciate her extension and length. All in all, just a really nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
Best headed ram goes to entry 6147, Misty Meadow 1416, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Montedales, first place goes to entry 6034, Jacobson 2331, Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri. Second to 6032, Rhodes 2306, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third to 6030, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. 4 to 6033, Abigail Wagner, Zionsville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 6027, Brooklyn Vondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio.
Stout ewe here to start us off in this early ewe lamb class. She's a real thick made kind of a ewe. You like her in terms of her natural width back over her hip. She's got some roundness to her rib, balances up pretty nicely for us. As you handle that fleece, I think she's fine enough, and I think she's consistent enough for me to go ahead and use her in that first hole. You here in two may have an advantage of being just a tick finer as you handle her. It's just a tick softer maybe. Hard to say there, but really open-headed ewe. You like her in terms of her feet and legs. So you like her round rib structure that she comes to us with. Maybe maybe not quite as much stretch to her as the ewe that wins the class initially, or as heavy in her structure, but a good sound kind of a female in her own right. Ewe here in 3, a big outlining kind of a ewe. We maybe like to change her in terms of that she changes grade a couple of different times. It's not belly wool, but it does fine up, and then it coursens up as she gets back through that bridge and changes off that shoulder a little more. Just a little bit less consistency to her there, so she falls in 3. Ewes here in 4 and 5, just less days on feed, but I think real good kind of females. We get them sheared off. I think they'll continue to grow and go on and make good productive females farther down the road.
Placing on the Merino Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 5947 in-body F2254, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second to 5945, WCYC 0635, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Third to 5948, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. 4 to 5944, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio, and 5 to 5946, also Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio.
March Mountaindale ewes. We start the class with a really pretty profile in ewe, a real pretty head to her. Stands down on some pretty good bone. A ewe that when you analyze her over the top, she has a good spring to her rib. She comes out level over her dock. She's got some decent muscle underneath that wool. A really nice, well-balanced ewe. The ewe in second is a little longer sided ewe. It handles a little longer in the hind saddle. Just gives up some of that dimension and shape through the middle section, but still a ewe that you can really appreciate for her length and extension. The young lady here in third, a ewe that that on the move tends to be a little tight in her top, making her hump up a little bit, but likely the youngest ewe in the class. Is still a nice ewe here. Ewe in fourth, a massive, kind of a thick, more mature type of ewe, but if I could change her up a little bit, maybe move her up some, is level her over her dock just a touch and darken her up on her points. But still a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the National Monadale Junior Show. First place to 6036, Corzat, 2396, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to 6039, 3J Kurz, 1061, JC Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Third place to 6037, Lydia Bondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio. And 4 to 6038, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
We had a single entry in the early slick-sheared ewe. A ewe that you handle her, she's real thick over her top. She's deep in her loin. A ewe that has some shape to her muscle. A ewe that definitely could have stood a little more competition in the class. This young man should be really proud of her. Congratulations.
The wins here in this class. Super good fleece kind of a sheep. She doesn't really want to be here too bad, but really good and dense fleece all the way across her. It's soft to the handle and the touch. She's soft in her face there. Really sounded as she moves about the ring when she wants to stand up there and participate for him. No holes kind of lamb here in two. Yes, she's not as big a frame. No, she's not as wide at her base. No, she's not as wide in her chest floor. Man, she's soft handling, and it's consistent all the way down the side on this lamb. Really easy profiling, good back, moves really nice, good head on her. I just think she makes a nice, easy place for me to put her in two. You here in three, I like her rib shape to her, and we'd like to change that fleece quite a bit in terms of the way that it changes grade and texture, just not quite the same handle and softness as the ewes in front of her. As with the ewe here in four, highly fitted ewe, not quite as soft, especially as that center portion of her body and out through that britch as the lambs in one and two. Lamb here in the 5-hole, another good fleece kind of a sheep. We like to change her when she gets on the move, not quite as smooth and clean in her movement. We like to change her where her chest floor comes up just a little bit.
Placing on the early junior ewe lamb class for the Merino show. First place goes to 5950, in body 2302, Adriana Finley of Asheville, Ohio. Second place to 5949, Marvin 2609-11, Alyssa Marvin, Wasson, Ohio. Third to 5953, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 4 to 5954, Megan Inbody. 5 to 5952, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Monadale Slick Shorn Early ewe lamb class, first place to 6040, Triple K 0073, Caleb and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana.
Here in the Oxford side of the ring, our yearling ewe class, I think just a tremendous set of females all the way down. And I'm telling you, they're big, horsey females that have got breed character about them. They're very sound. They're very good topped. That first ewe, she's a little touchy. They said to handle her, you don't need to handle her more than once. That female has hardly got any wool on her. Just super designed ewe, big hip and lots of rib about her, really growthy and angular up through her front end. Just a neat female in motion. I like that ewe quite a bit. I think after that you can do a couple different things if you want to. I dig this second one. Once in a while she wants to get just a little bit straight in terms of where she sets those rear legs. But boy, again, hardly any wool on that female. She runs the right way. She's very up on her toes. She's got some rib about her. I think this another nice female to follow in that second hole with. A bigger, taller ewe here maybe than both of those in third, and you certainly appreciate that about her. Really long-sided and really good in terms of her profile. She gets just a little bit flatter as she works back in through her hip. Maybe give her just a little more shot of shape there in that stifle about her, but certainly the length and the growth keeps her in this mix really nicely. The next ewe in 4, another just real sound ewe that doesn't balance quite as neat up through her front end as maybe those first 2 or 3 ewes do, but again, big hipped and lots of shape about her, and again, not much wool on her as well. Our 5th ewe, this one maybe gets out-horsed compared to 4 of them ahead of her, but I like this female quite a bit. You run your hands down her top, and she's not wanting to profile or show right now for us, but really a good top sheep. Very good in terms of her rack and loin, back in through her hip. She's very sound on her feet and legs. Again, make her just a shot bigger to get ahead of those 4, but super designed female there that comes in 5. Our 6th place ewe lamb, or yearling ewe, excuse me. I like this sheep a bunch too. Really good shouldered sheep. You get over the top of her and measure her and handle her. There's not quite as much dimension in this ewe as we have in a couple of them ahead of her, but another real good headed, good footed female. Let's put our hands together. Good set of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
For our late slick-shared Montadale ewes, I went ahead and used a really well-balanced, real thick-made type of ewe. A ewe that if you could clean her up a little bit in her front end, she might even impress you a little bit more. But as you handle her over her top, she's got some good spread over her loin. She's carrying an adequate amount of muscle down through her lower leg. Just a real nice, usable type of ewe. A ewe that in second that kind of follows the same design. A ewe that just gives up some of the shape over the dock and down into the lower leg of our first place individual to place any higher today. Then we have the gentleman here in third with a bigger framed, stretchier type of ewe, a real flashy ewe from the side. You appreciate the added extension through her front end. She just gives up some of the mass and volume of our first 2 animals to place any higher today, but still a really nice, growthy type of lamb.
Placing on the Oxford yearling ewe class, first place goes to 6161, AA 2228, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place and the winner of the Oxford yearling ewe futurity program for this year is entry 6163, Emmy Lou, D Hall 240, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third place to 6155, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Fourth to 6158, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. And 5 to entry 6162, Credence Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois.
Nice pair of slick-shorn yearling ewes here on the Oxford side of the ring. One that comes to us just a little more shapely and designed. I think one that you just study her from the side. Lots of shape in terms of her stifle. Again, runs the right way for us. Big-footed. Just an awfully nice female here to go first with. Our second one going to be a little bit taller at the point of her shoulders. She's got some length about her. You certainly appreciate that. Not as much dimension, not as much expression in terms of her shape. Good pair, though. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
These merino ewe lambs here, ewe lamb that's beautiful headed, kind of a sheep, really dense fleece. I mean, super dense. You got to yank it open. She's not crossing it. She's just that dense all the way across and down in through her bridge. She's going to shear some serious pounds of wool. She has enough thickness for us and elevation at the shoulders. She's big enough framed. I think she's going to be interesting to see next year. Really beautiful top to you here in the 2-hole. Good rib shape to her. Maybe a tick coarser, a little rougher about her fleece in terms of the texture compared to the ewe here in the winds, but a really super sound, beautiful headed ewe that fits nicely in the 2. 3-hole ewe is really highly fitted, extended up through that front end. You like that about her. She's square in her toe, really level out that dock. I'd like to change the center portion of her fleece. I know it's just part of it, but as we look through it, she's just got a little bit more variation there than the ewes in 1 and 2. Ewe here in 4, a big-bodied kind of a sheep. I think she's going to shear some serious pounds. We just had a little bit more of a blanket on it, blanket on this one than I think some of the ewes in front of her, and she's starting to knit up just a little bit more than some of the others. Ewe that rounds us out, just not as many days on feed. We'd like to change the center portion of her fleece as well.
Placing on the Oxford Slick Sheared Yearling U class, first place to 61.69, Walpy 0123 Jefferson, Bryson Walpy, Greensburg, Indiana. Second place to 6168, Bingen B2219, Paisley Sprawl, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place to 5957, Marvin 2609-12, Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio. Second to 5955, In-Body 2304, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Third to 5960, Megan In-Body, Genera, Ohio. 4 to 5958, Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio. And 5 to 5959, Megan In-Body, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn, Monadale, late spring ewe lambs, first to 6041, Letman 1541, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Second to 6043, Melvin 23129, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. And third to 6044, Caleb and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana.
We're going to use that Merino Yearling ewe for champion. I think she's just a really good combination of balance, structure, and design. Beautiful head on her. Super, super, super fleece on her. I like her really good. She's going to be your champion ewe. From there, it gets a little bit tighter here from the early junior lamb and then the late the yearling ewe over there. We're going to come back and use that second place yearling ewe for reserve. I think she came out of a good class. Super stout, straight made, good fleece ewe. She works second.
For our Merino show, our champion ewe went to our first place yearling ewe, 5938. Diller 552, Morgan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. The reserve champion was second in that yearling ewe class, 5943, Mendenhall 21128, Megan In-Body, Genera, Ohio. Now ready for merino pair of merinos in the merino ring, pair of merinos.
We had a really nice Montadale show. Um, this set of females out here is really as well balanced as any breed that I've seen today or as I've judged in the past. I really appreciate the thickness of some of these sheep. Um, I know that they kind of had a trend to kind of get a little bit big and squirrely there for a while. I think the breeders have done a good job of trying to bring them back to a more functional type of sheep. But today I'm going to go ahead and use the yearling ewe for champion. She's just my type of sheep, just real pretty, real easy handling, just a good usable type of ewe in any type of situation. And to follow her up, I'm going to go ahead and use the February fitted ewe for reserve. I think that ewe is just going to keep going. Right now she can't get past that yearling for champion, but a ewe that she has a really bright future ahead of her. Congratulations to all of you.
Really a deep, good set of fall ewe lambs here in our Oxford show. And I just can't say enough the quality and how deep it runs here for us. I think the first one, I like her better stuck than in motion. And she's got a lot to offer just in terms of her pieces. Really good in terms of her bone work, really good headed. She's got some angle about her. She's really good in terms of her top shape. Set her into motion. She wants to be just a little dumb and want to suck her front end down to the ground just a little bit, but really a good top sheep with some dimension about her. I love that one's foot size and head. I think she leads this off pretty nicely. The next one, really an angular, attractive sheep from the side, gives up some of that dimension that we have in that first one. I do like her hip and pin, maybe a tick better than that class winner. I'd like to give her just a little more stoutness in compared to our class winner, but really a fancy profiling ewe on the side here for us for that second. The third one comes to us, another real growthy, long-sided one. This one gives up some dimension in terms of top shape. That one gets a little narrower constructed and right in behind her compared to those first two, but I read that one to be a big yearling ewe come next year for us. Another good-headed one. I think this is an awfully nice group as we talk through them here. The fourth one comes to us, gets a little more moderate in terms of her shape and style and balance. A sheep that maybe shortens up just a nickel compared to those first three, but again, very good-footed. She's got some breed character about her. Hardly any wool on that one. You appreciate that. Just an awfully nice ewe. And then we round out the class with one that I think just got a lot of good about her. She doesn't want to be here real bad. She's fighting the young people quite a bit, but she's angular. She's great-headed, super topped, maybe gives up some sheep compared to a couple of them, but darn good one there. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Oxford show, first place goes to entry number 6173, D Hall 254, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to 6171, Winning Way Sheep Farm 23-2073, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Third place to 6179, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 6170, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 5 to entry 6172, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. We do want to announce the Montadale Futurity winners. And we ask that once the show is over, go down to the corner of the show ring just outside in the makeup area there and get a photo with the plaque, all you winners. First place was Laura Brinkman of Minnesota with Jacobson 2313. Second, J.C. Kurz of Illinois with Moore 307. Third, Hazel Lumen, Minnesota with Fleck W40. 4, Clara Lumen, Minnesota with Van Horn 234. 5, Kelsey Patterson, Illinois, 3J Farm 1044. 6, Cash Brinkman, Minnesota, Jacobson 2323. And 7, Caleb Klein of Indiana, Triple K 0078. Again, we want to remind you at the conclusion of your show, please go to the corner of the show ring down in the makeup area just outside and get a group photo with that plaque. For our Monadale show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, Corzat 2294, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. The reserve champion came out of the February ewe lamb class, Jacobson 2331, Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri.
Here on the Oxford side of the ring, we're picking our senior and reserve senior champion female. Let's put our hands together for these young people and their exhibits here. I think just a darn good set. All 6 of them come back out here in very, very representation of the Oxford breed. For me, there's a big yearling ewe that's done a lot of growing. She's super in terms of her top, big in terms of her hip, and we set her into motion. I love when she walks. That'll be our champion today. Then it gets a little bit closer for reserve, whether we use that second yearling ewe or this fall ewe lamb down here. I think this fall ewe lamb's got a couple bells and whistles. That stoutness of bone is hard to get. That really a nice headed ewe. She'll be our reserve today. Let's put our hands together. A nice group. Congratulations.
Champion ewe for the, champion senior ewe for the Oxford show goes first place fitted yearling ewe 6161 AA 2228 Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. The reserve champion was our first in the senior ewe lamb class 6173 D Hall 254 Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the merino pair of merinos, first place to 5966, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second to 5961, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Third, 5962, Dylan Marvin, Wasson, Ohio. 4 to 5965, Alyssa Marvin, Wasson, Ohio. And 5 to Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Best Fleece Merino goes to the yearling ewe 5939 Inbody 2215, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the Monadale Young Flock class, first place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Third to Brooklyn Vondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio. We do have a correction on that best fleece for the merino. It was the yearling ewe of Morgan in body, Diller R552. Morgan is from Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the merino flock class, first place goes to 5976, Megan in body, Genera, Ohio. Second to 5977, Adriana Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Third to 5975, Alyssa Marvin, Wason, Ohio. Just a reminder, Dorset exhibitors, the owner needs to be on the head of their animals unless another animal is owned in the class. There will be slick shearing inspection and education, so please check in early to your class so any adjustments can be made. Also, Junior Dorset Association annual meeting will be tonight at 8 p.m., which is a new later time in room C105. Pizza and drinks, futurity awards, scholarship presentation, election of new board of directors, and first year Dorset Showman mementos will be handed out. Premier exhibitor for the Merinos is Megan Inbody of Genera, Ohio. Merino Junior exhibitors, they do have ice cream for you out at the wool display.
Over here on the Cotswolds, we're getting in the senior ram lambs here. We're going to start with the ram just more pulled apart in his overall makeup. His chest floor is wider, broader made. He's just got more design to him as he comes out of his rib than the ram here in 2. Like his extension up through his front. He's good down over his top. You handle his fleece. He's pretty consistent all the way through into his britch. Really nicely elevated from front to rear. A ram here too, a ram that's maybe not quite as many pounds heavy, but a really smooth pattern kind of a sheep nonetheless. He's got a long, straight, flat top in him. Just not quite as much rib shape and design to him, and not quite the same kind of handle to his fleece.
In our fall Dorset class, we're going to start the class with a smaller frame ram. He just handles a little bit thicker over his top and through his rib. He's adequate in his size and scale for me. He stands down on some massive bone. I appreciate his thickness of muzzle. The ram in second, a really big frame ram, and a ram that for the frame size does handle it well. It just gives up some of the dimension and scale or size from left to right that we have in the first place animal.
Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fitted fall ram lambs, first place goes to 4876, Trail Run Dorset's 2206, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to 4877, Crouch 2303, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Placing on the Cotswold White Senior Ram Lambs for their National Junior Show, first to 4487, Meyer 2303, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 4488, Meyer 2301, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Over here in the Cots class, I think a pretty handy winner. This is a pretty neat one in terms of his length of side and extension. You look at his fleece and his handle, really got some luster and pop to it. He's a pretty exciting kind of a young ram to look at. He's elevated up through his chest floor. He's really extended in his front 1/3 of his body. He's really well put together down over his top. Ram most like him here in the 2-hold, a level, strong made kind of a sheep. Just not quite as much extension, not quite the same handle and luster to that fleece as the ram that wins the class, but two good ones to talk about.
We're here in our winter Dorset ram class. Single entry, a ram that's really pretty up through his front end, real good extension, handles over pretty smooth over his top. Just a nice, well-balanced ram that could have stood a little bit more competition.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 4879, Nichols Sheep Farm 2272, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Placing on the class of white junior Ram Lambs for the Cotswolds, first place goes to entry number 4490, Meyer 2343, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 4489, Meyer 2347, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Here in the Oxford side of the ring, our second class of ewe lambs here, just a whale of a set of females here, in my opinion. Again, we just sort through them, and there's just quality running very, very deeply here. I think a real angular, good-topped female here to win the class. We put her into motion, and she's very balanced when we set her on all four corners. Really some angle about her shoulder, really a neat-breasted sheep, and that's where I think she gets that nod over that second one. I think she's just a little bit better there in her breastplate compared to that second one. That second one is really, really sound on her feet and legs. I love her rib and barrel and body. Again, maybe just take a little bit of that breastplate off of her to get ahead of that first one, but another good top sheep, beautiful headed. I think this is a nice pair here in 1 and 2. I dig this third one a bunch. I think this one just needs a little more time. She's not wanting to be here real bad and show at the North American, but a lot of quality in that one. That one's got some ruggedness in terms of her bone. She's got just a great top shape about her, big rack shape about her. elevation about her, great headed. I think this is a female that's just going to get better and better with time. I think that's a darn nice one in 3. Our 4th one comes to us in motion, maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely as those first 3. Certainly, though, has done some growing. Really good in terms of her top, really good in terms of her hip. Another real good footed one. I love that one's head as well. And then we round out the top 5 with one that just shortens up just a nickel, but another really good, sound female in motion, great headed. Guys, can't say enough about that class. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Our spring fitted pull Dorset ram, a really extended ram, a real growthy type ram. You appreciate him for his extension up through his front end. If I could change him up, I'd like to thicken him up there behind the shoulders, up in the rack, but still a really nice, usable type of buck.
Over here on the Cotswolds on the champion ram, we're going to go ahead and use that spring bucklam. I think just a diaper dandy in terms of you part that fleece open. He's got lots of luster to him, lots of skeletal extension to him, really good on those feet and legs. I think he's a handy winner. We'll come back and use the fall ram for reserve, taking nothing away from those other 2s. They're good sheep too.
For our Cotswold White Division show, our champion was our junior Ram Lamb class winner, 4490, Meyer, 2343, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Reserve champion was our class winner from the senior Ram Lamb class, 4487, Meyer, 2303, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the fitted spring Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorset show, first place to 4881, Spildy, 9578, Handyman, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Oxford class of January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 6193, AA 2311, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to 6195, Misty Meadow, 1410, Georgia Peach, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Third to 6198, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 4 to 6197, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to entry number 6191, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania.
Got a trio of slick January Oxford ewe lambs here. I think we get one handily on top, just super shapely sheep, and got a nice design about her. Over the top of her, there's just more of this female. I like her bone work. Certainly an elevation up through her front end is good. I think this is an awfully nice one, young lady, to get going here with. The next one, I think, is just the next most square-edged one here. In motion, that one's good, and in terms of her handle is good. Maybe not the most ideal headed here for us, but one that I think offers a lot of shape and has to follow here with our class winner. Our third one, the growthy ewe lamb here with some bone about her. Maybe not as square edged, not as smooth down her top as we have in these first 2, but certainly one that's got nice breed character about her. That's a nice trio. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford January Slick Shorn ewe lamb class, first to 6199, Smith Showstock, 2137, Riley Smith, Kentland, Indiana. Second to 6200, 2320, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And third to 6201, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana.
Over on the Dorset ring, the champion ram class, we're going to go ahead and use the winter ram for champion. I just can appreciate his added extension and levelness at the top. And for reserve, I think I'm going to go ahead and use the fall ram. I just really appreciate the way he's built. Just doesn't have quite the snap of our winter rams that go any higher today. Congratulations.
Your Cotswold yearling ewes here. We're going to start with you, maybe a little bit more elevated through the front 1/3 of her body, really extended in her neck there. Really needed that neck shoulder junction. I think she stands up pretty good size, kind of a female with lots of rib shape and design to her. Really soft handling, kind of a fleece to put there in that first hole. You here in two, not quite as sweet on the move, but certainly a big rib, big bodied kind of a sheep that you can really appreciate her smooth bone to her. She's level straight back over that top. We just like to set her in motion just a little bit cleaner when she's on the move.
Placing on the White Cotswold Yearling U class, first place to 44.94, Meyer 22.62, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 44.93, Meyer 22.63, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. For our Pole Dorset show, our senior champion and grand champion, the grand champion for the Pole Dorset fitted show goes to our fitted winter Ram Lamb class winner, Nichols Sheep Farm 2272, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. The reserve champion to our fitted fall Ram Lamb, Trail Run Dorset's 2206, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
You're the ewe-lamb class here in the Cotswolds. This ewe-lamb's going to be pretty tough to get around. She's really good top, really wide back over that hip-blowing junction, really square made from her hooks into her pins. You open up that fleece and it looks like it's supposed to. I mean, she's got some handle to it all the way through. It's fairly fine, or it's fairly consistently all the way back through that hip and britch. I think a ewe that's got some bright future in front of her this next year. Ewe that's a little bit more angular, if you like them that way, here in the two-hole. She's a little bit more laid back about her blade, but not quite as much sheep. Really good down her top, still not quite the rib shape and design through the front 1/3 of her body as the ewe that wins.
Placing on the white senior ewe lamb class for the Cotswolds, first place goes to 44.97, Meyer 2300, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 44.96, Meyer 2304, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Got a rip snorting good one to start us off here in this Junior ULAM Live. She's super extended down over her top, really good in her balance. The young lady gets her cranked up. She looks like $1,000,000. Really good as she gets back into that lower flank. This U is pretty good there. Still set her up and move her. She's good and long, and her stride fills her track very nicely. She's really wide pinned. You here in 2, most like her in type and kind. Maybe not quite as much length the top to her, as deep in that lower rib as the U that wins the class, but a really good one in her own right. She just maybe not quite as high set about that pin set as the U that wins the class. U here in 3 is really good and down to her top and into her pin, but we'd like to change her in terms of the elevation that she has and give her a little bit more rib to compete with the 2 U's in front of her. I think that's just number of days, and this could change next year standing here.
Placing on the White Cotswold Junior ULAM class, first place goes to entry 4,500, Meyer, 2317, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 4,501, Meyer, 2314, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to 4499, Meyer, 2375, Ansley, Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana.
Our fall-born Dorset yearling ewes. I started with the class with one of the bigger frame ewes in the class. She's got a lot of extension up through her front end. She's got good length of body. A ewe that, if I could change her up, I'd like to shorten her muzzle just a touch, but still a really nice functional type of ewe. The ewe in second is a ewe more my type. I really appreciate her breed character on her head. A ewe that's real thick through her middle section. If I could change her up just a hair more, is loosen up her spine on the move and set her down on her front feet just a little bit straighter. As we get down to third and fourth, we got 2 ewes here that just have a little problems with traveling. Our third place one gets tight in the spine, humps up. And the fourth place one is off in the hip and kind of rolls up underneath herself as she travels. It's still a nice functional set of ewes. Congratulations.
Here on our Oxford side of the ring, our February fitted ewe lambs here. I tell you, just a couple of big-time females here in 1 and 2, in my opinion. For me, when we put them into motion, what separates those 2 is just that I think the first one just holds her front end and shoulder together just a little neater in motion than we have in that second one. She is very angular and growthy, just super topped and works back into a big old hip. I think that one is big-footed, just an awfully nice female to win that class with. Our second one closely follows her. I love that one's head and just a lot of dimension about her in terms of her handle. Again, maybe not quite as stretchy and long from flank to flank, and then maybe doesn't handle her shoulder and her breastplate quite as nice as that first one does, but really a nice pair of high-quality females there. Taking nothing away from the next 3, I think there's some pieces there that are really good. I think that next ewe is very fresh and good handling. She's good-footed, maybe not quite as neat in terms of her color as we have in a couple of them ahead of her, but really a nice ewe. And then a big rugged-footed one here that comes to us in 4, not as neat as that one builds into her shoulder and breastplate quite as nicely as a couple of them, but love her ruggedness of bone, love that one's head. And then we round out the top 5 with just another good female. Hardly any wool on that ewe. They've got her presented extremely well. Another nice headed one. In motion, she wants to kind of tip herself to the ground just a notch. Good class. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Over here on your Cotswold Champion U Drive, we've got a really nice set. We haven't had a lot of numbers, but man, they're really good ones. I don't normally do this when we get to this show, but we're going to use the Diaper Dandy. I just think that's a really good one. She's going to be your champion ewe. I think she's a little cottier headed for me. I really like this ewe down over her top. She's really good hip. I'm really excited to see what she's next year. Taking nothing away from your yearling ewe, she's going to be reserve.
For our Cotswold, our champion white ewe goes to our first place in the Junior ULAM class. Entry number 4,500, Meyer, 2317, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve champion was first in our yearling ewe class. Entry number 4494, Meyer, 2262, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the Pole Dorset class of early fitted yearling ewes, first to 4886, Purple Ribbon Farm 661, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second to 48.87, Clampy, 114. Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Third to 48.84, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. And 4 to 48.85, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Placing on the February fitted ewe lambs for the Oxford show. First place to 6206, Misty Meadows, 1417, Liberty Lady, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second to 6207, Misty Meadows, 1418, Faith, also Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Third to 6204, Elizabeth Hayden, Elmwood, Illinois. 4 to entry number 6213, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. And fifth place to 6203, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Placing for the best white fleece for our Cotswold show goes to our winner, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with entry number 4490, was a Ram Meyer 2343.
Here in our February slick sheared Oxford class. Again, I think high quality. You get a couple three on top that are maybe just a little squarer edge and a little more shapely. I think that that first one is really angular and bold and massive in terms of her footwork. At times, maybe she could set that one hawk just a little squarer for us, but certainly some shape, certainly some design and dimension. I like that one's head. I think just an awfully nice female to win that class with. Some give or take on the next two. I think the next one is just a little bit better in her breastplate and shoulder than we have in that one in third. Maybe a little square and maybe true dimension in terms of expression, in terms of her top over that third sheep. That third sheep is very rugged, very, very deep in terms of her barrel, and I like that about her. I think that's a nice set there in 1, 2, and 3. 4 and 5 come to us, and again, maybe not as square-edged, not quite as much stifle shape working about them, but certainly nice females in their own right. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Over here we got one in your natural colored Cotswolds, and he's got that right kind of fleece we're looking for. Really flips open with a really flat lock in him. Real good top buck out of his hip. Buck that moves very soundly about the ring. He'll be first place.
Here in your late Dorset yearling ewe class, I had a really nice pair to start the class with. I elected to start with the ewe with just a little bit more extension up through her front end, a little bit more length of body, a little bit more length of loin. Not to take away from the ewe in second, a really good, powerfully made ewe. They're just splitting hairs here, trying to decide which one goes on top today. In third, we have another ewe that just gets a little tight in her spine when she's on the travel, a little bit lower in the dock than our top two to place any higher. In fourth, ewe just gives up some of the substance and power that we have in the top three, but still a real nice functional type of ewe.
Placing on the fitted late yearling U class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 4894 Scotch Lane Farm, 796 Josephine, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 4893 Spildy, 9547 Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 4895 Gemma Dorsey, Moreau, Illinois. And 4 to 4890 Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb for the Cotswold Show. First to 4505 Matt Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the February Slicked Shorn ewe Lamb class for the Oxfords. First place to 6218 Wolpe 0139 Pat Adeline Kindle, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Second to 6216 tag 3044 Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Third 6219 Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, and 46220 Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to 6217 Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio.
We're going to start with probably the most athletic buck of the bunch. A little bit more rib shape to him than maybe the bucks in 2 and 3. Presented a little bit longer fleece. This ram certainly got that squareness and levelness back over his top. Maybe not quite as long through his hip as the bucks in 2 and 3, but I think he's more than adequate in terms of his length of body. A ram that's super good in terms of his handle. It's soft, it's bright. It really moves very, very athletically around the ring in terms of his stride. He makes a nice place to start. Most like him here in the 2-hole, a ram that's maybe just a little bit heavier chest than the ram here in 3, but a ram that's super sound in his own right. He's got some squareness and levelness back over his dock. Really like this fleece as well. Maybe not just doesn't give up quite as much dimension as the ram here that wins the class. Ram here in 3, a little bit feistier character. He's a little bit narrower in his overall gauge. Doesn't quite balance up as nicely from the side view. I think he's going to get to be a really big sheep at the end.
Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 4508, Spy 2349, Blair Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming. Second to entry 4506, Lambert 0536, Simba, Leah Lambert, Whitney, Nebraska. And third to 4507, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
We're in your natural colored Cotswold Ram class here. For Champion Ram, we're going to go ahead and use that late buck lamb. I think a really nice design in terms of his top shape and the way that his fleece handles out down the lower side there. A ram that's probably very, very consistent if you got him on the micron. A ram here that's in the early class is going to be a reserve. I think just a little bit not quite as far along as maybe he will be next year this time, I think.
On the Oxford side of the ring here in our March fitted class, again, a very high quality, and just certainly kudos to all the breeders here and exhibitors. Just a nice group of ewe lambs as we finish up the fitted division anyway. I think this is a real elevated, elegant, long-bodied, good top sheep to start that class with. A sheep that's really good-headed, really good-footed when we move around the ring. She's youthful and green, and she should be. This is the March class. I read that one to be a big yearling ewe come next year for us. You could say maybe you'd want to give her just a little more depth, a little more rib if you want to get real critical of her. But I think for a March class, I think she's nice designed. I think she fits the bill really nicely for us. The second one, and I guess she gets the nod for me just in terms of her head and her breed character over that 1 and 3rd. For me, I think just a big-ribbed, big-bodied, good top sheep that handles extremely good from her 13th rib back. She wants to open up in her shoulder just ever so slightly when we put her into motion. But boy, she stamps those feet down good, and I think she just gets the nod in terms of having a little bit better head. Great bodied sheep here in 3rd, and one that is, again, hardly any wool on her. You run your hands down her, she's very good spined. Really good in terms of her handle. I think she gets just a little bit dark in terms of her color and compared to those first two, but another great sound, good-footed one that has to fall in this mix really nicely. Couple that come into 4 and 5 maybe don't balance up quite as nice. I love that next one's head. I think that one's got a lot of wool and nice wool about her feet. We'd maybe stretch her out, maybe give her a little more fancy about her to beat those 3, but a nice one to come 4. And then we round out the class with one that's hardly any wool on that one, guys. That one's extremely good topped. She's really good out through her pin set. One that, again, maybe just like to jack her up in her front end just a notch if we could. Great March class. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
For our natural colored Cotswold show, our champion ram was our first place junior ram lamb, 4508. Spy 2349. Blair Sanchez of Burns, Wyoming. Reserve went to our first place in the senior ram lamb class, 4505. Meyer 2319. Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the Oxford March and later fitted ewe lamb class, first to 6227. Rocky Hill 2303, Ray Lynn, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second to entry number 6230, Brockman 1693, Credence Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. Third to entry 622, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 46225, Corbin Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. And 5 to 6223, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
Here in our early fall Dorset ewe lambs, we got a real nice one to start the class. A ewe that when you handle her over her top, she's real smooth and level and thick. She stands down on some substantial bone and a big foot. She's carrying up enough extension up through the front end for me today. I think this ewe has plenty of growth and size to her. A real nice ewe to start the class. The ewe we have in second is a ewe that is maybe a little bit more feminine in her front end, a little bit more a little bit more extension through that neck and through the throat latch. A ewe that's just she's well balanced. It just gives up some of the power and prestige that we have in the first place animal. Young man here in third, a real growthy type of ewe, a ewe that I really appreciate the extension through her. If I could just kind of smooth her up over her top, maybe add a little bit more lower leg muscle to her, I think she'd climb up there a couple more slats. This young lady here in fourth, a smaller frame ewe, but still a real complete type of ewe. I really appreciate her breed type and her head, a ewe that you can really be proud of. Now this ewe in fifth, a ewe that I thought really highly of early on in the class but as you start handling her down her top, she does get a little rougher over her top and stands down a little bit straighter in her pass or in her hocks for me today. But still a real usable type of ewe. Congratulations.
Here in our Oxford side of the ring, our March Slickshore and ewe lambs, they're very different, and they may be types and kinds here for us. I think a little square-edged one here to win the class with. Really good and square in terms of where she puts her feet. Really a nice handling sheep in terms of her expression. I think this is a nice one to go in first for us. The second one, boy, I like that sheep too. Maybe a little bit bigger in terms of her stature. She's a little bit longer there from flank to flank, and you appreciate that about her. Again, maybe not quite as much edge and as expression working down her top as we have in that first one. Darn good pair, though, as we round out those individual classes. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Over here in your Cotswold yearling ewe, natural colored Cotswold yearling ewes, or the yearling ewe that starts us off, really a balanced kind of a female. You like her as she comes out of that blade real square. Ewe that maybe not quite as long a handling as some that we've seen in the classes today, but I think more than adequate as she gets back through that hip. Really a beautiful fleece as she works through that lower britch there. Ewe here in the two-hole, a big upstanding kind of ewe. She's carrying just a little bit more weight than the ewes on either side of her. A sheep that when we start to analyze that fleece in the center portion of her body versus her britch, she comes apart just a little bit more. But I do like the way that she's built through her chest floor and the way that she's got some shoulder angle to her. Ewe here that rounds us into the three-hole, really highly presented ewe. She's really been fitted a lot, really well. In terms of when you start to look over those locks back over the top of her knee, just really, really highly presented kind of a female. When we start to analyze her just a little bit, I'd like to pick her up off those pastures on the front just a little bit and level her up back from those hooks and pins to move her on farther up. But three good ones to talk about here in your natural colored yearling ewes.
Placing on the March and later born slick sheared ewe lambs for the Oxfords. First place went to 6'2", Walpe 0148, Jill Bryson Walpe, Greensburg, Indiana. Second, 62'33", Double A 2357, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for the Cotswolds. First to 4512. Short Hill Farm 2225, William Wiles, Farmington, Connecticut. Second to 4513, SGGA 2104, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. And third to 4511, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas.
Here in our senior champion Dorset U Drive, they're really deep classes, not super big classes, but really deep. I handled all 6 of these out here, and you could tell that there's quality all the way throughout. I'm going to do something I haven't done all day, and I'm going to go ahead and use the late yearling for champion, and then I'm going to use the second place late for reserve. Congratulations.
Placing on the pole Dorset fitted early fall ewe lamb class. First place to 4898, Reynolds Stock Farm 2306, Edith Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to 4902, Crouch 2304, Margot Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third to 4896, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to 4901, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 5 to 4904, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Our fitted senior champion ewe went to the first place late fitted yearling ewe for the Pole Dorset Scotch Lane Farm, 796 Josephine. Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve to the second place animal in that class, Spildy, 9547. Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Well, here on the Oxford side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our junior ewe lambs, champion and reserve lineup. I think just a whale of a set here again, and certainly sheep that if we're making some fitted sheep, I think we've got a darn nice set. If we're making some slick-sheared sheep, I think we've got a darn nice set as well. For me, there's a pair of them that super sound on their feet and legs. They're really good in terms of their top shape, really nice in terms of their head, in terms of their breed character. Today, our fitted February ewe lamb will be our junior champion, and our slick-shorn February ewe lamb will be our reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a nice pair. Congratulations.
In our Oxford show, our junior champion ewe was our first place fitted February ewe lamb, 6206 Misty Meadows, 1417 Liberty Lady, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve junior champion went to our Slick Shorn class winner in that February division, 6218 Walpy, 0139 Pat. Adeline Kindle, New Philadelphia, Ohio.
Sorting the natural colored Cotswold ewe lambs in the junior division here. A ewe lamb that's probably the best combination sheep for me. Really good down over that top. You like her in terms of the rib shape she gives us, yet she's still feminine and extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. I think she's cotty enough about her head. She's squarey boxed enough there. I like to call her that. We're going to call her in first hole. Ewe that's really got a lot of growth potential here in the 2 hole. A little stouter to the ground maybe than my class winner. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely through that rear flank. Just gets a little rougher in her fleece and in terms of her handle in comparison to the ewe that wins the class. Ewe here in 3, a really balanced kind of a female. It's got some extension there. Maybe we'd like to change her as she gets back from her hooks to her pins, but a good soft handling fleece when you get your hands on it on front front to rear. Another ewe lamb with a lot of growth potential here. She's elevated through her chest floor, maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely into her rear flank as maybe the couple three in front of her. A ewe that we think probably is going to have a lot of framework to her next year. I'd like to change her out of her hip just a tad bit. She wants to get a little bit tilted down there, and she gets on the move, doesn't get as free in her hock. Ewes in 5 and 6, we just need a little bit more sheep yet. Ewes that are beautiful fleeced and certainly have bright futures in front of them.
Well, here in the Oxford ring, we're selecting our champion and reserve females. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. I think just a tremendous set of females here that we sorted through, from those senior ewes to those junior ewes. And again, just really angular, shapely, really sound, and they look like Oxfords here. For me, it gets pretty darn close. You can do a couple different things and be really happy with it. I'm going to use that yearling ewe or that senior champion ewe for our champion overall, and then it closes up pretty darn tight for me. I'm going to come back and get this junior ewe lamb for reserve. Let's put our hands together with a nice pair. Congratulations to those exhibitors here.
For the Oxford show, our champion ewe went to our senior champion out of the fitted yearling ewe class, 6161 AA 2228, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. The reserve was our junior champion from the fitted February ewe lamb class, 6206, Misty Meadows 1417, Liberty Lady, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Placing on the natural colored junior ewe lamb class, first place to 4516, Garrett 833, Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois. Second to 4519, Meyer 2363, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to 4514, Leah Lambert, Whitney, Nebraska. 4 to 4518, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, and 5 to 4517, Cooper Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming.
Here in our late fall Dorset ewes, I started the class with probably the biggest framed ewe that came through the ring. She's got a lot of extension up through her front end, a lot of growth potential. You handle her over her top. She's as smooth and level as any of the other ones. If I could change her up a little bit, I'd like to have her travel out on the hind end just a little bit smoother. She has a little bit short in her stride, but still I think enough good a travel to go to be first today. Are you in second? A little bit more powerfully built ewe over the top, a little bit better shape over the loin, a little bit better through the lower portion of the rib. A ewe that's given up some length of body and some extension through that front end to place above the first place animal today. We come down here to third, another big growthy type of ewe. You appreciate her rib shape, her volume, a ewe that just needs to be a little bit more level over her top for me. We come down now into fourth, a real pretty ewe. I really enjoy the head on this ewe. She just gives up way too much length of body to place any higher. Following with the ewe in fifth, another ewe that's just, as you put your hands on her, she's just giving up too much mass and volume to place any higher today. Thank you.
Selecting your champion natural colored Cotswold ewe here. We're going to go ahead and use that junior ewe lamb. I really think she's a dandy. Just lots of balance. You love her fleece. Good head on her. I think she makes a nice place for me to start. From there, it gets a little tighter between your yearling ewe and your second place ewe. We're going to come up here and use this yearling ewe. I really think your fleece propels her into that reserve hole. Nice balanced set of sheep. Congratulations.
For the natural colored Cotswold show, our champion ewe goes to the first place out of the senior ewe lamb class, 4516, Garrett 833, Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois. Reserve champion went to the yearling ewe, 45-12. Short Hill Farm, 22-25. William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First to 49.08, Purple Ribbon Farm, 719, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second place to 49.13, Ross, 22.07, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third to 49.14, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. 4 to 49.10, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 5 to 49.11, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Best headed ewe for the Oxford show went to Hidden Hills, 2-3-12, Corbin Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. Also, we want to announce for the Oxfords, your Futurity ewe lamb winner was shown by Credence Lancaster on Brockman, 1684. Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Best Pair class, first place to 4523 Meyer, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to Leah Lambert, Whitney, Nebraska, and third to Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas.
In our winter Dorset ewe lamb class, we started a class with a really well-balanced ewe, a ewe that handles thick over her top, has some good spring to her rib, a ewe that stands down on some adequate bone, just a really well-balanced ewe. The ewe in second, a little bit longer-sided, a little bit flashier through her front, but on the move, she gets a little tight in her top. If we can loosen up that spine, she might even slip on up in there into first. We come down here to our third. This young man has a really nice handling lamb over the top. She just kind of runs a little bit downhill for me today to place any higher. In fourth, we have another kind of broody type ewe. When you handle her over her loin, she's the shortest loined ewe in the class and the finest bone, so that's where she ended up in fourth today.
For the Pole Dorset, our class of fitted winter ewe lambs, placings are first to 4917 Scotch Lane Farm, 856, Wilma, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 4922 Scotch Lane Farm, 845, Winnie, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 4919 Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. And 4 to 4923 Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. For our Cotswold Natural Colored Show, Natural Colored Best Fleece went to Spy 2819, number 4517 in the program. Out of the Junior ewe lamb class, shown by Cooper Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming.
Well, here on the Texel side of the ring, let's welcome the Texel exhibitors and breeders here to the North American for their inaugural show. It was an awfully good trio here as to start here in the winter Ram Lamb class. Some differences to sort through. I think just a real combination sheep here on top. I like that one in terms of his muscle shape and his stifle shape. I will grant that second one's probably just a little more rugged in his bone work, and you certainly appreciate that about him. But a nice pair there in 1 and 2. Taking nothing away from that third ram. That third ram maybe gets a little steeper in his hip. Maybe doesn't hold himself together right behind his shoulder is nice. But a darn nice trio for the inaugural Texel show. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to 74.30, Cook, 2327, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to 74.29, 318, 539, also Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to 74.28, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio.
Here in our spring fitted show, we start the class with a really well balanced ewe. She's not the biggest ewe, she's not the thickest ewe. She's a really pretty headed ewe, a ewe that you can handle her over the top. She's nice and smooth and level and thick, and she's got a good shape to her rib. She stands down on some good bone, but she is probably the most structurally correct ewe in the class. And when on the move, when she travels with the way they're supposed to. Her top stays down. Her legs follow each other. They don't move from side to side. So it's kind of an easy sort for me. Here in second, we have another ewe, a little bit longer sided, a little bit more extension up through her front end. But on the travel, she does kind of get up underneath herself and get a little tight in her spine. A ewe that I really like on the profile and is the ewe in third. A ewe that's got a real good extension. They got her fitted up real nice. When you put your hands on her, she's smooth and level up to her top too. But she's off in her hind hip, so when she travels up underneath herself, just kind of making her a little bit awkward in the movement. As we get to the fourth place ewe lamb, another one that sets up really nice, handles really well, but on the move she just drops at the hip loin junction and just kind of falls apart there. In fifth place, we have a ewe that there's just not quite enough substance to her to place any higher today, but still a ewe that's got a lot of growth potential and could make a really good yearling ewe.
Here on the Texel side here for our late Ram Lamb class, a trio of awfully nice ones here. There's some give or take in all three of these, and I think you could win with any of them and justify it. I think we have the most massive, big-topped, big-ended one here to win the class with. He's got some ruggedness of bone about him. If you're going to get real critical of him, maybe you'd like to just make him a little stronger on his front pasterns to get real critical, but super massive, super smooth, and just wide in terms of his dimension. I think a nice ram to win with. Some give or take again in that second or third placing. I think the next most massive one, he does shorten up just a nickel, maybe comparatively to that third ram. You certainly want to maybe just stretch him just a notch if you could, but really a nice sheep in terms of his touch and handle. And then the big ram going to tip the scale as being the heavy one here. I certainly appreciate that, his growth, and certainly got some ruggedness about him. I think he narrows up in his top shape comparatively to those other two, but really a nice trio. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to 7431, Pine Knob Farm 2361, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second, 7432, Campbell Brothers 2332-347, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to 7433, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Placing on the Polled Dorset fitted Spring ewe lamb class, first to 4924, Clampy 303, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Second to 4925, Barn Talk 43058, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to 4926, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 4 to entry 4930, Denali Leonard, Hillsdale, Michigan. 54927, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois.
Well, here on the Texel side of the ring, we're going to pick our inaugural junior show, North American Texel Champion Reserve. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors and breeders as we start this show. And I think just four nice ones that come out here for us for that Champion Reserve. There's definitely some differences in them. You can see that from the outside. I don't have to tell you that. For me, there's one that kind of just ties a lot of nice things together in terms of angle, in terms of shape, and in terms of sturdiness on his feet and legs. That'll be that earlier winner buck lamb. He'll be our champion today. And then we'll fall back and get a real big topped, big ended one here for reserve out of that late class. So champion for the early, reserve for the late. Let's put our hands together one more time. A nice set. Congratulations.
For our Texel show, our champion ram goes to first place winter ram lamb. Entry 7430, Cook 2327, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. The reserve was first in the spring ram lamb class. Entry 7431, Pine Knob Farm 2361, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut.
Here the junior champion drive of the Paul Dorsett ewes. It's again another difficult one to sort. I got a couple different types and kinds. I'm going to use things that me personally, are the type that I'd like to raise if I went back into the fitted Dorsets. We're going to go ahead and use the winter ewe lamb for champion, and follow it up with the one from the spring class that most closely matches her up. Congratulations.
So now he's bringing in Graham.
For the Paul Dorsett in the fitted division, our fitted junior champion was our fitted winter ewe lamb class winner, Scotch Lane Farm, 856 Wilma, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve junior champion was the fitted spring ewe lamb, Clampy 303, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Over here on the Shetland side, we're in the Ram Lambs here. We've got one class of Rams to talk through, and then we'll make our first and second our champion in reserve. We're going to start with the Ram that's probably the soundest in terms of his toe placement, where he stands and fills his track. Ram that's good in terms of his head shape and his horn. I like that about him. You get behind him and walk. He's got to fill his stride really nicely. He's got a little more fluting about that tail than the Rams here in 2 and 3. Maybe it gives up a little bit of advantage in terms of the fleece and in terms of its character as you work back into that lower side. But in terms of the structure of the animal, he certainly excels the class. A Ram that's one of the younger, I think, in the class here as you get in and analyze him here in the 2-hole. He's a little bit shorter back, kind of a buck, but he's super sound in terms of his movement. Once again, a Ram that we like to maybe make him a little bit more angled about his tail. We'd maybe like to give him a little bit more extension up through that front 1/3 in comparison to my class winner. Ram here in the 3-hole, a lamb that gets a little bit shorter strided. Some things I like about this sheep, when you part that fleece, man, he's been really well presented. He's clean all the way through. You can see the differences in the types of fleece he presents. A Ram that maybe we'd like to change that horn shape just to take off his front, as I'm going to be a little bit concerned. Ram here in the 3-hole or 4-hole, same thing. I'd like to worry about that horn shape just a little bit as he's kind of cutting in a tad bit, but a Ram that's certainly sound enough in terms of his movement. A Ram that maybe we'd like to change in terms of his balance in comparison to the Rams in front of him. Ram that rounds us out here in one of the younger Rams in class. Once again, a good open horn on this Ram. Super sound in terms of his foot placement. Not enough of him to compete with some of the Rams in front of him. Good class.
Here on the Texel side of the ring, a trio of yearling ewes here for us, and I think just a darn nice set again. I think one that handles the class pretty nicely just in terms of design and smoothness. She's plenty muscular, really feminine up through her front end with some ruggedness about her. I think that's an awfully nice female there. Our second and third, some give or take. I'm going to use a little more muscular type of ewe here, maybe a little bit more moderate in her frame size, but love the ruggedness of bone. Really love that shape about her rib and about her stifle. I think that's an awfully nice one to go to. Our third one, a little bit bigger type of female, and you certainly appreciate the growth. I think she's plenty rugged. Maybe doesn't balance from the side quite as nice as those first two do, but darn good trio. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
Before we get started with, or turning it back over to Jason, we just wanted to take a moment while everybody is here to recognize Debbie for her 25 years of dedicated service to this breed. We can't say thank you enough. As a board, we just got something that might mean a little bit to you. And from the whole CDC, we want to thank you for all of your dedication to us.
and on with the show. Again, a really deep set of ewes in this champion drive. A set that I'm gonna go ahead and use our senior champion for grand, and I'm gonna follow her up with our reserve senior champion for reserve grand. Two just special type of ewes that I can really appreciate. Nothing to take away from their junior champion in reserve. They've got time. I hope to see them back here next year because they're going to be pushing the rest of the flocks. All right. Congratulations, all.
Champion you.
Our grand champion fitted Pole Dorset goes to our senior fitted champion, which came out of the fitted late yearling U class, Scotch Lane Farm 796 Josephine, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion fitted U was our senior reserve champion, same class, Speldy 9547, Beckett Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. For the Shetland show, our junior Ram Lamb class, first place and champion Shetland Ram goes to entry 6336 INH 25800 Abby Funk, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place to 6330 M&M Wonder Pets Blaze, Mackenzie Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana, and that was our reserve champion Ram. Third to entry 6332, Mackenzie Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to 6331, Madison Belloc, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to entry 6334, Madison Bialk, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Texel yearling U class, first place to 7437, Bockelman, 286131, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to 7438, Pine Knob Farm, 2208, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. Third to entry 7436, Keeley Sons, Brownstown, Indiana.
Well, here on the Texel side of the ring, I think this a super special set of fall ewe lambs here. I think very, very high quality. I think just a group that just you could do anything in this class and justify it. I think you've got a really, really smooth, wide-based, good-footed, good handling sheep to start the class with. Maybe she's not the tallest one here in this class, but super rugged, lots of barrel and body and rib in that female. I think just a nice head about her. I think just an awfully good one. I think the next one that comes right behind her is a lot like her. She's not quite as massive in her hip, but again, just a tremendous barrel and body and rib in that sheep. I think those two have to stay together. Then we got kind of an outlier, bigger type female here comes in third. And if you want to use that one, I think you can for a lot of reasons. For me, she maybe gets just a little steeper out of her hip. She's not quite as massive in terms of her top shape, but boy, is she rugged and angular up through her front with a little more stretch about her. I like that female quite a bit as well. We round out the class with one that, again, has got some rib shape about her. She's not quite as fancy maybe as those first 2 or 3 ewes, but really rugged, really good in her rib and bone. I think just a tremendous class. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to 7442, Cook, 2236, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to 7440, Cook 2237, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to 7439, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. And 7441, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana.
Shetland yearling ewes, I think the ewe that's best combination in terms of structure, her tail design and fleece is going to start us off. The pie-eyed ewe here, she's got some design up through her front 1/3 of her body. She's a little heavier to the ground than some of the others. Really consistent about that fleece in terms of staple length from front to rear. You're here in the 2-hole, maybe doesn't give us quite as much fluting about that tail as what the ewe that initially wins the class. A little heavier structured sheep. I'd like to change her fleece a little bit as it doesn't break and change there about the center as much as the ewe in the first. The ewe here in 3, a little bit shorter couple kind of a ewe. We'd like to change her, stouten her up just a little bit as the ewes in 1 and 2. A ewe that's got some balance to her from the side view though. A ewe that we'd like to change maybe just that fleece as she gets back through the britch and course her up just a little bit more. Ewes in 4 and 5 are very similar in their type and kind. They got some rib to them. They got some top to them. Maybe not quite as extended in their overall skeletal makeup, especially as we see them through the front 1/3 of their body. Use it just a little bit, not quite as much fleece length to them, I think, in terms of comparison of the ewes that are in the first 3 holes, but a good set all the way through.
Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the Shetland Show, first place to 6343, Elizabeth Haven Chinook, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. Second to 6341, Folks Family Kamiko, Parker Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to 6342, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to 6339, Mackenzie Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to 6344, Madison Biok, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Shetland Senior ewe lamb class, first place to 6346 M&M Wonder Pets, Kokara, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana.
Or really a nice set of winter ewe lambs here in our Texel show. And I tell you, I dig that first one a bunch. I think that sheep is just designed extremely good. She's extremely sound and shapely. When they get her propped up, she looks good. When we put her into motion, she holds herself together. She's got a little tad more of ruggedness about her. I think just an awesome one there to get going with. Our second one, I think, gets the nod for just being a little more of her in motion. Maybe we're not getting that jack out of her front end, maybe as we have on those sheep on either side of her, but really, really shapely, big top female that comes into second. I think that's an awfully nice one as well. A little bit smaller package here in third, but a darn nice package. I think that one just needs a few more days to develop and mature, but really a nice designed one. I like that one in terms of her front and shoulder. I like her breastplate. Again, she's got some ruggedness of bone. I think just an awfully neat one there that comes into third hole. Our fourth one, just chock full of shape, and I love that one, Stifle. I'd like to change her right behind her shoulder. She opens up just a nickel, maybe gets a little bit bolder and coarser on the outer edge of her shoulder, but again, sound-footed and got some ruggedness about her. I think that's another nice one. Then we round out the class with really a long-sided one. I love the deep stifle shape that she brings to the table. I like her head. I wish she just designed out of her front end and her breastplate and her shoulder and chest floor just a little bit neater compared to a couple of them. But boy, nice group all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause on these winter ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Winter ewe lamb class, first place goes to 7447 Beach Hill Farm 1127, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. Second place to entry number 7452 Pine Knob Farm 2319, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Third place to 7445 Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. 4 to 7451 Alexis Cook, and 5 to 7449 Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio.
On the fall slick shear Dorset Rams, I'm going to go ahead and start with this young lady up here in first. A real massive type of ram, a ram that has a real good spring to rib, carries a lot of muscle down into the lower quarter. Just a real thick-made, powerful type of ram. If I could change him up a little bit, and then I do this for pretty much the entire class, I'd like to elevate him up in the chest floor just a hair more, maybe give him a little bit more extension up through the front end. And second, we have another long-sided type of buck, a ram that's got a little bit of length in neck. I don't necessarily like how it comes out of the shoulders quite as much as I do the ones in first and third, but still a really good, well-balanced type of ram. The ram in third handles a little bit shorter in the hind saddle, gets a little bit roached up there in the top, and the hide is just a little bit softer on the handle that we have in the first two, but still a real good, usable type of ram. We come down another powerfully built ram, a ram that gets a little bit tighter in his spine than we like to see. Gets a little scratchy in his mouth, but still a really nice type of ram. We come down to a couple of little plain or made rams. Still would do some programs some good, but just not enough style and power to place any higher than today. Thank you.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 4926, Obsession Showstock 3114, Breedland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to 4937, Coleman Club Lambs GN 2277, Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Third to 4943, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. 4 to 4940, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. And 5 to 4942, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Here in our Texels, in our later ULAM class here again, very high quality and runs all the way through here for us. I think you get one on top, a very growthy female, very shapely in terms of her stifle and very shapely in terms of her top shape. She's got some ruggedness about her, yet some design and some look about her. I think that's an awfully nice female to win that class with. Second and third, some give or take for me. I love the design and the smoothness of the second sheep, just a nickel more than we have in that third one. I think maybe she does get a little finer in her feature, maybe not quite as massive in terms of her top shape as those on either side of her, but certainly balanced and certainly neat to look at from the side here for us. Our third one, a little shorter coupled sheep, but big rib in that female, dimension in terms of center body. Again, very sound on her feet and legs. Maybe stretch her just a nickel if we could, but boy, just a nice piece there to come into third. Sheep that comes forward wants to get just a little bit up in her hip, maybe wants to get a little steeper there as she works from hooks to pins, maybe doesn't design quite as nice from the side, but boy, she's growthy, she's certainly rugged. I think that's a nice one there to come forward for us. And then we round out the class with really nothing wrong with that one. That one's got rib and shape about her, maybe just gets a little shorter coupled in terms of her stride, maybe takes a little shorter stride, but really a nice group all the way through. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Placing on the Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Texel Show. First place goes to 7455, Pine Knob Farm 2342, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. Second place to 7458, Cook 2331, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to 7453, Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. 4 to 7454, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. And 5 to 7457, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio.
Handy winner on your Shetland side for me personally. You open that fleece and it's like, oh, hello. this one works for me. She's built pretty well in terms of down that top, really presents herself on all four square. I just think she makes a nice individual to start us off with. You here in two, much like her in terms of type and kind, maybe not quite the pizzazz in her front 1/3 or the fleece of the ewe that wins the class, but really a good one in her own right. She's still pretty good soundness to her in comparison to ewes in 3, 4, and 5. Ewe in 3, a ewe that's maybe just not quite as neatly tied together up in her front 1/3 of her body, a ewe that's maybe not quite as nice in her balance. We'd like to maybe change that about her, but really falls from a production standpoint and a frame scale. I think she moves and travels pretty well. She falls in that 3 hole for me. Another good fleece here in 4, a really eye popper in terms of its white and its bright as it moves back and forth. I'd like to make more of her. She just needs to change out of her hock and hip for me to move a little bit freer, to move on up and get her a little bit more frame score to compete with these first 3. You that rounds this out here in your top 5, another bright fleece to analyze. Maybe not quite as correct off that rear 1/3 of her body in terms of when we move her. She gets a little bit tight and about those hocks, gets a little short in her stride.
Well, here on the Texel side of the ring, we're picking our champion or reserve here for our inaugural show. And guys, I tell you, you brought a heated set of sheep here to show the North American that you belong here. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a really, really nice set of sheep. They are really, really sound and good in terms of their shape. There's a pair of them here for me that just stay together in terms of some dimension, in terms of some look about them, in terms of their front end. That fall ewe lamb will be our champion today. Just a really smooth, powerful type of female. And then we'll come back and get this late ewe lamb for reserve. Let's put our hands together, a nice pair. Congratulations.
For our Texel show, our champion goes to first place fall ewe lamb, 7442 on the entry. Cook, 2236, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. The reserve champion went to entry number 7455 out of the spring ewe lamb class. Pine Knob Farm, 2342, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. That does conclude our Texel show. We are ready to go into the Baby Doll Southdowns. So we need that first class of Baby Doll Southdowns into the south ring, ring number 3. Placing on the Shetland Junior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 6351, Falks Family Trixie, Parker Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to entry 6357, The Good Shepherd, Twilight Sparkle, Mackenzie Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to entry 6348, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to entry 6352, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. And 5 to 6354, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana.
a real good class of slick-sheared Dorset rams to sort through. I started the class with a really good power type ram, a ram that's good in his rib shape. He's good enough over his top. He's thick enough down his middle, and he's exceptionally long in his loin for as much power as he holds. And second, I used a really well balanced, pretty type buck, just giving up some of the mass and overall volume of our first place animal to place any higher today, but still a real nice usable type of ram. Our ram in third, I really appreciate his length of body and his extension through his front end. You get around back of him, he's adequate in his muscling, but just gets overpowered today. If we could have leveled him up over the dock just a hair, maybe we could have sneaked him into second, but just kind of giving up a little bit too much power over the top two today to place any higher. You come down into fourth, another ram that's really good on the profile, fairly clean up through the front end. But when you get around back, just kind of gives up some of the internal muscle in the leg to place any higher. The young man here in fifth, another ram that you appreciate the profile, but as you get behind him, he kind of narrows from he wedges the wrong way from front to back and kind of narrows going down into the lower quarter.
For your champion ewe here on the Shetland ewes, we're going to go ahead and use that late ewe lamb. She's an eye popper when she came out here. I think she makes it pretty easy for me to use her for champion. We're going to come back and use the yearling ewe. I think most like her in type and kind. Two really good ewes to start, taking nothing away from the rest of them, but good set.
On my side of the ring here, we're starting on our Baby Doll Southdown show. We've got a fall ram to start off with, an awfully nice entry here. Like to stack some against him. Really a good top sheep. Got a lot of dimension working back in through his hip and pin. Very sound on his feet and legs. I think a nice start to the Baby Doll Southdown show. Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorset show. First place to entry 4948, Grandview 2317, Singe Kine, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Second place to 4947, Eisler 2302, Abby Eisler, Prospect, Ohio. Third to 4951, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. 4 to 4955, Madison Kraft, Towanda, Illinois. 5 to 4953, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Placing on the class of Baby Doll Southdowns for the Fall Ram Lambs. First place goes to 4192, Big Woods 531, Montana. Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. For our Shetland show, our champion ewe goes to our class winner out of the Junior Ewe Lamb class, 6351, Falks Family Trixie, Parker Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve champion came out of the yearling ewe class, entry number 6343, Elizabeth Havens Chinook, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. Now showing Shetland best fleece on hoof.
Really a nice pair here of winter Baby Doll Southdown Ram Lambs here. One that I think maybe gets the nod here a little handily. I think just a super designed one here. Tremendous in terms of his top shape. Really good in terms of his foot size. And just a really sound one when we set him into motion. Big hip in that sheep. he gets a little more designed than maybe that second one. That second one's certainly massive and got some bone work underneath him, not quite as fancy made, but really a nice pair. Really both of them nice fleeces when you get into them. That's a nice pair. Congratulations.
Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Baby Doll South Downs, first place to entry number 4194. Scholerman IA 2441 23037. Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Second to 4195, Reese's 2304, Benny. Kaylee Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. For the Shetland Show, best fleece on hoof went to entry number 6363, Mackenzie Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana.
Here on the Baby Doll side of the ring, I think just four darn nice ones here in this late or spring Ram Lamb class, as they call it. I guess the natural colored one for me is just the most square in terms of his edges. Just tremendous when you handle him down his top, and look at his barrel and rib and body in that sheep. I think just a lot of dimension in him. Really angular as he comes out of the point of his shoulders, and really good in his breastplate there. Get into his fleece and just got a really nice fleece about him. I think just an awfully nice entry there to get into that first hole. Our second one I think mostly closely resembles him just in terms of squareness, in terms of hip shape, in terms of stifle shape. Maybe going to be a little bit smaller frame type sheep compared to those ones that follow in behind him here, but another really good one in motion. I like that sheep quite a bit as well. The next one comes to us and going to tip the scale as being the growthy big one, and I certainly appreciate that about him. And I think he is, and you get into his fleece, the more uniform one from front to rear. Really a nice, well taken care of fleece. I think that sheep, just in motion, does not balance with as much squareness in terms of his edges as we have in those first two, but love the growth and love the fleece in that one. As we round out the class, again, very growthy ram. It's a long-sided ram, a ram that just, again, for me, doesn't balance with as much neatness about him compared to a couple of them, but really a nice class all the way through. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our Shetland show, young flock class, first place goes to entry 6367, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to 6369, Parker Eisenhower, also Lebanon, Indiana. That does conclude our Shetland show. We need to have Romney exhibitors. Please be making your way to the makeup area in the center with your senior ram lambs.
Another deep class of Dorset Ram lambs. I'm going to start the class with the thickest, most powerful ram that has walked in there in this class. A ram that when you put your hands on him, he handles as well as he looks. If I could change him up, I'd tighten up in the front end, maybe elevate his chest forward just a hair, just to make him just a little bit better on his profile, a little more pretty on the profile. You come to the second place, another powerful made type ram, a ram that is a little longer in his side. If I could change him up a little bit more, I'd flatten him out in the shoulder a little bit and level him over the top to place any higher today. We come down to the third place, a really well-balanced ram, a ram that gives up some of the total power and dimension of the top two, a ram that you appreciate from the side and from the rear. However, when you handle him, he's a little bit looser in his hide than our top two individuals, and so he sits in third, but still a real usable type of ram. We get down here in the bottom two. These are rams that are nice and long-sided, well-balanced type of rams. They just give up the overall mass and dimension that we have in our top three individuals to place any higher today. Thank you.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 4198. Big Woods, MN 447920566, Night Rider. Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to 4197, Playboy's Good Magic. 2351, Brooklyn O'Brien, West Concord, Minnesota. Third to 4199, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. And 4 to 4196, Rachel Matthews, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Spring Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first to 4966, Cannon Jet 2307, Britt Blocker, Adair, Oklahoma. Second place to 4959, Charmison RC 03031, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to 4962, Ella Johnner, Harvey, Iowa. 4 to 4960, Clayton Hesse, Annville, Pennsylvania. 5 to 4958, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 6 to 4967, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio. 7 to 4965, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio.
Here in the baby doll side of the ring, we're going to pick our champion of reserve ram, and again the inaugural show here. So let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they bring these 5 out here for you. I think very high quality and very deserving of being here at the North American. I think this a darn nice set. We're going to talk about them just so you know where my head is just a little bit. I think a big, bold fall ram lamb that's got a lot of shape about him. Really a neat one in terms of dimension and foot size. We get into that next one, or that winter ram lamb. I love that sheep in terms of body and just look and appeal about him. Very, very good in terms of his hip and pin set. We get into that late one, just an awfully nice big rib type one. There's one that's just a little bit sounder in his mouth of my 2 favorites, and that'll be our late one here tonight. And our reserve will come back for our winner. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our baby doll show, our champion ram goes to 4198 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Big Woods 0566 Night Rider, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve champion was second in that Spring Ram Lamb class, 4197 Playboy Good Magic, 2351 Brooklyn O'Brien, West Concord, Minnesota. Now ready for yearling ewes, baby doll, yearling ewes.
Again, a really deep set of Dorset slick-sheared rams. Rams on both sides of this lineup that would work in a lot of people's programs. They could help a lot of people out, including myself some years. I'm going to go ahead and use the fall ram for champion. I just think I just like the added maturity of him. I know what I'm getting with him, and we're going to use him for champion. And then the ram that most closely follows his type and kind, the Spring Ram Lamb for reserve. Congratulations to everyone.
For the Pole Dorset Slick Shorn Show, our champion ram went to the first place out of the Fall Ram Lamb class, Obsession Showstock 3114, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. The reserve was out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Canon Jet 2307, Britt Blocker, Adair, Oklahoma.
We get in here to your Romney senior Ram Lambs. Ram Lamb, I think, is just a little bit more elevated up through his front 1/3 of his body. Really well presented, kind of a sheep. Really neat in terms of the way that he locks up and and comes back across that side and into his britch with the same shape and function of fleece design. Just a really super sound kind of individual. Maybe ideally I'd like to just darken that center portion of his pigment up, but I think he's dark enough, and we're going to put him in first hole. Ram here in 2. He's going to be a monster, and he's certainly no small sheep today. Really good through his hip as well. A nice, beautiful fleece as you work back from front to rear. Maybe not as much true rib shape through the center portion of his body and the way that he comes off that blade in comparison to the ram that wins. Maybe gives up nothing in terms of his foot size in comparison to the class winner. The third place ram here, a little bit younger ram. He's not quite as far along in his development, a little lower about his chest floor design, but you like him in terms of his fleece. Really a lot of eye pop and luster to that fleece when you crack it open. Super good lock formation all the way back through his britch. 3 good ones to talk about.
Placing on the Romney Senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry number 6252, Winding Wicks, 2219. Catherine Aromas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to 6251, Mill Ridge, 22414F, Lydia Henry, Carlton, Ohio. And third to 6250, Thomas Wallace, Castown, Ohio.
Really a nice set of yearling ewes here in our Baby Doll South Downs. I think one that gets on top, just really angular and neat and attractive up through her front end. Big old hip and pin set in her with some barrel and rib and body. We set her into motion and just moves and tracks really free and easy around the ring. Said the same thing about that second one. That second one maybe not quite as square in terms of her top shape, maybe not quite as angular up through her front in terms of her neck extension, but another really sound-footed one with some rib shape about her. I think this a really nice pair there in 1 and 2. Our third one gets a little shorter necked here for us. Maybe doesn't build out of the top of her shoulders quite as neatly, but really like how long-sided she is from the 13th rib. Again, big, long hip in that one. Big square pin set in that one. Again, just some ruggedness about her that you appreciate. Working to a couple little shorter coupled ones here that don't square up quite as nicely as back in through their hip, but they do have some barrel and body. Nice fleeced ewe here that comes into 5. Really uniform from front to rear. Real stout and good-footed. I think that's a nice group. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Yearling U class, first place to entry number 4212, Scholerman, Iowa 2441-22109, Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Second place to 4205, Scholerman, Iowa 2441-22159, Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Third place to 4211, Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4 to 4206, Rachel Matthews, Mount Vernon, Ohio. 5 to 4209, Brooklyn O'Brien, West Concord, Minnesota.
Really a nice pair of fall ewe lambs here in our Baby Doll South Downs. I think just some give or take in those two, and you could flop those if you wanted to, and for certain reasons. I think a couple of reasons here, just a little fresher, a little more youthful type of female here for us. Really a nice fleece about her, and then a more readable fleece in terms of staple length. I think just a real soft and real well taken care of fleece for us here with some angle about that female. Really nice one. Big square hip in this ewe that comes into us in second. Maybe just a fuzz more rugged in terms of her bone work, and I appreciate that about her. She's getting a little bit heavier in terms of her condition, maybe knocks herself out of balance up through her front end, just a nickel, but certainly high quality in both of those. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Here in the Romneys, we're going to start with the natural colored here in the junior class. I think really good top kind of a sheep. He's the combination, and when we start searching for that sheep with fleece and structure and ability to move, he probably combines enough of those traits to get him into the first hole. Really a bold lockup underneath him as he moves all the way back through his britch. He's probably one of the two better top bucks in the class. He lays back about his blade. I like the way that he comes down through his top still with some thickness there. Sheep that's still got plenty of design and elevation through his chest floor, which is what my problem is with the ram here in two. Love how heavy structured this buck is to the ground. I'd like to pull him up under that chest floor, lay him back about his blade, and strengthen him up about his top, but I sure like his fleece. He's good all the way back across into his britch, and balanced kind of his sheep with some squareness to his rib that you have to like with that big square head on him. Ram most like him is the ram here in three. You really can't cut a piece between them in terms of their head shape. Ram in three balances up a little better for me from the side view. Still yet, he's a little bit lower set about his chest floor. I don't read him as being a very big sheep at maturity, but I think he's a super long-bodied kind of a buck. Well, I'd like to make him move just a little bit better off those rear wheels to keep pushing him farther up the class, but a good, heavy, structured sheep nonetheless. Really easy profiling sheep, and I'm sure he's got friends from the side view. When you open him up about his fleece, he's a little finer, and in terms of his lock formation, it's not nearly as big, but he's fairly consistent from end to end. Really cuts a picture in silhouette from the side view. See stovepipes up on that front end. That buck there we have here in the 5-hole, there's a lot of really neat and trendy things about this sheep. He's long-bodied. He's got some rib that we're talking about. He's more than adequate about his bone to the ground. He's a little scratchy for me. We'd like to change him in terms of that fleece as he gets back to the britch, give him a little bit more outer shape to him rather than depth, but a good set.
Placing on the Baby Doll Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 4214, Bombay Baby Dolls, 2271, Margate, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to 4213, Big Woods, 533, Mays, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the Romney class of intermediate ram lambs, first to 6257, Thistle Down 309, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second to 6256, Higgins 23167, Claire Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. Third to 6555, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. 4 to 6259, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to 6260, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Late bucks here in the Romneys. We got a really balanced, really smooth kind of a buck here to be starting the class with. He's got plenty of rib shape to him. Beautiful lock formation of this ram as he gets back into his britch. He's right up there on those toes, real good about his mouth. Ram here in two, maybe we'd like to change his lock formation a little bit. He just comes up a little bit about his center portion of his top, make him a little bit cleaner about his mouth and square his ear.
Placing on the Romney Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 6261, EC Plank 2340, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second place to 6262, Von Behrens 2671, Claire Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois.
Here in the slick sheared yearling Dorset ewes, I found a couple real unique ewes up here to start the class with. Two ewes that have some size and some scale to them, are level over their tops, and square off their docks, have adequate enough muscle for me, still have some really good rib shape, stand down on some bone. These are some really good slick sheared type Dorsets. We move on to third place. We have a really good, more weather type ewe, a ewe that if I could change her up, I'd try to extend her up through the front end just a little bit more, try to compete up a little bit higher up today, but still a ewe that I can really appreciate her spring of rib and her condition for today. We get down to the bottom two ewes, ewes that are just getting a little bit softer in their condition, a little bit over conditioned for me this time of year, going into the breeding or going lambing and breeding. But still some two really well balanced type ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Yearling U class for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry number 4983, Johnner Lambs 2245, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Second place to entry number 4972, Nichols Sheep Farm 0601, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third to entry 4974, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 4985, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. 5 to entry 4979, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio.
Over here, selecting your champion ram in the Romney division. We're going to go ahead and use your champion ram. It's going to be your first place fall ram lamb. I just really like him in terms of his balance and his fleece and his combination. From the side view, he just really cuts a good image in terms of his roundness of his rib and shape and muscle combination. Most like him in type and kind is going to be your second place fall ram lamb. He's going to be your reserve.
For our Romney show, our champion ram was the first place senior ram lamb. Entry number 6252, Winding Wicks 2219 AI, Catherine Aromas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve was second in that senior ram lamb class, 6251, Mill Ridge 2214F, Lydia Henry, Carrollton, Ohio.
Here on the baby doll side of the ring here, I think this a really nice set of ewe lambs here for us to evaluate some differences in them here. And I'm not going to get on my soapbox here, but we're talking about we're going to look at these fleeces and determine them in terms of quality of fleece to kind of fall into that scorecard here for us. This has been the best staple length sheep that we've had to actually evaluate a fleece with, and that sheep's got a great fleece about her, very uniform. She may be getting just a little heavy over her ribs if you want to get real critical of that one, but boy, is she designed really good. Got a huge hip and pin set in her, just a super big top shape about her. And for as big and heavy as she's getting, she lays good in her shoulder, comes out of her chest floor really good, and kudos to having that staple length where we can actually read it here. I think that's an awfully nice female to go one. Our second one is super designed. I think really square hipped and pinned. I think one that stamps her feet down really square, and she's maybe just a little fresher today than that class winner, but she's not as dimensional. Her fleece is not as uniform from front to rear. I think that's an awfully nice pair though in 1 and 2. Really young appearing ewe here in third, really fresh, and again, real well taken care of in terms of her fleece, very soft handle to it, and again, nice staple length about that one so you can actually read it. I think that one's great design. We give up just a little bit of dimension and shape compared to those first two, but I read that one to continue to grow and be an awfully nice yearling ewe for the young lady come next year for us. Little bolder fronted type of female that comes to us in 4. Again, great hip sheep though, really good on her feet and legs, opens up just a nickel behind her shoulder compared to a couple of them, but another high quality female here. And then we round out the top 5 with one that just ultra stout, ultra square. She does shorten up just a nickel, maybe takes a little shorter stride as we get back in through her hip, but really a nice group. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the baby doll class of winter ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 4223 Bigwoods 526 Nirvana. J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 4216 Scholerman, Iowa 2441 22126. Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Eberly, Iowa. Third to entry 4219, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 4 to 4224, Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Eberly, Iowa. And 5 to 4220, Francis Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Best-headed Romney Ram from the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Higgins 23167, Claire Henry, Carrollton, Ohio.
On the baby doll side of the ring, we round up our individual classes here of the ULAMs. I think with really a high quality set here to sort through some differences here in maturity and patterns, and I think even presentation here for us. I think just an awfully good one here to start the class with. Really, really sound in motion, really angular in terms of her shoulder. Got a big hip and pin set in her, and really a nice staple length about her as well. You can get in and actually read that fleece, kind of what we're supposed to do here. Very uniform, very soft to the touch in terms of her fleece handle. I think this is an awfully nice ewe lamb to go one for us. The ewe in second. Another really bold ribbed and massive type of female here for us that's got a real neat foot size underneath her. Again, her fleece is tremendous from front to rear, very uniform, and again, got a nice staple length about her so we can read that. The 1 in 3 presents a little differently. That one maybe got washed here, so going to knock her out of that best fleece contest. But boy, I tell you what, she's made extremely good. That one looks like a little heifer calf out here for us. Just sound as you'd want to make one. Really bold in terms of her rib and good in her pin set. Maybe again shortens up just a nickel, maybe stretch her if we could, just ever so slightly to get ahead of those first two. But really a neat one there in her own right. And then we work into a pair here in 4 and 5. Really angular, maybe a little finer in their features compared to those ones ahead of them, but certainly nice top shapes about them. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the baby doll Southdowns. First place to entry 4232, Big Woods, MN 447920562, Napa. Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to 4229, Dixie, Woolly Treasured Farm, Illinois 6812, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. Third place to entry 4231, Addison True, Ochi, Tennessee. 4 to 4233, Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. And 5 to 4228, Adeline and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa.
Well, here on the baby doll side of the ring, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors and breeders as it also is their inaugural show here for us. And I think bring the heat out here for us and show the North American that you belong here like the Texels did. And certainly you guys brought a nice group here, and certainly I'm sure you'll be invited back just because of the quality that's running here. Just a very sound set of sheep. Doesn't matter what breed this is, they're very sound. They're very good in their hips and good in their pin sets. Really, rib shape is really good in these sheep. Then we start talking about some of their fleeces. Some of them a little bit longer, stapled, where you can read them a little bit nicer. I think we've got a couple here that just kind of surface to the top of being just kind of that all-around good sheep here for us in that baby doll South Down deal. The Class 3 ewe right here will be our champion ewe today. I think we call her a winter. And then we're going to come back and get this spring ewe lamb, this late ewe lamb for reserve. Let's put our hands together, guys. Nice pair. Congratulations.
For our baby doll Southdowns, our champion ewe was our winter ewe lamb class winner, entry 4223, Big Woods 526, Nirvana, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve champion was our spring ewe lamb class winner, 4232, Big Woods 0562, Napa, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois.
Nice class of Romney yearling ewes to get in and sort. I hope you enjoyed watching the quality that we got to look at from top to bottom. There's a lot of really good ones in here. I think the ewe that's really the sorting stick, and so we're going to go ahead and use her. This ewe's phenomenal in her handle from her 13th rib on back. You need a well rope to get from one end to the other. She is about as long from her 13th rib into those hooks as you can make one and still make them move. She's super long-bodied, level and flat. She's got a beautiful fleece, nice head. She's just a whale of a good one. She's pretty hard for me to get around. You here in two, a beautiful ewe in terms of her front 1/3 of her body. She's not overly extended, but she's elevated up through that front 1/3 in the right spot, and her angle to her shoulder is right. She's got some outer rib shape, maybe gives up a tick in length. The handle of the ewe here in 3, really a neat fleece, clean made kind of ewe, highly presented, looks really nice in that 2-hole. Ewe here in 3, a little bit longer bodied version of the ewe that stands in the 2-hole, maybe not a little lower set to her breastbone than the 2 ewes in front of her. She doesn't balance up from that standpoint quite as nicely from the side. A ewe that gets a little bit narrower as you get from the hooks to her pins than the initial 2 ewes. Ewe just looks like she stuck a stovepipe on her shoulders here in the 4-hole, super extended, kind of a female, and she's going to have some friends on the side ewe for that. Maybe not as much outer rib shape to her, certainly not as much overall natural thickness blade out of those blades as she comes back behind them and into her forepart of her rib there. She's just not quite as open and expansive in her total makeup, but she's solid and square to the ground. You really like that one. This dark colored ewe here that rounds us out in your top 5, really a lot of balance. We get to analyzing her on the move. She's just narrower about her base and her channel there than the ewes in front of her, but taking nothing away from her. She's really a nice sheep to look at from the side view. Silhouette's really nice, and her handle's really good in terms of her fleece's softness and consistency from end to end.